What's good? CDL watch party? Let's go, baby.
Everything I do, you can read it on Twitter. What's a girl gotta do, huh? What's a girl gotta do? Whole kitty gang just doing a thing. What the dogs can't have.
For me, just because I have had a crazy amount of support throughout my whole career, not only by fans, but by everyone here, so thank you. To all my old teammates, thank you. You guys really have molded me into the person that I am today, and it means a lot.
Come on, Scumpy, making my man Karma cry. This is a happy day. We say goodbye to one of the community's greatest of all time, and today we give him his bouquets of flowers. Scumpy shocking the world with his retirement on Monday after one of the best performances we have seen from him in the CDL against Boston on Sunday. Allie,
Boston breach.
You, like the community, were shocked by this announcement. How did you react when seeing this video for the first time?
I woke up late, to be honest, on that day, and I remember checking my phone, and I thought it was a troll at first, because everybody's like, Scump retired, Scump retired. I was like, well, yeah, he's retiring this year. And then I watched the video, and then I started crying like everybody else, and I even teared up at the show open, so I'm gonna need some tissues for the rest of the day.
And it's a happy day, though, here in the studio as we look back and say farewell to the king. He's done it all in his career, from content creation to competing at the highest level every single year. This man never stopped grinding.
Yeah, you know, all the OGs have retired.
It's the GOAT right there, bro. It's the GOAT.
He was still absolutely frying. You know, when I think about Scump and way back in the day and his impact, like this guy was taking over games. He was a menace to play against, the original cracked out SMG. It's been 12 years of watching him fry with different iterations of this Optic roster, and you can see his resume here. Like, the guy played forever, won so many championships, and did it at the highest level year in and year out. He was still an incredible player.
Crim 6 still at the top of event wins, but 97 events, 30 of those W's. And then you look at the series count, 466 to 172, over a 70% win rate. And along the way, he banks $1.18 million, Allie.
That is a lot of cash, and you gotta talk about the beginning as well, when COD was first starting, and it wasn't really that much money. So you gotta talk about the amount of inflation and wins this guy has.
Yeah, I mean, we were competing 30K prize pools at that, and 100K for like the big ones. Like, it's so much bigger now, and he still managed to pull that off. So the guy was dominating for a long time.
And seeing him just on Sunday, it looked like he never lost a step. When I first entered in Black Ops 2, he was putting on highlights like this. Now you're playing against the best of the world, when they are now at their highest level as individuals. Yeah. This is the highest level of competition we have seen, and he drops a 7 spree. He clutches up in that final game to give Optic another W.
Yeah, when we talk about tenure and we talk about being one of the greats, right, it has to be over a span of a long time. You have to be able to adapt from title to title, and that's something that Scump did better than like 99% of people. Like, the guy competed for so long with different rosters in different games, running a similar role, and the hardest role to run in Call of Duty as well, as an SMG. And you can see here is when they won that major last year. I'm just happy he was able to get it with those guys, as I like to say, the passing of the torch.
Yeah, with Dashy as well, one of the players that he's had a couple wins with, but again, he's been doing this for a long time.
He absolutely has. Scump has been doing this since the beginning. I remember at MLG, when we were really just a Halo tournament organization, we brought on this game Call of Duty. It was on a side station, and there was this little kid making all kinds of noise. He was going by the name of Aches, but so was the other guy next to him, going by the name of Scumpy. Let's take a look back at everything Scump has provided us throughout the years. Most of these are just winning moments. We had him on the side station at the start of his career. Not long later, we put him on the main stage, and this guy, he was good for the multi-kill. He was good for the kill streaks. He was always there in the hunt for that trophy.
Yeah, so many legendary Optic rosters when you think back to like the Merc and Rambo era, and you think when Nadeshot came into the picture, then you had Clay, Formo, and Crim. One constant though, Puckett, and it was always Scump. This was the guy who was taking over games. He's had a lasting impact because of what he's been able to do, not only as a competitor, but also in content creation, inspiring our scene as a whole. A lot of the competitors you see on this page, you know, he teamed with for so many tournaments. Also went to do great things afterwards as well.
It's amazing to see names like Big Timer on there with 14 tournaments played with him. Nadeshot 23, but Allie, Everyone in the community is talking about those big three at the top. 51 events with Formal, 45 with Crim 6, 35 with Karma. I think that's the Optic dynasty that every Call of Duty fan grew up watching and will always remember.
Absolutely, and he was the last one of the Optic dynasty in our current CDL, and he's going to say goodbye, but he then passes the torch now to maybe, hopefully, upcoming to start his own dynasty, and Dashy playing 19 times with him. He can now say that should he go on to succeed him, that he was one of the first to be there.
Dashy, one of the younger players to join Scump along the way, but we were talking about it, Scump, he's kind of older than most of the professional athletes that have also played with him. Throughout his career, a number of pro-ams. This event, one of his favorites, playing alongside Carl Anthony Towns, and Big Cat goes to Twitter saying, enjoy retirement, just one of many of the athletes and musicians to wish him well.
Yeah, COD Competitive wouldn't be where it's at today without a lot of people, but a lot of it is due to the fact, like Scump and Nate and these guys who made content. And, you know, if you played Call of Duty growing up, you probably know who Scump and Nate are, right?
Oh, yeah.
You definitely know who Scump is now, and, you know, a lot of these athletes, they played Call of Duty. So when they see Scump retired, it's like huge. It's like, what's going on? This guy's finally stepping down. And when we see these guys at events and things like that, typically they are Optic fans and they're big Scump fans. So, you know, these guys like Scump, they've transcended, and we owe a lot to them for what they've done for our community.
Transcending Call of Duty, transcending gaming, absolutely, as he reaches into the pop culture atmosphere. But looking back at Scump, the man threw the strike. He nailed the backflip. There was nothing he couldn't do. But Nameless, what are you going to remember? What is your favorite memory of Scump?
Yeah, I think early on, like way back in the day, we're talking like 2011, we were running games. It was me, Liar, Scump, and Bobby, one of Scump's original duos. We were thinking about teaming for that first event, but then me and Liar went to team with two other guys, Maine and 2 Quick, shout out to them. But we played these guys in the finals, Scump and Bobby, that same duo with Aches and TP, and they smoked us 6-1. And right there, Scump took over throughout that series. I was like, I know what this guy's gonna become. I know how nasty he's gonna be. And he went on to become one of the greatest to ever do it, the greatest SMG of all time. But I look back at that match, I'm like, dang, man, this guy really did fry us. We could have been playing together, and he just kept on going in.
Kept on going in, and I remember when Call of Duty had the opportunity to join the X Games, this was a surreal moment for us,
Yeah,
right? We were now on the big stage alongside the biggest skateboarders, BMX athletes. Scump, they come off of that Call of Duty championships, they didn't get their dub, but they got it here, and not only once, he got back-to-back gold medals in 2014 and 2015.
Yeah, that was a huge moment in Call of Duty history. You know, speaking from a pro perspective, going into that tournament, we were all looking at it like, yo, this is our chance to leave our mark in history. The first time Call of Duty's at X Games, esports is getting bigger. We want to win this gold. And, you know, a tough start to the season for this Optic roster, not getting top 2 at champs, but winning gold sort of like righted all the wrongs for the Optic fans throughout this.
And Ali, I of course want to get your thoughts on here because you've come into the scene a little bit more recently, but Scump, he's been the GOAT since you've joined.
And he's still done crazy things, like even me only having like 2 years. I mean, we talk about Warzone. I feel like I'm in history class right now, hearing both of your
Probably one of the
perspectives,
sickest
but
moments, bro.
This was a big moment for
Watching
me,
this shit
and I
live
feel
was
like a big
crazy.
moment for COD history as well. Scump proving himself not only on the sticks in multiplayer, but in Warzone as well. The solo YOLO win. I remember everybody asking, hey, Ali, who do you think's gonna win? Oh, I
That's
think it's
crazy.
Scump, the king. You know, I'm coming from the competitive side of things. And he did it not only by dominating everybody else, all the content creators, all the Warzone professionals, he did it with the normal competitive classes. Like, he had no reps in Warzone. The last guy he killed was with the Riot Shield. I think Seth would rather be caught dead than with a Riot Shield in his hand.
And even with $1 million already in the bank, you can just see what the wins meant to him. Every single W was prideful. The money, secondary. It was the competition that came first. But Scump, he wasn't just a great competitor. This man is a pure entertainer, one of the first to be able to both compete and crank out YouTube videos on a consistent basis. And now you look back 12, 13 years later, look at the numbers he's amassed. 2.67 million YouTube subscribers. Twitch, 1.4 million. Twitter followers, 2.2.
That dude looked
one of the biggest
hella
names
different.
in gaming without a doubt.
Yeah, you know, and a lot of us, we looked at Scump and all these YouTubers back in the day, and we'd be like, yo, why am I gonna make YouTube videos? I'm just trying to be the best possible. And we would look at them and we're like, yo, we're gonna fry them. But then Scump was the first guy who sort of started to do YouTube and would still destroy you in game, like absolutely fry you. And you're like, okay, so maybe I can actually do this. So Big shout out to Scump, inspiring a lot of us to create content, to go make those videos, and what he's become is fantastic.
Thank you, Scump, for everything you've given us. And today, throughout the day, we will be celebrating you. But that's not all we're celebrating. This, of course, is the CDL broadcast, and we have 3 big games. Ali, I know everyone is fired up for that 4:30. Is Scump gonna do a watch party for Seattle
Optic,
versus Optic
Toronto.
Texas? That, I think, could be
Those
the
are my
match
picks.
of the day with Dashy back in the lineup.
Oh, absolutely, without a doubt. I mean, we've already all seen the tweets on the timeline, and it's gonna feel a little bit weird, not gonna lie, loading into that lobby for that game too.
We want to thank you all for tuning in today. And of course, if you want to take a moment to thank one of the greatest contributors to what we have in Call of Duty, make sure you're using the hashtag #ThankYouScump. Tell us your favorite stories, and we could be reading some of your replies from the chat live here on the CDL. Scumpy, my guy, thank you so much for everything over the last decade and a half, for being the one to take every interview when the rest of your team was too lazy.
Seth, my love, it saddens me to see you go, but I couldn't be happier for you.
It was an honor to play against you. It was an honor to call your games. And it's an honor to watch you go on your own terms, brother.
Finally, you've retired. You still had some fight left in you. I seen you frying in that last game.
Feels just like yesterday. Myself, Ray, and Will, we're calling your mom to wake you up for scrims.
Back in the day, I remember when I learned about who Scumper Jumper was. I was like, this is the original cracked out SMG.
It was an honor to compete alongside you. It was an honor to compete against you. I'm sure some of your opponents are looking forward to not having to deal with you anymore. Just to see you on that stage, the passion that you bring.
Happy retirement, Scump, the king forever and always.
And we are so thankful for everything that you've helped build with Call of Duty Esports over its entire life.
You're hot, you're talented, you've got a brilliant brain for content.
You've been an entertainer since the beginning, and I know your next chapter is going to be even brighter.
You're gonna absolutely crush it, enjoy traveling, doing whatever the hell you want. You're a beast.
The greatest SMG of all time, King Scump.
Thank you for everything you've given us, and we're going to miss you on the competitive side.
It's all for you. So thank you again. Looking forward to seeing what you do next.
You changed the game forever. Your impact on Call of Duty will be felt forever. You're a truly remarkable and special person.
Congratulations.
I just want to thank you for
the impact you've had on the scene.
And never losing your drive.
Congratulations. Enjoy it.
I love you, pal.
This is oh, gotcha. Intro. Juniors. I'm gonna seen this a couple times. Yo, what's good, bro? What's good, Joseph Thomas? I'm just gonna say Joseph, bro. It's kind of weird saying the whole name. What's goody? I appreciate you dropping by and the channel. Figured not a lot of people like to get on Twitch to watch the CDL, because I'm the same way, so I figured I'd come through for some of y'all.
This is our second week week of action here in our online qualifiers, and we have some serious games for you. Opening things up with our #1 seed right now, the champions of Raleigh are the New York Subliners. Today, the underdogs are the Mutineers, and the match is ready. So I want to make this quick.
Sure.
Name was starting with you. Subliners are the favorite. Everyone's going to put their channel points on them. But if you're a Florida Mutineers fan, tell me the
For sure, man. Thank you.
Listen, I gotta be quick.
Pretty new channel here, so trying to grow.
The hard point
Figured,
has been horrible, but
this would also like help me out, you know.
Control against the New York Subliners, who are 5-0 in their last 5. And they've been down
also too, I don't know if you're watching on a desktop or doing on your phone, but you can watch it on 2K.
So you gotta steal that.
You watch my stream in 2K. That's a little better.
Two teams. We'll see if Florida can come out and win it.
We all three picked New York on the desk. Allie, what's the map count though?
Map count's gonna be 3-0. My bad.
Oh, I don't know if I trust that.
3-0, nah. I got Subliners winning maybe like 3-2.
Because the match, it starts right now. Let's send it over to the boys. We got Brycey
I
and
don't
Turn to kick off the day.
All right, thank you very much. A lot of mixed feelings obviously flying around the Call of Duty community at the moment, but also mixed feelings about this game. An interesting one to be sure. Hydro has slipped through in the hard points, one that Florida Mutineers have not played competitively, and New York have only played once. Is it a test for these two teams? Just trying something a little bit new. We know Florida haven't had a good time as of late, Ton.
Yeah, they haven't had a good time in Hardpoint, full stop. And, well, it's the first time they were actually seeing Hydra full stop this stage. First time around in stage number 2, we are getting to witness the swimming, at least. It's an interesting
This is our
one.
first time casting it.
Yeah, I know we've genuinely never cast it, and I remember I remember at the major everyone was doing, oh, we should make some jokes about Hydro, we should wear some scuba gear, and you had that from day number 1, and we never got it. So
I
you know
had
what?
it before the
I'm gonna
season
give you your,
started.
I will give you your props on that one. We never got a chance, mate. It was a truly unfortunate turn of events.
It certainly is. Well, speaking of turn of events, let's find out how this one is going to kick off. Of course, these two teams, one of the things you've got to look at here is obviously New York, pretty much the titans of the CDL at the moment. The team.
I'll have a watch party again tomorrow. I can't Sunday because of work. But I'll have it tomorrow too.
The best spawns, though, when it does come down to that's something
even the ones on the next weekend as well. Friday, Saturday.
Players like Hydra. Well, I mean, it's kind of in the name, isn't it, Brycey? Keeping it very, very wet. Let's see if you can find some rotations going on through. First couple of kills are going to go through towards Florida, though. A couple more from Havoc. This rotation is what it's all about. Plenty of swimming being done by the subliners so far.
Yeah, both these two teams obviously just filling each other out, getting into the groove after all the practices they've been doing off camera, ready for this game. For Florida, obviously a win here.
Something's blocking the screen.
Cause us to reevaluate how we see them in
For sure, bro. I appreciate that, man. Thank you.
For New York, it should be business as usual. Even the desk said 3-0 for this one, Ton.
Subliners this time, though, are going to have to try and find a break here. Hydra, curious of the rotation that may well already be going on for the Florida Mutineers, but it doesn't have to. Havoc through the front door will find 2. Hydra can't exchange it, but I mean, based off that first rotation, that looks pretty good. First hill, you hold on to the spawns, you've got to hold on them, if only momentarily, as New York now find a breakthrough. And well, I was just about big Florida up. It's a perfect break from the New York subliners. This should be a lead for them heading over towards P3, as long as they hold on to the rest of P time over at P2.
Wait a minute.
It's just back and forth, Brycey.
Wait a minute, Hydra alone and afraid. Knows he has at least one player to reinforce him here, but Florida Mutineers have done an incredible job to break that back through. They are not going to go behind so far. Hydra will have to set up a scratch.
Also, too, let me know if there's something that can fix as far as maybe the audio, my camera, if I can move it somewhere better where it's not like blocking anything. I think I reset audio. Let me know. I'm def trying to provide like good experience as well.
Strange one has to be said. Florida Mutineers set themselves up over towards P2, was looking good, flip back and forth. So New York Subliners, it's a minor win that you were able to find a break because you found the rotation over towards P3. You found 3 kills as well. Major Maniac momentarily the last one on the map alive for Florida Mutineers. Subliners with a good hold so far.
Hydra with the perfect call there, knew the player was coming through the water as well, and you can see all the way at the back. Priest might not look like he's doing anything, but he is blocking those spawns hard. He's now moving out of it, ready for the back spawn. It's the perfect call here from New York. They have manipulated the spawns perfectly. They want Florida now back there for this rotation in the next few seconds. And that's why they are playing Hydro. They put this into the rotation and they are playing it well done.
They're going to get the spawns towards the back here if you are Florida. Yes, you are. Now you're in danger. You need Vehicle, you need Major Maniac to find some big kills. But if you're New York Subliners, cutting off the mid-map will be important as well. You can see Kismet and Co are kind of just chilling at this moment in time, trying to find these transitional kills. They've already found one
does that work better?
able to answer back.
I can make it smaller too.
So not a bad rotation from Florida Mutineers here so far. New York Subliners are posted up halfway across the map. Let's see if they can find some kills. At the moment, though, it's all Florida.
Yeah, Major Maniac is playing his life completely.
Oh, for sure, man. I appreciate the feedback.
Managed to hold on to it. And Major Maniac didn't over-engage. He didn't go for anything that would have got him into trouble. And it's a great opportunity now. Florida Mutineers desperate to just hold on to this, get the lead back away. New York stacking deep through Broken. They're going to try and hit this all at once. They get the first blood done as well, Ton. They're now going to push the tempo as far as they can as the trades start flying through. And out goes Hydra, and he's going to find Havoc, but not good enough as Havoc gets two. And they've held back New York.
Yeah, you've got to push hard, really hard if you're in the New York Subliners to try and break this spawn. Florida Mutineers still here with plenty of numbers. Good shots coming in from Brack as Priester will try to light it up from up top. And they will just about find a break, but only for 10 seconds. That's a good time for the Mutineers, but the rotation wasn't there for the Mutineers. They're forced into those back spawns, meaning the Subliners again are able to find a rotation now, but it has to be said that 50-50 between these two teams in terms of who's winning these rotations. But look at this from the Mutineers now, all through mid-map, trying to get control of runes as best as they can.
Hey, something. Florida have been playing this very well so far, but if they can find a break here, they can probably take the momentum away from New York. They have to get past Priester, who will be playing live. He knows he's going to come under pressure. And
this dude's kind of frying.
The Mutineers are stacking this now. And a player will slip towards the back. It's going to be Major Maniac. And he's also going to have Havoc with him. They are putting the squeeze on, and the kills are going for them as well as Priest is going to get gunned. And that'll be scrap time for Florida.
And we know a lot this time on this map specifically is coming down to those rotations. You can very much lock in 60s every single hill if you can find the kills. Rotational wise, New York are the highest in the whole season. They're going to find a break here themselves with Florida Mutineers down in second to last. But they're very much going toe-to-toe in terms of these rotations. But the whole drum subliners here as they managed to find a break on through just a little bit better than Florida, who are getting broken far too easily. Rotations have definitely been paramount from Florida, but they need to make them count.
Well, this game is very close. Only 20 points separates these two teams as we head into our second set of rotations. Right now, it will be New York in a slightly better position. They started off on the other side of this just last time around. Can they make a bigger deal of it? You can already see the pressure starting to come through, but the kills are not there for them. And Kismet with the 2 is going to shut down all of that pressure from Brack.
Shots in. Major Maniac and Co. have started to slip behind just that little bit. Rotations are working well. The hold's not so good, but other comms good from the Florida Mutineers. Let's go for a listening.
Nice. One, that's like Shaq in mid. I'm meeting Shaq. I'm mid. I can look over you, Ton.
He pushed him.
He's in time. On me. Made it up. Good play. One more top rocks or dome. I can't tell.
Okay. I started it over you again. I'm gonna go window.
Nice. I'm trying to go right. They're all spawning new. We gotta wait for Javi to get right.
He's top dome again, skies.
I can come up on bridge hop. You gotta stay live. One's bottom broken stun. Top down.
Okay.
I'm stunned up. Want me to take a nets route?
I started it over you. Hearts on him somewhere on you.
You know where this guy is going?
Blocking the spawn.
I have no idea.
We're blocking the right spawn.
He's low. Nice, 3.
Nice.
Or 2.
Nothing moonrock,
Keep
Javi.
coming out. Allen Hill, last 2.
Okay.
Allen Hill. He went back nets. And back nets. He went top weak. Nice. Let's go time. One more time. Let's want to be guys. Nice shit. Let's go. Stay alive, new.
Well, there you go. The Florida Mutineers calling it all out, blocking the right spawn, getting in the right place, have managed to cut down New York and clawing back some points into this one. New York having a great time there. Tan taking P1 to P2 rotation. It got them a lot of points.
It did get them a lot of points, but it was 30 more points that were on offer. Florida Mutineers with a nice little break, but this is then cost them. It feels like Florida Mutineers are just kind of fighting from the back foot, kind of fighting in that, I don't want to say proactive, they're kind of going the opposite direction. They're more reactive to what's going on. They now need to be a bit more proactive. New York Subliners are that team being proactive. Skies in the water, locking things down. Florida Mutineers, yes, okay, you stopped them getting the 20 or so there, but you need to find some more breaks.
The water is eventually going to find him Skies and Sea, but there will be a trade going down for both. The better position. They are going to flood into reinforce here, but Vehicle's going to do the work to manage to get that player out. And now they have top control. They're going to try and squeeze out this hard point as much as they can. Already Vehicle going to get gunned by Priester. I thought he had that one in the bag.
This is better from Florida Mutineers, though, because they can keep New York spawning back here, although it's actually going to be them towards the back. New York not allowed the time because of the pressure in from Florida Mutineers. Now it's just a bit of a fight in a barn. Let's see which way it's going to go. Vehicle last alive, turns on the Kismet. There's the kill. The rest of the team were there for the backup anyway. And all for that, for about 15 seconds. Florida Mutineer now having to find a breakthrough over towards P4. It's just so twisty and turny, this one so far, but New York Subliners are the ones finding the breaks where they need to. The rotations have been significantly cleaner on the second rotation of Hills, and Florida Mutineers are struggling to keep up.
You see Sky's great little pick there, took the player down top dome. They're looking for this player back in. Oh my goodness! What is that snap? That player got deleted. Oh my Skies continues to just rain terror now on the Mutineers, and they're trying to get forward. Hydra's pushing as well. There's a two-piece. He's pushing this out so far, and eventually will fall. But New York are looking to hammer Mutineers further back. It was close going into the second rotation. It is not close anymore.
25 seconds to go for the Florida.
Easy dub. Easy dub.
Start turning it up very, very quickly. There's one man that slipped the net. That's going to be Havoc for about 20 seconds of time. He's not going to find anything, and now it's about the rotation. Mutineers spawning towards the back. The manipulation from Subliners. We've seen it at P3. We've seen it here at P4. So wonderfully worked, but the kills on transition. Florida's way. Where are New York going to spawn?
Not gonna lie, I like Optic. It was mainly because of Scum. But now that he's not gonna be in it no more, I mean, I'm still gonna like him, but I do like the LA Thieves too, man.
But the kills are going the way of New York. They're looking to lock this one down. Kismet flies in. Havoc gets deleted towards the back. Skies gets one as well. Kismet gets another. And it really is not looking good for Florida. They have 15 seconds to turn this around.
Oh, that's GG. They've locked it down. Now it's the push through the dreaded mid-map. You've got Skies. He's been beaming all game long. It's going to be 250 to 143. A scary start, a comfortable end. New York Subliners, one to the good.
That's not about how you start.
Yeah, man.
Pretty even.
To be honest, like I really liked him mainly because like his personal streams. I don't know, man. Dude was just dope, bro.
I don't even know they slowed down. I think maybe New York
It was just dope.
better as it went on.
And I feel like it was the rotations. You know, we've seen Florida have those spawns over towards P2.
I feel like Boston Breach could be a team that that I can get into for sure. I don't know. The last game they had with Optic was insane. It was pretty close.
And you've seen that to the maximum level in that second rotation of Hills. I think there may be
for sure. He just seems like super chill. Like, dude, the video that he posted,
and it made the difference.
that shit was sad.
They weren't doing as good of a job at locking it down.
Not gonna lie, I was watching it at work and I was like, damn, can't be tearing up over here. I didn't, but I was like, damn, I feel it, bro.
Needed Hydra just being the nuisance as per usual. Florida Mutineers, it wasn't a bad start, as we can see from the highlights. You know, you get that second hill rotated in, you're looking good, and it was a decent enough break here towards the back as well. Major Maniac couldn't do a great deal, but releasing some tension for his teammates.
Yeah, dude. Boston could be a team, like I said. It could be a team I can really get into. I definitely root for them when they're playing anyone other than Optic. Sometimes when they play the Thieves too. I think they played the Thieves a couple times. I kind of just like whoever wins is cool with me, you know. But I'll definitely put Optic before them.
Just how out of control it's getting. It wasn't that far difference for the slaying wise, and then it got really, really bad. Skies as well, he went towards P2, completely shut down a push by himself. Here's the snap. There's one.
Do you play Call of Duty? Yeah, I was definitely slow while I was at work. This was up.
Skies, it's those kind of moments, though, isn't it? You've got those X Factor players on this New York Subliners roster that honestly we knew they had. We didn't see enough of last year, of course. So change up in the roster and things are working oh so beautifully. 250 to 143. The hard point, as expected, has to be said, does go over towards the Florida Mutineers. But LSC,
yup, Nate Shot's dope, man. Nate Shot is sick.
If we need it, we'll see Hotel on hard point.
I watch him a lot on Twitch when he's streaming. He's usually always playing with like Teep and all them, and it's always a good time.
Sided series here, though, Bryce.
Play here and there, not too much anymore. Oh, for sure.
God, has to be said.
I will say the thing with the Thieves is like, man, they have dope apparel. Like, they drops like fire fucking shit, bro. Like his jackets, the shirts, everything's always looks so sick.
Not been playing particularly well when it comes down to, well, any hard point realistically, but the S&D has been the difference, and that's what they'll be relying on here. Get back into this same old story, try and hit the Neslo against New York, a very difficult prospect, simply because Florida, they are kind of lagging towards the bottom a little bit of our power rankings and our CDL standings at the moment, Tom.
one of the reasons that they haven't been very much down towards the bottom is their search and destroy, which is what's going to be coming up next. The man in the top.
Yeah,
I
think I got one of the jerseys from last year.
Very much leading the way in terms of those
same, like,
but somebody I want to shine a little
it's
bit
worth
more
the
of a
money.
light on his
Like,
vehicle,
it's kind of
He's
pricey,
leading the league
I'd say,
in
but
points
it's
right
definitely
now,
worth the money.
37, and alongside that, a 0.94
It just looks
KD.
sick. Like the logo, the colors usually always like look real nice. Like everything. I can't really say anything bad about it.
Nowhere near that kind of KD outside of somebody like
I haven't tried Nade's juvie drink though. I definitely want to try that. Yo, B-Shot, what's good, man? What's good? This is the first match. Haven't really missed anything. Sublimers and 1-0.
in his opening duels, and that's just allowing players like Vico to get into those positions. It's making it so easy for
Hey,
teams
next
like
game,
Florida
next game,
Mutineers
Brashaw's the one to watch
pivot
for
and
sure.
search and destroy rounds. We've
Optic.
got somebody who's so reliant on planting those bombs, actually finding kills alongside of it, and then Brack who's able to find those opening kills and giving you those advantages straight from the kickoff.
No, I agree, and I think it is interesting. Maybe we undervalue sometimes the bomb planter. We know it's a more difficult decision, and realistically, a lot of the community and even the stats we put out, it's all about KD. We don't talk about how impactful it can be to get an early bomb down, or how difficult it can be, and how that will affect your stats at the end of the day. If you have to make a move into a position where the enemy team is know you're going to eventually, because they are literally guarding that place, you are more likely to get picked. You are more likely to get caught after the bomb plant. You are less likely.
I definitely had to go bring the
It
snacks.
all kind of factors in. So getting that many
Be here for a
bombs
minute.
down, and still winning those S&D rounds and getting away with it, it is one of those intangibles that we may not talk about as much as we should.
There's a few things we can delve into. Intangibles, tangibles, all over the shop, Bricey. As we head into map number 2, this is very much favored towards the side of Florida. 4-0 with a 68 round win percentage, including 78% on those offenses, and that is largely down to what we've just been talking about, those bomb plants coming on through. It happens a lot here for the side of Florida. Retaking has been an issue for New York as well, so expect that to be a game played by the side of Florida. Plenty of bomb plants, plenty of holding down as best as you can, but can New York prevent that? I think that has to be their job.
Well, let's see. This is where we find out, is the difference big enough? Florida Mutineers over and over again. It's been S&D, and it's straight into this bomb plant. We talked about it before. Vehicle, he goes for the fast plant. Already gone down. Still a 4v4.
Curious setup here from the side of Sublime. This is that first blood goes that way, as does the second. Hydra slipping the net, but Major Maniac Vehicle answering back, but it's Major Maniac left. 1v2.
Let's try and pull this out here. Has a sniper. Probably wants to go for the peek in case he's there. He's going to jump down with a pistol, but it's not going to be enough. Priester will get it. Kismet gets to the fuse. And the fast start from Florida falls to bits.
And that one is doable for the side of Major Maniac if the bomb's planted in the right place. So around the other side, he's never going to be able to find a peak. And okay, well, maybe if you're Florida, you haven't necessarily set up for that. But a really solid retake for the side in New York. I said it's something they have struggled with. Only 33% of the time able to get that back. Florida planting 72% of their attacking rounds as well. So that's going to have to continue to impress and continue to improve for the side of New York. They start with a 1-0 retake. Lovely stuff. Kismet opened things up. Hydra from the back. And it was a naughty little setup over towards Radio Tower side. This guy's going for the pick off the rip, but it's going to be a 3-man hit over towards mid here for both teams.
Well, that's a big push from Kismet here. Tries to get that first blood. Hasn't worked out for them. And now they're down a player on the attack. They also don't have control, but Priester brings it back to a 3 versus 3, and then will run for his life.
Hey, B-Shot, we gaming tonight? Just got the word.
So just trying to stay alive.
Just got the word from the third.
Info here for either team. It's Florida Mutineers, Wolf packing up together. This guy's looking for any information over towards the top side, but a bomb plant is on the offing, but Florida Mutineers very aggressive.
Skies hasn't seen any bit. Vehicle comes around, but Brack will get him before then. And now Priester and Hydra in a little bit of a difficult position. They're trying to figure out how to get this one sorted. They know they're outnumbered. They know they've lost map position as well. And Major Maniac being very sneaky on the roof.
Oh, here we go. He's going to hear them, Hydra.
The first, easy.
Like an elephant pushes through. It's easy stuff for the side of Major Maniac. And I like the aggression downfield side. Sorry, Bryce. They just kind of set up down that side, and they can easily transition. They know if they start pushing towards them, well, okay, it's going to be hit over towards the field side, and they can easily push themselves back into the bomb site. They're in positions to retake important areas like up top office, down low towards that bomb site. Nicely done from the Florida Mutineers.
I think for New York, one of the issues there was they kind of hesitated. They were a little bit unsure of where Mutineers had gone. And by the time they had lost their player watching over them up top, it was a little bit too late. They just didn't know where to go. They had no idea information. They had no idea of how to enact a game plan once they had lost all those power positions for them. But Havoc already going straight through here. This could be another fast plant for them.
Skies has chosen not to be overzealous and try and go for the retake on his own, but look at number 2, Priest there. He's the one that can maybe set something up. Well, he could have, but he's dead. Brack will find the kill on the flag, now a 4v3.
Vickle just playing this corner, just trying to hold it down. He knows he's got some watch from field. Door's going to go open, and Vickle calls it perfectly. Kismet laying down doesn't do anything, but it is going to be Hydra who goes in against Havoc. Sky's up top, looking for one. He's still going to be a 1 versus 3 if he can do it, but gets gunned down before he can do any more damage. And the Mutineers get another round on the board.
Vickle doing fantastically around the site there. The setup for Florida Mutineers, yes, it's so important that they find that initial kill. That flanking player and Priester is dealt with. All of a sudden, you only have to deal with the front, and it's Vickle who finds all of the other 3 players on the side of subliners. Picking up as many kills as... I think he picks up multiple kills as much as he does pick up just the single kill. And, well, there's your Optic team warming up, of course. But that's game number 2. We're still in game number 1. Florida Mutineers now.
Damn, I'm excited to watch that Optic team, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
To the good. But
I hope they fry.
They need this map pricing. They need to continue this forward.
They gotta win, bro. They gotta win for Scum. There's no way they play and get an L.
6-1 start for him. That is ridiculous. A double A's went through. Clearly something they've practiced. And New York, well, this round is over for a gunner's Vickle. It's a 6 streak. We talked about him planting bombs, but he's just laying them out now on this map. Priest the last alive. It's a 1 versus 4, but he's almost got no hope. He guns the first. Vickle gets the second. That's 7 for Vickle now.
That might well be an ace for Vickle. Does he pick up that final kill?
Yeah,
as
bro.
well?
You gotta do it for the boy. They gotta do it for the boy.
The one in mid, and there you go. Give him the ace as well.
Got delayed.
Shout out to Havoc.
Damn.
8-1 from him.
I don't know, man. The last couple games with Dashi, he was just not it, man. He was not locked in. Not like last year.
The bomb when it goes down. Lovely stuff from Mutineers.
I hope he steps it up.
Clearly a practice setup from them. The break works out. Vickle picks up the kills and probably didn't have the greatest of map 1s, but map 2, completely different story. Havoc actually 0 and 4 onto this one, but doesn't really need to get the kills if they're still winning. Kismet though takes down Havoc instantly. Major Mayhem does get one back already.
Something I kind of picked up on round number 2, it felt like subliners were setting up for Havoc in a certain kind of way. Well, you can't set up for this. Oh, can you? Trophy system? Will it work? Will it not? Let's find out. It worked.
It did, but they know he's here, and they're waiting for him. Skies knows it as well. And Major might be able to be the player who finds him. You can see him going all the way around here. Skies is going to get cut down, and he does. Nice. Vickle gets another one. Hydra left alone in only 1 versus 3. Might actually have permission, but I think they're waiting for him. They are. Vickle knows exactly where he's coming from. Shuts down Hydra before anything can occur. And the Mutineers, there's a reason they've been dominant on S&D. It's a reason why we knew this wasn't going to be all plain sailing for New York. 10-1.
A wonderful game out of Vickle so far. And you do love to see it. You know,
hey, Vickle looked grown.
Questioning his place on this Mutineers lineup. Has he really performed to the level as a lot of people would have expected? But
I think it's the hair.
He has to be that guy putting up serious numbers for this Florida team. Right now, though, he's doing that job and doing it well. 9 spree for Vickle. Got to stay on board with him, haven't we?
Well, he certainly did. Let's see how high he can fly. For this first push, and there's a player in the corner. He has to sit him. He's going to get cut down by Hydra, surely. It eventually does go down. Not able to get it away from it. First blood to New York, and it's a big one.
Look at this high setup. Havoc is here. Well, Havoc's dead. Oh, is he going to get away? Surely he's going to get traded. Hydra and Kismet are there. And that aggression that comes in from Havoc is all well and good, but if one of your players trying to watch your back is already dead, then that's a difficult position. Speaking of those, Brack now in a 1 versus 3.
Let's see. Is there magic in the tank here for Brack? Well, he's on 4. He needs to make it 7. Times against them. They all know he's going to go for the reach out. Yes. Oh, he's going to go for a big reach out. Flies out and falls down.
Not much you could do there. Vickle was the, I want to say the further advanced aggressor, actually. for the side of Mutineers, and I wouldn't say that's typically his role. It's obviously usually Havoc pushed up there, and maybe Vico will kind of play inside the bomb site, try to be that awkward little player to try and find a pick before they do get in there. Even if he gets traded, he's there to find those first bloods. Brack can't find it. Vico can't either. Hydra opens things up, and all of a sudden, if you're Havoc, you're that guy that usually runs forward with cover, and well, you had none of it. 4-2 still to the forward Mutineers, still looking comfortable. Havoc yet to get on the board.
Well, let's see, because when he usually plays this map, he's a thorn in the side. Priester, is he going to see Major Maniac? I think he did. He's looking for it. Kismet is already going for a very aggressive push. Looking to counter here. And they're flying in, but there's nobody up top. Checks the bomb site. Nobody there either. We'll eventually find somebody as they're clearing this out step by step.
And Florida are getting a lot of information here. There'll be a lot of sound cues coming on through. They'll have a good idea that some people are on their flank. But when this bursts into life, it is going to be fast and frantic, and whoever comes out on top should be the one to win the round, should have that number advantage.
The problem for Florida...
It's awkward positions.
They've burnt a lot of time here, and it's not really a good position for them to rotate to B, by the way, unless they punch through. They don't know who's waiting over towards white. They don't know anyone in the back, so this is it. They're going forward. They're going forward. They want this map positioning, but no kills have gone down, and that time is almost over. Skies finds the first one. Major Maniac goes for the trade. 3 versus 3, but Munich still have to get this bomb down as Vico finds another 11 and 2. It's a 2 versus 3. They're going to have to go for the plant now.
And where are Subliners set up? Hydra in the bomb site. It's not something you want to see if you're a Florida fan. Vico through the front door. Hydra already waiting. The time has just ticked on by. Hydra a second. Is it going to be a third? It doesn't need to be. Major Maniac finds one. The other nowhere near. Subliners. Because of that flank, as you said, it kind of give Florida information, but give them the information they probably didn't want. 2 players behind us, right, but where? Where do we actually have room on this map? And in the end, the gunfights just went on far too long. Mutineers, no room to breathe, no room to move. Another round over towards the Subliners.
That was the biggest issue. Without being able to get a pick in that position, they didn't want to rotate inside because they didn't know exactly where everybody was. They couldn't rotate back. Well, a lot of the times we've seen Florida Mutineers basically go out towards B when they hit a stalemate. That point they had lost their flank. They didn't want to go that direction, and realistically the clock killed them. They had to make moves they didn't want to make because they were patient, but New York were just as patient, giving them no room.
Major Maniac looking for the opening pick here towards Bar. That sightline we see oh so often. Good game himself. 7 and 3 could have been it. If he aimed a little higher. Hydra flesh wound only. Major Maniac will back on down, but time is ticking. 30 seconds gone. Subliners yet to make any inroads over towards the A site.
Gotta be careful, Kismet is gonna get caught there by Major. Hydra goes for a chat as well. It could have been 2. He's gonna do it again. Major Maniac just doesn't get that kill, but already in a great position. 2 versus 4. New York have not made a step forward.
Brack wins his gunfight as he so often does when it comes down to search and destroy. Trade comes in. Hydra down. Skies will find Havoc, but it's a 1 versus 3 now for Skies. Make that 0 versus 3. Florida Mutineers still in a comfortable spot here in the search and destroy. Subliners are threatened to come back here, but Mutineers 1 round away from tying the series up.
It was looking a little bit scary, but Vico's on a 13 and 3, and I think Brack's playing well, Major Maniac's playing well. Havoc, not so much, but with the rest of the team taking all of your kills, there's not much you can do, Ton. There was a question coming in here about some of these map picks, because realistically New York let this get through, and from what I can tell, I think New York are playing themselves. They're not playing Florida. They didn't take this map out of the rotation. They thought they could have a good time on it, but at the moment it doesn't look like that's true.
I think they were maybe a little bit more worried about a player like Havoc, the one causing issue, but I don't think they would have thought they would have been Vico. Vico finds his 14th kill of the map after Hydra does take down Brack. Havoc with the drop shot. His first kill is an important one. Now a 3 versus 2. Subliners need this round to stay in the map.
And look at all the dancing going around on the Mutineer side.
Look at Skies.
Finds one with a pistol and gets away with it as well. They are looking for this trade as well, but they haven't found him. And it is very, very passive from New York. They are looking to just pick and move.
And Priester used that as a moment to find himself a little bit of a better position. Popped his dead silence, moved and stood still. But Subliners, are you ready for this push over towards B now as the Florida Mutineers have made their way over Skies? You sneaky little beaver. Vico is waiting. There's another one for Vico. 5
versus Vehicle.
Oh my god.
No! I cannot believe Vehicle got away alive there. Don't know how he did it. That was almost like Neo, just bending the bullets around him. But Priest are in a 1 versus 2. He knows he has to dig these players out as well. Doesn't know where that second player is, and he will eventually get caught. The Florida Mutineers will walk away with that one. And that's what they were looking for, the bounce back. Their bread and butter and S&D.
Hey, I called a 3-2 on this one. So Lammers 3-2.
Gets the job done for them. The Florida Mutineers coming out, and it's Vehicle, the star of the show here.
They kind of played that a little ratty, but it's all good.
Came from him, and I said throughout it, we were saying that he has been one of the ones who maybe had a little bit more scrutiny on them throughout this Florida Mutineers roster. And you can't say anything about that. 15-3.
We're talking about his bomb plants.
I know.
Didn't really need them that much. Just kill everybody instead.
Look, they started giving it to Havoc and Bracken. He started doing the business. You see, you don't need me on bomb plants, he says. What a performance. 10 non-traded kills this year and 9 spree on top of that as well. And kind of the way we thought map number 2 would go. It felt like a bit of an awkward pick for the side of Subliners. We didn't like it. And I said they kind of went to veto their own worst enemy rather than actually get rid of something that Florida are very good at. And clearly in this case, El Asilo is one of those things.
Yeah, it's kind of that veto strategy thing that we've spoken about before. Do you ban out their best maps? Do you ban out your worst maps? How do you figure out you should play it and try to figure out the other team? Obviously, we knew El Asilo was incredible for Florida Mutineers. New York did too, but said, hey, we'll still take them on. We think this is probably better for us on this one, and they banned out some of the other maps instead. So we'll see. We'll see if that plays out because we've got more S&D, more control, more hardpoint all coming up after this break. Don't go anywhere. This is the Call of Duty League.
You got Scum having a whole ass watch party too, but he's doing it on Twitch, which kind of sucks. I could play his stream on here too, like in between. That's something y'all guys wanted to do, or just keep it on the CDL. Don't matter to me. Could bring up chat. You guys could look at the chat. Shh. Trying to watch in between work. Oh, gotcha. For sure. I mean, it's not much going on.
Is that cool? Can you hear me? Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, I've got you now, yeah. What did you say? Is it cool if we give away 5 controllers instead of 3 today? If Mel says yes, then yes. All right, Mel says yes. You heard it here first, everybody.
We're giving
Hell
away.
Yeah, thank you, Duncan. We're going to see you later, brother. Thank you, man.
Matt, do you need help to do the Nightbot shit?
Dude,
so you
guys,
just go on that, yeah, and then click eligibility, click off the mods. I'm just kidding. Click.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm answering this.
Guys, I just want to take a quick moment.
I'm just kidding, Kevy.
While Seth is doing that, I want to give a shout out to Duncan. Duncan revolutionized the way the Call of Duty is played.
Should we do subscriber luck?
Inventing with his
subscribe.
We
the
should.
paddles in the back.
Wait, let's leave it to chat. Should we do subscriber luck or same luck for everybody? I mean, that's a bad question. Yeah. That's a bad question.
Let's ask let's do this.
Yeah,
non-subscribers.
That's not a good question.
Anyway, guys, Duncan is definitely a legendary.
Yo, if you guys have a Twitch Prime, I'm retired now.
I remember that. I forgot what event we were at.
We'll give you 2 minutes. Yo, Shaq's coming out with a 50. Shaq's, baby. Thank you so much for the 50.
Yeah, see, who's that?
Shaq's Fu.
Shaq's Fu.
Eruption with another
Everybody
20.
start turning them.
Damn!
They heard that scuff coming.
What's that subtrain at right now? Which one is it?
It's going
The
up
one on
by
the right.
second, bro.
Oh,
Damn!
26, 57, 60. It was 2666.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have
The 10K subtrain for the shoe.
wow. I don't even know what to say, man. I really don't.
I have a prime sub too.
Point giveaway.
Or you don't have to do exclamation point. You can just do giveaway. Or you could do optic. Do optic. Do keyword optic. Yeah.
Keyword optic.
Spelled the right way. So
Spelled the right way.
So people need to have it the right way. I don't know if it's case sensitive. 2 minutes? All right, sure. You guys got 2. Well, coverage continues in 30, so we might have to cut that a little short. But that's all right.
Anyway, we'll continue to do that in the background.
But
The
again,
giveaway's
hey,
gonna be happening. Yeah.
Y'all got a prime. I just retired. You know.
I cut his salary.
Oh.
Ugh.
I just retired. I gave you guys a lot of good.
Yeah,
and bad
bro,
memories,
it's crazy.
You know? I'm just kidding. No, I'm not. Use the prime.
I follow. I usually use my
Really quickly, I want to say hello to my beautiful wife Jude, and of course
my
Optic
free
Liv.
sub
Thank you for
for Destroy. I don't know if you're familiar with him,
Shit.
but I'll use it
I
on
wasn't
Scum because I
expecting
love
this,
Scum
I'm not gonna
too.
lie. This is nuts. Look at that shit.
Oh, we've been looking at that.
I'm gonna put in. I'm gonna put in
No,
again.
we don't have don't roll till the game starts.
Don't roll till the game starts, Roger.
I'll let you know when to roll.
Hey, chat, don't get mad at Roger. He's the best.
Bro, 5 controllers. That's crazy. Yeah, you know him.
That's
Yeah, bro.
true.
Destroy is like my number one, bro. Like my number one dude I watch. And I always use my free sub on him, but Scum's up there, man. He's definitely gonna be second. Now, because I feel like now that he's not doing CDL, he's probably just gonna be streaming a whole lot more, playing in these tournaments like Destroy and Z-Laner do. So
What the hell do you guys want?
it's all good.
Dude, shout out Tunny and Bryce. Excellent voices in Call of Duty. But as I was saying, I was talking about Duncan.
All right, roll it.
Roll.
Yeah, the game's starting. Roll it and put it up on screen really quick so the chat can see that we're not rigging it.
Dude, we can't rig it. There's 47,000 people. They get it. Whoever wins wins.
Uh-oh. TNT Pharaoh, congratulations.
Damn.
TNT Pharaoh.
And a subscriber. Congrats. All right, back to the game.
Back to the game. Who else?
Kevy will be reaching out, or someone will be reaching out.
Wait, you got to roll that shit 5 times.
No, not right now. We're spreading that shit out. We got
we're
two more
spreading it out.
matches.
We're spreading it out.
We
Okay,
got
we're
2 more
spreading it out.
matches.
We
We're
got
not blowing it all now.
This is trying to roll that
Here
shit
we go.
all in ones. That's crazy. That dude's funny.
I believe New York
All right.
City should walk away with this one pretty handily.
This content's gonna be sick, man. I'm looking forward to it.
Stats do ring true here, and well, that's a big start already. Priest opening up, Kismet gets the second kill as well. Hydra the third, and only Brack trying to stem the tide. But already, New York making a move
CDL
into B.
for the matches,
Lovely opening
and
break.
some Scum in between matches. I think that's W right there.
It's always that B hit that does come in quite early for some of these teams who tend to do a little bit better. And Hydra setting up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Everybody dead. Sublime is now in a perfect position. B already gone. Florida Mutineers yet to really get on the board. Only one of Subliners have died so far.
Oh, that's great counting there, Tan, but
Thanks, mate.
the story is at the moment, Florida Mutineers, nothing on this map so far. The first tick of A is going down as well. Can they send this tide, or is it just look to the next round already? Kismet laying down, have it going for a chow. He gets in there eventually. Hydra gets the trade for him as well. Mutineers, though, looking to regain control of this one, but Hydra's still going. Surely not. Even trying to pre-spray every single angle. He's on his own, but it doesn't matter. Skies flies in. He goes down as well. New York will have to take a breath now and re-attack this from the right angle.
New York have to take a breath. Florida Mutineers get to. Now take a moment to get themselves set up. Trades going on in the mid-map, but look at this wrap immediately coming in from Subliner, spawning over towards the glass side, and that will force them to have a nice easy rotation on the flank. Kismet is going to be the one that's setting up the play here for the side of Subliners. Andrew does get taken down in the mid-map, but Kismet towards the back should be a massive issue for the Mutineers.
He's going to get through first, though, and he finds a player. He's going to win the gunfight. He does. But he needs his teammates to win some gunfights in the rest of the map, Ton. This is now crucial. Kismet knows he's in a good position, and that's why the Mutineers have pushed in the kitchen. But here comes the squeeze. They're going to hit this from every angle if they can, but they need to win the gunfights. Kismet cannot do anything here without support.
Gunfight in the middle of the map is being won by the Subliners. Spawns for Mutineers, though, way out because of Kismet's positioning. Now the move is going to start to be made. The rest of the Subliners now need to keep on moving. Kismet, though, he's going to do it himself. That's 2 for him. One player left towards the kitchen. New York Subliners are sniffing him out, and it's about to ticks about to come in. Florida Mutineers all from the front now.
Again, Skies is the first, and he's just going up and down and looking for the angles everywhere. Havoc going to try and deflect when he pushes, but he gets the first, looks for the second, and he's gunned down. Kismet has made a huge play. The patience to hold at the back, waiting for his teammates. And eventually says, you know what, I'll do it myself. Into the point with a two-piece, breaks open the defense, and the Florida Mutineers were looking to try and regain after that B hit. Just couldn't find anything for the rest of the round.
And the Kismet play, yeah, okay, we can highlight the first 2 kills that he finds when he eventually finds his way into the A site. But what he does is manipulate the spawns there. He pushes into Jewel, Florida Mutineers are then spawning all the way towards Spa. Whereas because of the push that originally come in, still Subliners are spawning relatively close. Nicely done from the side of Subliners to kind of pick their way through the Mutineers. And Kismet was the catalyst for that. Now was the push going to come in from the side of Mutineers. Looking over towards B, Sky's ready and waiting.
He was tempted to get out of there then, but he saw the trophy behind him and, all right, I can wait a second more. I don't have to go anywhere quite yet. And they're looking for as well. Hydra with a huge first pick in the bedroom. You already see Mutineers really want to push this. They know they have a little bit of bedroom control. As Major Maniac finds the second one, but Priest will eventually gun him down. Oh my goodness. Priester cuts down this attack. 2 from Major Maniac, but the better 2 were from Priester in the end. Major Maniac gets a third. And New York are feeling the pressure here of the Florida Mutineers. Let's find out how they are coping with it in the comms.
We're dead. He's on the cube. He's on the cube. On the cube dead. Nice. Michael's here. Long. Oh my God. Michael's here. Yo, couch. They didn't cap this. They didn't cap this. Capping. I think couch. Couch. Watch out. Nice job. Keep it. I'm in right now. Yeah, they're gonna be fast. Take your time. No, connector. Colt's look at me. He went to the point. I'm pushing up. No one there. I'll go to. Fucking stay alive. I'm coming to help you. No, I couldn't, bro. My bad. To me. 2 on A. I'm going B. You're blocking? Yeah, they're spawning kitchen. Yo, Phil. I'm Phil. I got you. I'm going deep left. Are you feeling or not? Yeah, we're feeling. Yes, yo, he's cat room, bro. Cat room, I hit him with an in. Blocking. Miss time dead. I'm one shot. Nice, shit. One more time. I'm with you. Connector. I'm one shot. Get him. I'm weak. Kitchen. Storage. Storage, one shot.
Well, the comms are flowing on New York's side, but not as well as Hydra and Kismet are. Huge scorelines from them, 14-6 from Hydra, 11-4 from Kismet. But will be Mutineers who eventually get A under control. 1 minute 25 left on the clock and 15 lives. Can they make this happen?
Subliners just trying to close the gap as well here themselves. Tighten the net, so to speak. Kismet finds that kill onto Major Maniac. How many highlight plays have we seen from Kismet in and around Jewel? Mutineers now pinned back just a little bit. Hydra getting aggressive as well. And for the Subliners, you kind of got to rely on Havoc here. He's found a little bit of a route out. And they find this kill over towards Skies. And that will open up bedroom for Florida Mutineers. That's the way you want to be pushing.
They're trying to make a move forward as well. Havoc is looking for the players in every single corner. Problem is always going to be here for Florida. Now they have to double back, and they're not really putting pressure on New York. If anything, they're just having a little bit of a treasure hunt. Where are these players? And eventually he's going to find him. Havoc pops a Denny at just the wrong time. And it's not so much pushing towards B, it's just trying to get anywhere near B at the moment. As Skies gets another, Vehicle eventually finds Priest. He might dive out for this one, and he has. It's the chance.
Big chance. Kismet now is the only one here. He could have found that kill. It would have been huge for Vico, but the rest of the Subline is now pushing through mid-map. For Mutineers, if you're going to have a chance, this is it.
What was an opportunity has swiftly disappeared. Vico last alive, and he's still trying to find that fight versus Priest. It's a big kill there for Vico, but down he goes again. And 5 seconds left. Hydra on a 5 spree. Hydra on a 6 spree. His stats already are ridiculous.
Big round from Hydra. And honestly, he's kind of just like, I don't know how I've survived so long. It was a push through from Kitchen on the original attack over towards B. For the side of Florida Mutineers, where it all really started. He was spawning them, forcing them over towards that glass side where the Subliners were already set up. So not only is he helping his team by manipulating that spawn, he's killing everyone who's trying to retake that kitchen side. Any approach over towards that site? Hydra invited it. Laughs around the camp from the New York subliners. They gotta be feeling good. 2-0 to the good here. Hydra is 20 and 6.
Hey, just real quick, everybody who's dropping by the stream,
Well,
I appreciate you.
2 rounds of control.
Stated earlier, I'll have a watch party again tomorrow, and then next weekend. Usually I don't do Sundays just because of work. I'm not home. But yeah, if you guys want to catch that, appreciate it if you hit the sub button. Good looks.
I think already the Mutineers have given it up. Hydra's over there. It turns out they're afraid of water ton.
Yeah, we got a good example of that map number 1 as well. Yep, Hydra shoot gun very well. That is my analysis on this one so far. 21 and 6. We're seeing a couple of streaks go on Control Hotel, aren't we? Hydra's, well, 10 away from breaking the simp record. I wouldn't put it past him.
Wow, that is a tall chance, but we'll find out. Hydra now sitting pretty, looking for this first kill. He's going to get it as well. That's an A streak for him now. Flies out and is going to go towards the back. The rest of the Mutineers are falling like dominoes as New York want to end this right here and right now. There are 2 players left in bedroom. And that's their chance, that's their opportunity. Those players have to stay alive and make the difference. Hydra versus Havoc finds the first. Thank you very much. That's a 9 streak now. He might not even get close to Sim's record because the game is going to end.
I think that might well be the case. Vico behind. He's already found 1, but is this progress just progressing that little bit too fast? Hydra eventually does go down. Good retake from the side of Mutineers, and honestly that is made by Vico, finding the kill, dipping and staying alive, because then all of a sudden it's like, oh god, there's somebody in bedroom, turn around, the rest of Mutineers straight through Spa, onto the point, clear them out. But at a disadvantage now, 23 to 19 is the life difference, but they have a little bit of location over towards the bedroom side. They can just try and stay alive as long as they can, which wasn't very long.
It certainly wasn't. Crack going to try and come through Hydra, dropping it. It's not going to hit anything though, and originally with Priestley getting a second kill, that tick is almost done, and so is its control.
Bro, dominated.
It is a clinic. It is over. It is
That was
done.
crazy.
And the Mutineers again on the respawn. Just nowhere to be found.
It's like that.
Hydra has gone berserk on that. And the Mutineers, it doesn't even look like the same league.
The speed run, that's pricey, if I'm honest with you. I felt like we've been playing Hotel Control for about 5 minutes. It may not have even been that. Hydra takes over. And honestly, like, it's just the way they manipulate the spawns to their advantage every single time. And Florida Mutineers are constantly stuck in between a rock and a hard place. You're not spawning anywhere you want, and when you are spawning,
bro, no doubt. That second game, they just.
Time it's Hydra who drops 24 on your 4.
I mean, bro, look at Hydra, 24 and 8, bro. 19 and 7. Come on.
Hotel Control.
Everybody else on the other team went negative.
Of our stage 1
Bad.
champions. The subline is looking hot heading into map number 4.
Yeah, and hot is the only way to put it, because that was one-sided. Florida had some highlights, but realistically, it was the New York show through and through. And if you're asking yourself what it looks like to be one of the best teams on the game, going up a team that has struggled infamously in respawns this season, well, it's pretty much as we expected.
And I said it was mostly the Hydra show, but the whole of the New York team doing their job. When you've got someone like Priester and Skies who can just lock things down so well, you can then allow players like Kismet, allow players like Hydra to spread their wings, let them off the leash, and they can cause that kind of damage. 3-0, and it doesn't flatter them. Hotel is where we will stay for hard point. I think a lot of people kind of had this down as a 3-1. It's looking that way so far. Florida Mutineers really going to have to step up here in map number 4. But Florida are to get a hard point. Hotel might be it. But it's still a tall order. It's still a tall order.
Yeah, statistically, there is a chance. Florida have played Hotel Hardpoint 6.
He's doing great work also. Shout out to him. Fucking mad love for him. I personally, for me, I would have liked to see you play with.
I'm trying to think. You guys are all.
Let me tell you who you should have played with.
Yeah. You tell me who I should have played with. Go ahead.
What'd you say?
I can't even
I said
fucking think. I'm
Simp.
just getting
Simp?
fucking chirped.
Simp.
I would say Abeezy.
Abe.
Abeezy would make it so damn easy.
I saw a good one. Jerd.
Jerd? Jerd? I've got 3. I've got Slam. I'm going to you. I've got 3.
This one,
That boy, Jared, he played really fast.
So strong.
I mean, there's a lot of great players,
every
man.
single one of the 5
There really are.
maps we have rotational percentage.
Personally, I think
Forest, rank 3 on Hotel, rank 1 on Embassy, rank 5 on Mikado, rank 3 on Hydro. They are constantly there first.
I think we kind of answered.
It's because of guys like Kismet, guys like Hydra.
I think we kind of answered most of them.
Guys, oh my God, you're somebody just dropped a massive one, right? Because you went from, so you're at 9656. The second that you get to 10,000 subs, that's when you do the Shui, yeah? Or is it a train? I'm confused.
I don't know what we're gonna do about the Shui.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom real
How
quick.
about instead of a
Seen
train,
it.
like just a shot?
He's gone up like 800 subs. Yeah, dude. Nah, he's like here in the bottom. You can see literally subscribe after subscribe after subscribe, like insane, bro.
And I still wouldn't be able to do it. I'm not drinking.
Insane. Dude has 50,000 viewers right now, bro. And the CDL actuals, like the Call of Duty actual channel, only has 38. Crazy. Crazy. I mean, good for him though. You know, like.
I don't know.
Like, dude, there's. He's earned it, you know. Good for him.
Oh my God, I can feel my phone blowing up. It's like Zinni heard me somehow.
Let me see. I'll look.
No, you're not looking at my phone. You don't know what I'm getting sent.
I think, unfortunately, for them, it's
What could you possibly in the world get sent to you that you wouldn't want me to see?
The controller was never going to be the case.
You
The
wouldn't
search
get
and
that.
destroy for subliners was. It felt like kind of like.
Yo, where did Riz come from, young people? What's this Riz?
Did
he? What's up?
He did not. He did not, chat. That is actually fucking surprising.
He did text me.
But everything else has looked poor. It's looked below average to say it.
Did he?
No.
Bro, that is actually. I'm mind blown. Why is everyone saying Kai? Is that where the word Riz came from?
Oh, Kai Sanat. Riz.
So Damon actually texted me and he said,
I didn't want to come down there. Well,
Kai Sanat, huh?
Nah, he said,
That's the guy.
Is the man we'll watch because he had such a good game under control.
And yeah, for the side of Florida, yes, it is very much about those rotations. Just try to counteract what New York obviously do so well. I mean, you don't need to actually be alive though for this to happen. It's a clean wipe for the side of Subliners. Major Minute. The next on the chopping block doesn't quite get taken down. It's a good start for Subliners. 20 points already over towards P1. That's quite significant.
Well, this is where it gets a little bit dicey. That P1 obviously can get you some points. Realistically, most of them look, oh my God. I don't understand sometimes how they manage to transfer like that from player to player. But Hydra looking for 2 players. They are going to go and try and challenge him here, and eventually Vico will manage to get him to work together.
And if you are somebody tuning in who is a huge Scump fan, if you're looking for a new breed of SMG player who can maybe not do things quite as well as the King could, it is Pico. Not yet, at least anyway. Hydra is one of those ones who can light up any game, and so far so good. Rotation is here for the side of Florida Mutineers. They've been successful when they have found this rotation, but there's a Hydra inside your rotation. There's 2. The jump up will cancel the third. Major Maniac does well to find 2 himself, but Priester with 2 of his own. Back and forth between these 2 subliners are in.
Eventually, Hydra comes and helps him out here as well. And yeah, that was a huge break from New York. They put the pressure on Florida all the way through.
I was trying to remember. I was like, who's Optic playing? But I think he's playing Surge, right?
No, he hasn't. He
Should be a good game.
As well. Hydra's already hitting this rotation.
Yeah, I think he plays Surge.
Waiting for the Major Maniac as he gets another kill. 7 and 3 for Hydra. And there is not an easy way to stop him.
Priester there on the other side as well will clean out the glass side. Information will come as soon as he's starting to be shot in the back where the push is going to start.
Yeah, for sure. I'm looking for it. That's honestly, that's the reason why I'm even watching today's matches, because of that.
Not a bad setup here from
I think the Thieves play after too.
2 versus 4. But will they know now there's a subliner starting now to
I think their third game.
The map. Big fight about to happen.
This is where the squeeze has to come in. Vico maybe first through the door, and already trades are flying for it, and Vico hasn't really done an awful lot. Just stayed alive and been a problem as Hydra picked up the weak player. Hydra will pick up the second player because of course he will. Why not? Hydra just keeps slaying them as right to the door.
He's sick.
Dives in, guns against him.
Damn, I didn't know that.
Another kill here. Hasn't died in kitchen on a 5-string. Eventually runs out and goes down.
Watch his replacement just like shred it.
Peekaboo and Sky
That'd be crazy.
Oh, moment, Major Maniac will go in and find that final trade.
That's like the people's time to shine, you know? Like if you're trying to get a spot, it's your time to shine, man.
New York again, the first ones here. The Mutineers cannot keep up with them at the moment. Because they're having to fight for so much scrap initially, because they're so far behind, the rotations are getting more difficult, the score will get worse. 11 and 5 from Hydra, Skies 5 and 4, it's just a clinic so far from the subliners. Rotation is there, Vico is behind though.
Capsule, gotcha.
And will cause a problem.
I've seen him play a couple matches.
Knows where Skies is, goes for the shot as well, but Skies wins that gunfight, but it may be just enough.
Definitely not someone that like, I'm like, damn dude, that's a good replacement. Who knows?
Subline is still here. I mean, the 14 and 6 from him. Mutineers now. This is going to be a rotational win. 30 seconds to go. You might want to chalk it up early just to get some points on the board at this stage. When they have found rotations though, on this map specifically, their last matchup,
it says 10 views on the channel. I don't know, but if you guys could drop a like, that helped me out.
5 times for a majority score.
Probably 10 views at some point.
Pretty quickly. Only man here from the side of subliners is Kismet. He's being dealt with. A rotation finally from the Florida Mutineers is going to go their way. You need some good time here.
This is it. This is everything for them. The pressure is mounting. They cannot afford to fall further behind. New York have slowed this down now. Probably looking for a
bro, they're getting smashed here too though. You feel me? Like, man, look at that score.
We trade away, but it will slow down all of New York for it. Major Maniac has to try and come out of the point here. The kills aren't really going his way as Hydra doesn't care. Hydra
That's it, bro. That's game.
Wrested that away from them, and now Vico has to back up in the kitchen.
As said, when we came into this game, subliners in terms of those break percentages that we talk about so often haven't necessarily shone on that. 7th, only 20% of the time they find the breaks. It feels like 100% of the time they find the breaks. And 100% of the time it's Hydra, the first one through the door, but this time around they're not going to hold it. Vico will find 2, Skies will fall. It's an easy break for the side of the Florida Mutineers for 10 seconds. But that's their problem right now. Because of where the scoreline is, they need to break for those 10 seconds. They've got a rotation again. They have to force New York to try and do something. As the subliners will clean up, they want to make that push through kitchen. That's very apparent. The old time that they've now fought over. Are Mutineers ready and waiting for this?
Hydra in a bad position. Major Maniac will pick up an easy kill there at the end. Vic will get a second one and a third.
Where's the spawns?
We'll wipe them out. It's a split. It's a split. They've got 2 kitchen. They've got 2 going to come through the bedroom now. And Vico's going to look for Skies as well. Is he going to be picked up for it as well? No, Vico continuing to put the pressure on. He's now on a 5 streak. Florida Mutineers are putting the hurt onto New York just a little bit. More time here is exactly what they need as Vico's on 6.
And that's all of a sudden a streak in the back pocket, a potential route back into this game. Last couple of hills have been so much better from the side of Mutineers, but you need to start winning your gunnies. 15 seconds to go. This is nearly a full 60 for the side of Florida Mutineers, and this is a kind of full 60 that gets you back into a game. Keep an eye on Havoc as well, as that rotation is going to start coming in. The spawn out for subliners over towards Restaurant might give them an indication that Havoc is here.
Well, I'll have an indication. I have it coming in and making a 2-piece done, and they've managed to get that away. And could this be the comeback? Could this be the chance they need? Florida Mutineers are fighting back from a massive deficit. Eventually will lose P1, but still fight a Major Maniacs here. He's looking for Hydra. Nades flying in both directions. He eventually does go down. It may not be the P1 that decides it, as I think Mutineers not only need to just get enough points off of this one, but make sure they lock in those P2 rotations.
I mean, in all fairness to them, it was 100 points at one stage. They brought that back down to around 50. Skies is going to be the one on this rotation, though. He's already set up inside of lobby. Florida Mutineers are being forced to spawn out. Eventually, New York are able to get some sort of hold on these spawns towards back Jewel, towards the lobby, towards Spa. That's where you want to be locking things down. Priester, the first line of defense, is going to find Vico. Is he going to find Havoc? Of course he is. Priester really turning up here for the squad. Needs to lock this side of the map down.
Trying to stay alive, trying to play his life as much as possible, but his time might be numbered. I say that he finds the first kill. He's going to fly off.
Oh my!
That's a huge count as he continues. Eventually taken down by Havoc, but it took all 4 players for them. Priester really trying to make sure the Mutineers can't mount any sort of a comeback. And now the push has to come in. The Mutineers, it's lethal range for subliners, and all the kill feed is yellow.
The rest of subliners having to do absolutely nothing. Priester nearly found all 4 pushing over towards Jewel. And that really has put a pin in this second hill. Oh, here we go again. Skies, Priester locking it down. The ARs are crispy. As is that scoreliner for your subliners fan. It's going to be about 2:40 before we head over towards P3. The slaying continues. The point scoring continues for the side of subliners. They're showing their pedigree now as Florida Mutineers starting to spawn out just that little bit as well. Attacking towards Kitchen. The subliners are here. They want to end it with a bang.
Well, this is it for the Mutineers. Holding Kitchen or go home with a loss. At the moment, they have control and the spawns. Skies looking for the first one. Major Maniac holds him down. It's a good start.
But if you're Florida, you can't make many mistakes here. The setup starting to come in from subliners. Florida Mutineers, the one caveat you have is that you have Brett coming in around behind them. If you're New York subliners, you need to start moving now.
Oh, not a single kill. Major finds one single trade. And that'll basically be it. The Mutineers have to run and fly, but even then, I don't think they have the time. It's going to be the New York subliners who clean up another clinical respawn from them. And a 3-1 it ends. The Florida Mutineers' troubles on respawns continue. And this team has got to be so exasperated for every bit they are great at S&D. They don't match up to the majority of the rest of the league when it comes to hardpoint and control.
I want to say Search and Destroy wins championships. It doesn't really win you many series, if I'm all honestly. Florida Mutineers, you need to find something because the subliners, look, okay, let's give them the credits as subliners here. That was a monumental performance, specifically on Hotel. Map number 1 got a little bit scary here and there. We haven't seen much from them on Hydro. Maybe there's a good reason for that. Their second rotation hills was so good. But on this map specifically, Priester locking down where he needs to. Hydra's first one through the door, and quite often that guy that's doing those rotational fights for you. You kind of speak about those, what do you want to say, the rootman gets paid kind of stat line that we go with. Hydra does that, and alongside that finds this slaying as well. It makes it so difficult for teams to try and find these breaks, to try and find these rotations, because there's a Hydra there 99% of the time. And that is a dominant scoreline on Hotel. Control 3-0, 250 to 160, and map number 4.
3-1, huh?
We kind of thought this was, was the way that it would
go.
Florida Mutineers, great on Search and Destroy, not that great on anything else.
Yeah, you are right. I mean, realistically, silver lining, it is going to be New York, the #1 team in the CDL right now, against Florida, who are down about 8th and struggling to find consistency in their game modes. But we are going to throw it over to our desk to break down everything we've just seen. Puckett, over to you.
Within 20, damn. Almost a comeback, huh?
To our casters, shout out to the Flank Watch Party. Also, Scump live with a huge watch party and a.
Yeah, Scum got the fattest watch party for sure, no doubt.
But yeah, I'm super psyched, especially because I usually watch these games by myself, either behind the crowd or behind the players or at home alone. So this is way better.
I watch. I don't think this is a lie either. I think that I actually watch and have watched every match that I've been able to. I have watched.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I love watching COD. I don't think I'll ever not love watching Call of Duty at the highest level. Just because, I mean, it's like asking, you know, a professional basketball player.
Somebody in the chat asked whether or not you were going to be competing in Warzone. What do you think?
All right, so I actually got to make a run.
Probably not.
But
not like
all that means is that I'm going to take my cam off. I'm going to leave the stream playing because next match is going to be sick as hell. And hopefully you guys enjoy it. Again, you guys can watch the stream in 2K. Just go to the cogwheel and put it in 1440p.
I mean, I'll definitely don't get me wrong.
Other than that, you guys can hit the like and the sub button. I'd appreciate it. Again, I'll be doing the watch party tomorrow and next weekend. Honestly, anytime that there's going to be a CDL, I'll be hosting a watch party more than likely, except for Sundays, mainly just because I go to work. But shouldn't take too long. I'll come back and catch probably the third match or something. Kind of depends how long it takes out here.
Yeah, I don't know, because like I'm a little, that's one of the things I'm most nervous about being full-time content now is playing like different games and just like seeing the reception, because one of the things like I now have to worry about like how many people are watching and shit like that, you know what I'm saying? So like if Tarky's not doing well, it's
bro, why is Scum even tripping? Like, dude is such an icon and a legend that no matter what game he plays, there's gonna be a shit ton of viewers. He's always gonna have that. Especially like more even now, because like
Oh, from here and there.
Like true true fans know that like, hey, he's no longer on the squad. He's probably not even making as much money, but like, bro, he's gonna have the support. You shouldn't doubt it.
Dude, I'm dead ass like nervous for like what my life looks like. I'm nervous.
You can play Fall Guys and still be hella successful.
Could I?
I got a new trio squad: Destroy, Z Laner, and Scum for Warzone tourneys. There it is.
Tell everybody what's going on in that room over there right now.
I mean, they probably just finished their scrim. Every team scrims like, so the increments of matches. There's 2, 3:30, 5 on a Friday, Sunday, and then obviously there's a 4th match on Saturday. Yeah,
we're just excited to keep playing.
Congratulations on another huge win. Honestly, you guys are looking completely unstoppable. I wanted to ask you, the Hydro, I remember we were talking about it on the desk. We were like,
Yeah, man. Scum's he's actually fighting for that.
Obviously, Florida's best S&D.
Dude's insane. But then again, like it kind of shows that like, you know, like he's still humble, you know, like for him to even think that like, for him to even be worried about the future and if he's gonna have like, if he's gonna be able to continue to like do what he wants to do and not be successful, like, come on, man.
Dude, there's a 7-Eleven across the street. Critical of you over the years. You know, we've seen some tweets and stuff of people giving you your love now on how many championships you've won, how good you've been over the last few years.
Everyone put
with this roster, though, now it seems like you've
about
elevated
10 steps.
It's about 10 steps across the street.
First came into the scene.
That's where I go get my
What's
chapter.
the biggest difference for you on an individual level? Because you've
You
really
haven't
been
shut the fuck up, man.
Yeah, the biggest thing for me
I was
is
gonna
just
say,
realizing when I need to play selfish and not trying to do too much, not trying to help everyone at the same time, just kind of doing my own thing, doing my 25% of the team, and just focusing on just winning my gunfights and just doing what I need to do.
I like that.
You're doing it well, son, and it's showing in the numbers. I have to ask you right now, you're the #1 seed if we're going into Boston tomorrow.
Oh my God.
Is there anyone that you
They're
feel
#1
you might
seed,
match
too?
up closer to? Because this was a great matchup for the Subliners going up against the Mutineers.
Uh-oh. Kismet.
Yeah, I believe we play Atlanta FaZe next, and we played them.
That's a good match. That's a good ass match. Sublimers and FaZe.
Excited to play against them, but I think they're gonna be a tough match for sure.
Atlanta FaZe versus New York. That is a banger.
It is.
Banger. But
That's
yeah,
what, next weekend?
I like what Preston just said there. That's why I kind of cut you
Next
off
weekend.
in a mean way, because like I was trying to listen. But he said that they used this series to play Florida on an El Asilo, which is really, really smart because New York probably knows.
Okay, so we got Optic Surge coming up. Toronto Ultra versus the Thieves. That's a good match too. And then,
like, you know what I'm saying?
let's see.
Get that rep to diversify their
Tomorrow we got some bangers too.
It's a gamble.
Oh, bro, tomorrow we got
It's a gamble. but
Optic
also-
Texas and
Wait, we got a
Ultra.
mini F. Are we back now? We back now? Yo, Chili, thank you for the 5 gift. I appreciate it.
Wait, what happened?
Yo, let's do there's just like a mini F. Let's do a second giveaway.
Hell yeah.
Let's do it.
Second giveaway.
So what are we doing here? Scuff or Oakley's or Razor?
Dude, we
What
have
are
so
doing?
much shit to give away. Like, I don't even know what we're doing next.
Well, there's 53,000 people in here, so let's.
Oh my gosh! Wait, hold on. Hold the phone. Scump goes in.
Oh, this is the best.
This was insane. This might be one of my favorite like land clips.
Oh my god.
And then you got fucking Fat Teej next to me.
Fat
Look at him. Yo, I stand up and Teej is like, whoa,
my God, the thick
whoa, make sure you
Brucey.
defuse.
Bro, that is one of the most
Yeah, that's what he
electrifying.
said. Yeah, he's like,
Oh, look. Yo,
The best to do it's in the tap, man. Let's go.
Tradition that you used to do.
Stop winning.
And then we didn't have trophies sometimes.
Yeah, we didn't have trophies.
Yeah,
You're a
wait.
fucking
The best
asshole.
way no, it's in the tap, man. Thank you, Scum.
You're an
Best way
asshole
to
for
do it.
that.
I don't know why it makes me laugh that Teach said that.
Yeah, he's like,
make sure you defuse.
I was like, I got it, man.
Well, it was a hot moment. You know, something about that moment is that me, Diesel, were watching that moment with Chad Ochocinco in the crowd.
That's hype.
Yeah, we were standing like this and we were watching. We were like, ah!
That's hype.
Yeah, that's so. The picture
Keyword
on my
optic
Instagram
again. We're not gonna
@Hex,
change it.
go
All right,
check
guys.
it out.
Keyword optic. What are we giving away?
Keyword Optic.
Keyword optic giving away a scuff
No, we
controller.
just did Scuff. Let's do Oakley's.
Make sure y'all spell optic right.
Make sure optic spelled right. Look.
Let's do 2 because there's only 2 more matches.
You
so-
know what? The next person's gonna win 2 things.
No.
That's me.
Okay.
What the fuck? Is this my show?
I'm just trying to be generous.
Well,
the chat agrees with me. That's all I'm
we
gonna
want
say.
more winners. We want more winners. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, Optic will pick 2 winners for a pair of Oakleys. Are they not prescribed, right?
I mean, I don't know. That's not complicated. If they'll figure it out. We'll figure it out in the post.
Okay, Oakleys and then a scuff controller, whatever design you want, right? Like they can pick their design, I'm assuming, or is it Optic?
Yeah, it's Optic, dude.
Okay, never mind. It's an Optic controller.
You can pick of the designs of the Optic controller, whichever.
I mean, come on, bro. They're free. How can you complain?
That's right. You want little Wallace on that. That dude gangsta.
All right.
Guys, wait. I gotta show this. So for the longest time, I've had this statue that somebody sent in of Scump, and it looks nothing like Scump. Let me show you.
30 seconds left on coverage rule. Oh, okay. Well.
Hey, low key though. Yeah, low key. I mean.
He's laughing. I don't know if y'all can hear him.
Oh my God, that's so.
I mean, come on.
Are those available?
No.
They're not.
No.
Oh, nice. Why was that one made then?
That's kind of spot on a little bit.
It's cool.
There's no one that looks like that in the CDL. You know what I mean?
To be Scump, Dashy, Shotzi, Illy, Allen, Bubbleheads at the major. Boom.
At our major.
At our major. Not only that, but, and this is all thought out, and I'm super excited because this is my idea. What we're gonna have is there's gonna be a limited amount of Scump bobbleheads that exist. 100 Scump rookie year bobbleheads.
100 of the bobbleheads will extend to a full body and have a golden sack hanging from it.
What an idiot.
Exclusive.
Something like that. I'm gonna be honest. I got a little lightheaded when I got up.
Hey, Tempo. I appreciate the sub, my guy. Good looks. Again, hey, Joseph, I appreciate the sub too, dude. Good looking. I hope you guys are enjoying. Hopefully the channel's pretty good. Hopefully the audio quality and all that's pretty good. I appreciate it, man, for real.
Let's do it.
Pull it up on screen and roll.
Tuck, thank you very much. A subscriber won again. I don't know what the subscriber luck even is.
5-year follower.
It's 2 to 1.
That boy Lloyd.
Subscriber luck is 2 to 1. Tuck, congratulations. Did he win the scuff or the Oakleys?
Oakleys.
The Oakleys.
Oakleys. Yo, Tuck, I see that you're not wearing glasses, so let's hope that you don't need some prescription stuff.
Congratulations, brother, on your Oakley glasses.
Yeah.
And then do you want to just... Actually, I do want to talk about the match coming up a little bit. Like, yeah, I want to talk about that. So we got Optic versus Seattle. I think this is going to be this is probably one of the hardest matches to call this weekend. Obviously, just because Optic is kind of a new team, and Seattle's kind of been struggling. And people are putting a little bit of that on the whole Pred situation, which I think is a little bit overgassed.
Yeah.
I think that at the end of the day, they're professionals, and they're working through that, like, regardless. Like, you know what I'm saying?
What a beast.
Like, they're straight up, they're professionals. It might affect them a little bit, but,
it's
like...
still in the back of someone's mind.
In the back of someone's mind, maybe.
Well, we got a beautiful moment. Hold on.
It's a little bit heavier than I thought, to be honest with you. He's gonna get close enough in Chicago. Just every single day.
Damn, I remember Chicago Huntsman. I actually liked that team, dude. It was sick.
Nah, this was typical.
That was crazy. I don't know if you saw that live, bro, but him winning that solo YOLO was insane. So much hype, bro.
Yo, you got a little bit carried away with
so much hype.
I mean, yeah, I just won 100 racks. Like, of course I'm throwing that shit.
Oh, Money Biscuit, yo.
Hey, I didn't even notice.
Where's that fast in that game, baby? Anyway, what were you saying?
Well, you kind of just derailed my whole...
Yeah, the Warzone match was sick.
Thought.
Good.
You know what I said? Oh, never mind. Never mind. That was a different situation. I 1v4'd right there, not 1v3. This is my plane, by the way. We're down 170 to 50, though. Oh, my God. Damn, Hydra. Damn, Dylan.
I actually liked the Vanguard CDL. It was actually pretty nice.
Fuck, man. Dude,
This year's CDL on this map, this new game, I don't know.
Vanguard year was one of the most disappointing.
I don't really enjoy it as much as I did the other ones.
Not gonna lie.
Why?
Because we were so fucking good, and then the injury stuff started happening.
Put a mustache on. What the fuck?
Mustache on?
This guy.
That's lit though.
Yo, shout out Puckett, man. So glad that he's back.
Christopher fucking Puckett, bro.
Yeah, I mean that guy's one of the goats.
Man, yeah. So Vanguard was when that came out, I was just like, damn, like this sucks, you know. But the CDL part of it, like the rank play, was cool. I mean, I enjoyed it, but didn't really play the game much. And then I did feel like I disliked it more than I would because it integrated the guns to the last Warzone, and that kind of was like that was it for me, you know. But yeah, man, this new Modern Warfare and this new Warzone is definitely not it.
All right, so my man Tuck Yeet won the Oakleys. Congratulations.
Yeah, should we run the other giveaway?
I think we have some time. Do we, Raj? Raj says yes. Don't be mad at him.
Well, you can just roll it again.
Yeah, roll it again. What are we giving away this time?
The scuff controller.
The scuff controller.
Yeah, we have so much stuff to give away. We should try to be doing them as much as possible.
Yeah, man. Let's do it.
We got what, 5 controllers? Oakleys now.
They can get a scum controller too.
A scum controller?
A scum controller, yeah, whatever. Dude, they gotta stop playing that clip though. What'd you say? You can roll it right now.
Dude, look how young you were, bro. You old as hell, man.
30 victories in his career.
And it's stuff that you
I
can all
Justine,
go
shout
back
out
and look at. I
IJ.
think that's something so incredible at today's day and age is that
Man, we say taking L's, chat. It's all good though.
That is one of the craziest parts. Is that everything that happened is like all on the internet. You can watch all that.
All right, guys, I'm about to head out. I'm gonna switch over to the actual CDL, so that's all that's gonna be playing. I won't be able to switch back to like Scum's watch party and Scum's giveaways and all that stuff. But I mean, we're here for a CDL watch party, right?
Can you tell us how to spell it? 'Cause
We got 2 dashies. I'm here for it. Howie, who do you think we need to keep eyes on in this matchup today against the squad that finished second at Raleigh and Seattle Surge?
it has to be Dashi, right? I mean, even in the farewell video, it was I'm stepping down so that you can step up, and that is a lot of pressure to put on.
Yeah, bro, for
somebody,
sure.
putting them
It shouldn't be
in
too
this
long.
position,
Hopefully,
because should you
hopefully
not
traffic isn't
performance,
retarded or
put
anything.
steps
But
back in line, put stuff
I'm actually gonna
bring
leave
them
the
over, you know? So
little
there's a lot
camera
of pressure
playing just
across the
because
board, but I think Dashi's going to be the one that really has to feel it.
Yeah, sure.
I gotta make some kind of presence known. You know what I mean?
Replacing Scump on this team, Dashi.
That's
is
my
a
logo
monster,
plays
though.
on
I
the
expect him to come
TV
in
here.
to pop off, to do well with that AR. We've seen him in 8s, like the man's been going off.
All right, guys, you guys enjoy, and damn, I'll still be watching. I'll probably drop it in my own chat. Ain't gonna lie.
Did we see this coming all along if you're Optic, or was this just happenstance and now you're forced to play with a guy that you almost made an enemy just a week ago?
Yeah, I mean, I think for Optic, I mean, they'll probably come out and have a video explaining exactly how everything went down. But, you know, Scump, he's getting ready to retire anyways. He was running an AR. He knows how good Dashi is, what he brings to a team. So Optic's smart. They have a good management over there. Deciding to bring Dashi back into the team makes the most sense.
And of course, we know Optic, they have been able to invest heavily in their young guns. And I think the new face of the team, he may be going by the name of Shotzi, one of the most talented gamers that we have seen cross multiple titles. He's on Call of Duty, and this guy plays so unique. I think that's why he's garnering such a massive fan base.
Yeah, he's got elusive movement, second to none. He's the best movement in Call of Duty. He's a playmaker. He goes out there, he gets it done, and he's just exciting to watch. Like, he has one of the most fantastic screens that we have in Call of Duty, similar to like Scump early on, right? So it only makes sense that he's the new SMG demon, or, you know, the new king of this Optic roster. I'm looking at Shotzi to step it up though for this team as well. You know, it's big shoes to fill when you're looking at Scump and what he was able to do within his career. Also to be somewhat of a leader for these guys, especially in Search and Destroy. I want to see him making those plays like we saw in that last match versus Boston. That Mercado, he's getting pushed up. He's getting those first bloods. That's what we need to see out of them. They have to be good at Search and Destroy, especially in a series like this.
It's going to be a great series, and I'm told this series is ready right now. Keep in mind, Seattle Surge 1 in 5 when they're playing online. They got to right the ship right now as we send it to the casters, Miles and Chance.
Thank you very much, Puckett. And wow, a first for many of us. First time in 10 years, you called it earlier, mate. A new era of Call of Duty begins today. An exciting one at that. And wow, man, I'm excited to see how this team goes. Chance, we've been talking about it to no end for so long now. And they're going up against a very, very tough opponent. Seattle Surge on the downward trend, but that doesn't make them any less dangerous. Let's find out how this one goes. Many, many people across the internet waiting to see how this one explodes. I cannot wait.
Hey, it's truly too many different threads to even like pull on, just for like the emotional heartstrings of just the like strangeness of not being able to cast over Scump when Optic is playing on the map. So it's going to be an interesting dynamic. Obviously, more interesting dynamics. You got the Zeo trio back together where they won a world championship last time. They were all in the same thing. You get Dashy off the team, back on the team, good vibes, bad vibes. I have no idea, but if I understand anything about competition, winning solves all problems. And at least when Scump left, he did lead this team on a very positive note. They got their initial win against the Boston Breach. That's how they start off this split. So they're in a strong spot, at least initially. And on the flip side for Seattle, 0-2 right now. The team that got second place at Major 1 right now is staring down the barrel of a potential losers bracket start at Major 2. So got one team on a decent note, one team kind of down in the dumps, and this is the series that's going to change either narrative.
Find out how it goes. For those of you just joining us, welcome. What a day it has been. What a weekend it's been for Call of Duty News, and now we get to find out how this new roster looks. Armchair analysts will be going wild, no doubt about it, but here we go. The debut of the brand new Optic Texas roster.
And we get them on Albagger Fortress as well for the hard point. Seattle are absolute demons on this map, and it's because good side, bad side, it does not matter where Seattle shine on this map. It is their breaks. They are the best team in the game at breaking hills by a wide margin. So even if they start in a bad potential spawn trap situation, you know they're going to get out.
So far, Seattle holding on at hard point. Good work there out of Illy. Kills coming his way now. We're going to see a short break and a bit of a flip over. No one off from Seattle Surge able to get to the top left-hand side. P2, that's the aim of the game for now. And Illy looking for 5th in a row. Not going to get it. Max going to be there. A little too hot on the hands. And Hook now getting into the mix, into the kill feed. Nice work. Gets himself a few more. Deddy popped. Optic doing a lovely job keeping map control for now.
And we get to test that theory early on, right? The breaks for Seattle Surge because Optic fully clear and set up and getting the initial kills as well before P2 actually starts. And nice little two-piece right there from Hook. That is a 4 spree for him. And for Seattle, the players that have success are Civ and Pred. So if your SMGs can't keep up, you're going to have a bad time. But Hook so far absolutely delivering. Nice little 5 spree. Optic with some strong time.
Time back in the hands. Looking for the contest now. Seattle Surge making their way forward. Good big kills there once again from Illy, the man in the feed right now for Optic. Holding it down. 2 players there on the point, soaking time. Illy pushing forward. 4 spree for him now. We're talking about players who need to step it up, and he's the man getting it done. Can he take care of Mac as well? It's huge.
Come on.
Kills keep going. Oh, nearly. Maybe gets the tags into Pred. Not enough though, but either way, hard point hands still in Optic's control. Now you're going over towards New and Shotzi. Can he find how many kills out of this? This would be sensational for Optic Texas. Oh,
I mean, more than sensational. This is as good as it gets in Shotzi fries with number 3 as well. You talk about Seattle being good on the breaks, but how good is Optic right now on these rotations? A clinical effort over towards New, but maybe actually a couple scattered spawns coming through, so the work is on Shotzi. He just delivers.
6 in a row. Disgusting work. Optic Texas hold down the hard point. Pace has been set early on here on Fortress. Can Seattle Surge fight their way back into this one? Again, a very difficult hard point to get inside and break. You got to watch out for those spawn flips towards the halfway point, and that's what we're looking for now. Seattle Surge, 3 players through Arch, and Shotzi, it's a perfect read. It's a perfect shot out of Anthony Cuevas Castro. Gets another couple of kills. It's 8 in a row now.
He's going to be the thorn in their side. He has locked himself in a prison because this will be his new home for the next 20 seconds. He is looking to pierce the setup of Seattle, who want to get set up over towards New, but a hiding spot like this, if Shotzi times it perfectly and gets that initial kill for the break, Optic are going to be in an even sweeter position.
A dangerous man to be locked away like that, but for now, look, everyone on Seattle Surge, they know Shotzi's out somewhere. They don't quite know where yet. His teammates finding kills in the feed. Right now, Seattle Surge are in a great spot. They still have to contend with this play. And this will be it in a moment. Sibs in the feed. Eyes up. Oh, good. Wow. There, Seattle Surge, stay alive. This should be a sweet chunk of time, and time they sorely need.
Yeah, that is a big heads-up moment right there for Seattle. Right down massively in the score line. If Shotzi was able to break that, the game, maybe it already has spiraled, but certainly would have gotten way more out of control. But Surge with an opportunity. You got a player like Sib heating up as well. He's going to be on a 5, so you're looking for the bounce back. And that feed, for the first time in a long time, Seattle has at least attempted to dominate. And all of a sudden, Dashy picks up 2. The trades are in, and just like that, Optic break. Maybe only for the final 20 seconds, but that is 20 seconds they'll be happy to collect.
And it was the assault rifle of accuracy, keeping his boys in it for a moment. But now, Silence pinned down. Pred. Big work on the two-piece there, not able to get any more out of it. Over towards the blacksmith we now go. The anvil will be hot, and these players are striking. Optic Texas still leading the kill feed, leading the time. A lot of work now still to be done for Seattle Surge. Hard points up, it's in their hands, trophies are down, and here comes their hit. Hook right through the front door. Cracks open the first set of kills. Pressure now on, and it's good looks out of Seattle. Kill feeds all theirs.
Hey, look at that, by the way. The aggressive setup, they put so much pressure on the P2 left-hand side of the map that Optic are now spawning out, and this is where Seattle could try to set up a spawn trap, but look who's behind enemy lines. It's Shotzzy causing problems, making these players look in different directions, and trying to get you to make sure you can make it out. And funnily enough, Shotzzy actually just spawns out as well, so a lot of work being done by Optic to make sure you don't end up stuck in this trap, and hey, if you can get the time on P5, even better.
Sweet 2B set from Shotzzy Dash as well. I mean, I want to give a lot more love there to Sib. 15 and 10. He has been slaying his heart out since the map begun. Back and forth we go in the kills department here on the hard point. It is nearly finished though. We're looking towards a new one. The bottom side of the map. This is the second set of hard points, as you can see from the scoreline, approximately halfway. Great work out of Optic Texas. Map control once again theirs. Hook's flying solo here though. No one to help him out. Pred's going to punish him for that. And now, hard point, Seattle Surge.
And just keep in mind for the situation we have on the map, again, the left side spawns is where you want. That is where Optic kept control of P2 early on, but it is Shotzzy that put them in this situation. Like, we credit the guy for the movement all the time, but he was the one that stayed alive in the archways when he got gifted his spawn and kept his team on that side of the map. So it's the high IQ plays on top of the movement as well. But at the same time, it's like an 80 or 90 point lead that Seattle Surge has just been chipping away at. And so far, they've strung together a very strong P1.
Looking strong indeed. P1, not an easy hard point to find a lot of time on. Still, this is what you have to see for Surge is that top left-hand side. That's where they're going. That's where Shotzzy is. Trophies are here. How many can he get? The first had. Sweet work. Can Shotzzy stay alive? This is a very important moment right now for Optic Texas for Surge. This is to keep the game in hand. It's a 1v1. It's a big one. And Illy, to save the day, keeps map control in the hands of Optic Texas. That is huge.
And if you have the map control, you better make sure that you get good use out of it, because it might just get chipped away. A couple of those players actually spawn towards the left side, and it's only one player Hoop that spawns out. And I say spawns out. He might just spawn in on the pinch, but for the moment, Optic, you do have to swarm the hill. You don't have a red dot on the mini-map, so you're going to feel that pain, and you feel the pain of the flank as well. You don't have the hill control, but Seattle have fought tooth and nail just to keep this P2 mixy.
P2 mixy indeed. The scoreline still close, but you've got Optic in the lead. A perfect time now, for the first time, to go for a listen-in with Optic Texas.
Might hit close, you might hit close. We gotta hold up. Yo, get them holding. Open on me. Yo, we gotta back up, we gotta back up, we gotta back up. No, he got me open. He's just holding open. He's open. He's in the close right corner.
Yo, watch out maps. Watch out maps. Yo, two going front. Two going up front.
One shot on the gate. One shot on the gate. Save.
I'm going top single.
He ran top close. He ran top close. Or top circle. Top circle.
Are you? Yeah, I'm gonna jump on the truck.
We need to go gate here, guys. Go gate. Come gate.
I don't see him in the back. I don't see him in the back.
He's top stunned. Top stunned.
He's close right. Don't get blind box.
Top right. Top right. Me.
I'm gonna go front.
I need it. Yeah, we go front. Yeah, we go front. One guy's behind me. P1.
When we are.
He's still P1?
I don't see him P1.
Top pot, guys. Top pot in time. Top pot in time. I'm front of the L.
I don't see time.
Nice, good shit. Sit on.
Top pot, one shot.
Yeah, close hill.
Sib was one shot plat.
He went back to the point. The guy's out.
One guy spawned out.
Back railing, watch in front right now.
I'm in front quick.
In it.
I have a trophy.
Where's top pot?
No, holding in front. He's still there.
Just chop him. We can pull 6.
Okay. Play the trap.
Here, try playing smart right here, guys.
Yeah.
Get a row here.
Yeah.
Where's top pot? Top pot dead. Good job. Yeah, one.
Good comms, Johnson. A great call there. The final words we have from Dashi. Hold them in here. We get a full 60 on the next.
They better, because, I mean, Surge has completely turned the tides. They have been on a massive tear. I mean, Optic had like 120 to 20 point lead, and since then, the run Surge have gone on has been utterly ridiculous. You try to trap these players in, but I'm already seeing number one on the minimap, Sib. He's at least gotten towards bottom max. He's going to be working with Mac on the right side, but Shots is there. Doesn't matter. Gets gunned. No trap set up in Seattle, where they're out and about now.
Mac melts him flying in the point. Illy trying to hold it down. Gets 2 out of it. Wow. Pred, though, immediately gets two of his own, and right into the feed. The Thunder from down under locks down the outside. Now the time taking a Surge.
Oh, that is such a dagger moment because now Surge have to do the easy thing. They just gotta hold on. If everybody's flooding through the right side, Pred could be there to chop them all down, but big gunfight win by Illy. At least now you're able to pierce through the back, but you got accuracy on the ground with the Vaznev. Getting kills like that. Surge now about 10 seconds away from winning this game, and frankly, they have the clearance, they have the goods, and they have just strung together one of the best comebacks we have seen on this map. As long as they can get that 250 final tick, and it's not quite yet, but it should be there eventually.
One more second remains, and we truly do enter a new era of Call of Duty, of accuracies flying around with submachine guns. It's raiding cats and dogs, pandemonium in the streets, and now Seattle Surge take the first in the series.
Avi, that is legit, like a 230 point to 15 run or something. That is absolutely bonkers of the comeback Seattle just made. And it's kind of crazy because I think the hill where Seattle started putting things together was on the second set of rotations, the P1. They got a near full 60 on that like first hard point hill. That's usually difficult to stay alive. It's not contest heavy necessarily, but it's just an uncontested hill. Optic wanted those spawns for P2 so badly that they traded away that time, and then Seattle instantly on the break towards P2 just broke it down. I mean, Mac was picking up a big 2-piece as well. And ever since that moment, Seattle truly never looked back. And I mean, we called out a few players for a reason. Sib has like a 1.49 KD or something insane on this map. He delivers once again, leads the lobby in slang, leads the lobby in damage, and that is just Sib doing Sib things. And obviously, Pred and Mac not too far behind.
Yeah, crazy. We gave a little tip to Sib earlier on, but he finished incredibly strong. Strong start from Optic as well when it comes to the hard point here. We saw a very, very electrifying opener, but not enough quite in the tank chance once Seattle Surge got things going. And I would imagine that's to be expected. Again, Optic Texas brand new roster. They haven't had that much practice, of course, with Dashi and Hook in the squad now. So yeah, it's a little bit of this, a little bit of that, but whatever we're looking at, great work from Surge. An important comeback for them after what has been a very dry couple of series.
And honestly, you know, you could talk about so many different moments for Seattle because you had Pred picking up 3 pieces, but how about the awareness to find Shotzi when he put himself in that cage? And like that could have been the moment of the game where Optic could have just extended their lead further, but that's where Seattle at least stopped the bleeding and sort of stabilized just a little bit. And yeah, I mean, just shows the whole different ways around. There's the Pred 3-piece we were looking for early on. I mean, it sort of just is an overwhelming force. I mean, Seattle now 4-1 on this map. Funnily enough, I mentioned the best comeback that we've seen on this one. It's either this map from Seattle or when Atlanta FaZe beat Seattle and made more than a 100-point comeback as well. So the name of the games on Outbacker Fortress Hardpoint is definitely runs. And Seattle goes on a crazy one there to start their series off right.
And see how the rest of the series goes. Embassy Search and Destroy coming up next. El Asilo Control for map number 3 and a Hotel Fortress to close out the series should we have to get past the hump map. Seattle Surge looking to get this done as fast as they possibly can. And exciting again, just many questions. How the hell does this new Optic roster go in Search and Destroy? Expecting this team on paper to look very, very dangerous indeed. Control, again, a very difficult game mode when it comes to coordination. We'll see how these guys fare. Again, relatively low amount of practice as a 4 for now. Of course, Scum, we thank you for everything, big man. We hope you're enjoying that retirement already. I'm sure the watch party is popping. But for now, eyes on the youngsters, eyes on the new boys. Let's see how they do.
And, you know, a low amount of experience in this game in like a high, like, you know, pressure environment, for sure. Not a lot of scrims, but just chemistry that the players on Optic should have should be almost endless. Like the number of S&D tournaments these guys used to run for years back in the day, on top of the fact that, again, the Zeo trio won a world championship together. So, you know, as far as like roster swaps go, they're never fun. It's never easy, especially not when you lose a player like Scump. But as far as natural chem goes, Optic should have that in spades. So it'll be a fun dynamic watching these guys in Search and Destroy, because so far this year, pretty much the only theme for Optic in Search and Destroy has been Illy with the sniper. On maps like Embassy specifically, where that is almost like the entirety of the game plan for Optic, that's where they have their most success. I think Illy, when he's sniping, Optic is winning about 53% of the rounds in Search. When he's not sniping, they're only winning about 38%. So they rely on Illy to snipe, and don't get me wrong, he delivers. I'm thinking for Seattle, my game plan is to just either counter snipe or play around Illy. And if you can manage that, you should have a better time. But I say better time for a team that's on a 5 S&D loss streak. So we'll see what Seattle can do.
See if they can change it. Civ is going to be on the counter snipe for now. He's going to be running the big boomstick. As Optic have taken an aggressive open here, Pred should be able to get a read here. Will he see Shotzzy just beneath him? The barrel of his gun will obscure the view. If that door cracks, and here it comes. At diddly doodly, back and forth we go. A very awkward engagement. The bomb's already been planted, and Hook's got a first blood.
That is a perfect first blood to get as well. If you can get the bomb down and survive, you've already done your job. If you get a kill on top of it, you might have just won your team the round. And you get the snipe off, but Illy's not forced to peek just yet because, I mean, Hook's got bomb, Dashy's got the flank. Optic right now have everything on lock. An absolute stranglehold, and the snipe off won by Illy as well. The cherry on top to end that round. And, I mean, that is a clinical way to kick off your embassy. No reliance needed on the sniper. Everybody doing their job.
Yeah, huge work. Everyone played their part there brilliantly. An aggressive plant. Perfect control on the map. Everybody got their kills. Nice start there from Optic Texas. The rebound. Now, we're going to see what Seattle Surge can do on offense for them. Stunned somewhat by that. Lightning fast opener chance. And again, Snipes certainly played their role. Not as devastatingly aggressive as they have been. But this time, Illy will keep an eye on him with that sniper rifle as well. Civ, I would imagine, looking for the same thing there. He's number 1 on the minimap, and here comes the fight.
Ooh, might be a little dance battle. That window's open, and ooh, I thought it was going to get closed, and there you go. No fear of the sniper, and maybe no fear of death as everybody falling one by one. You get both first bloods, you get the bomb down in the worst spot possible, and you already know a guarantee Mac is going to be that bomb carrier. So Optic, they know exactly what's up, and unfortunately no angle there. So you lose Shotzzy, but you still have the man advantage.
It might be the worst place possible for that bomb to go down as well. And Shotzzy and Hook there was set up to watch over it now. Pred has managed to catch one of those problems out. Deddy popped. Illy has the backline covered, but you're not going to be able to spot this one. Red's made a bit of noise, but not too much. Ah, there's the read from Dashy up top. Good work with attack. All down at accuracy 1v3.
Yeah, again, that natural chemistry. I think Hook was the one that heard Pred cross initially. Gives out the call-outs. Dashy can watch the push. And Dashy can gun you to bed for the final kill as well. Once again, I mean, back-to-back rounds that are absolutely clinical on the side of Optic. Everybody doing their jobs. The comms are perfect. The shots are clean. And that time it might not have been a snipe-off battle between Illy and Civ, but Hook was there to absolutely shred him. Because, of course, Civ's scope going to be looking a little bit too high. Looking for Illy. Hook attacks him from down low. And 2 quick and easy ones there for Optic Texas.
Again, we're seeing the power of the snipe. How dangerous that weapon can be. And Illy, the man on the bottom right-hand side of the screen, effective on that second round to no end. Another look here once again. The SPX in hand for both sides. A lot more noise being made. And this time, oh dear, another for Illy. He has been on form with the rifle this season so far. Seattle Surge, that first blood evaporates.
Yeah, I think he reads the pressure as well, because there might have been a quick chow coming through from down low. But I think right now, especially after you lose Hook, you gotta have someone start to make plays. Shotzzy just gonna get himself traded out, but at least leaves you in a 2v2. Dashy and Illy going against Accuracy and Mac.
The Macuracy duo. They've got a bit of a pinch there. Good job to stop the spree of Dashy. End it immediately. And now, though. Oh, dear. Can you take care of Illy? That's a nice shot. Here comes the pressure. Accuracy's trying to make the moves. Oh, my word. Wait a minute. Deddy now done. They've got no idea exactly where Illy's going to be coming from. He's going to hit all of this. And the fight is on now. 30 seconds remaining on the round. Seattle, surely it's theirs.
Well, he at least can get the bomb for free and maybe pick up a weapon. And when I say free, he actually had to pay a pound of flesh to get there. And he already knows Mac can be up top, but the repositioning, the double chow, and perfection there, at least in the 2 versus 1. Out of Seattle Surge. Nice bounce back round. And I think that was the old, you can fool me once, shame on you, but don't fool me twice. No quick plants coming through. A lot of grenades landed on that pathway to shut down Hook to get that first blood. So not a difficult adjustment to make, but Seattle deliver. And I will see if they make the adjustments on their attacking rounds as well. Maybe just not fly out of a window that Illy just put a sniper bullet through.
Is that the old saying from Tennessee, Chance? You fool me once, shame on you, fool me, can't get fooled again. Classic. Absolute
not
classic.
For, well, not Tennessee, for Texas.
Hey, I'm quoting it verbatim over here, mate. Here we go, another round. Max on a 3. Hook, wow, baby. It's a nice opener from Surge. Ian Hook taking care of it. Sib and Pred putting in the work. Can Dashi catch any consolation kills here? Trail over up. There's nothing. Pred, once again, a blistering round out of Seattle Surge. Disgusting work. Shotzi's going to play this very quietly. He's running a trophy. It might not matter. Whoa! Damn! Sugar! I nearly said it. Can we get that final kill cam?
Was that Sid that got it, or was the guy behind? If that was Sid, that was ridiculous.
Oh! Damn! What a round.
I mean,
That's disgusting.
Hey, Sid the Snake getting it done right there. Also, again, as far as adjustments coming in from Seattle, first round, they played it a little bit slow. Took a long time to make a play. Illy picked them apart with the snipe. Optic was comfortable this time. Just light speed, just flying at players and putting the pressure on. And, I mean, breaking Optic down in that round. So tied up 2-2. I think Optic now might be forced to respond. And they got a trophy out, so you can be more aggressive on the cross. 2 players made it out towards the bomb. And accuracy is the lone man as all of his teammates are flanking.
I mean, look, Hook could throw one shoulder and take care of him. There it is. Great work. First blood once again. Hook has been the man for that. Fred right back at it. Good teamwork, Seattle Surge. A wonderfully balanced round so far.
Oh, yes, Fred a little bit too quick for his own good. And, hey, the coordination was there on the double chow, but that only turns Dashi into the double kill man. And that might just seal the deal. As you can see, Sib, yep, in a triangle, in a pinch, and nice little bounce back round. Quick adjustments by both teams. Hook out there making plays on an island, and Dashi responsible for the flank. Absolutely delivers. I think Shotzi flanking towards the end as Hook died off bomb. But hey, either way, everybody right now contributing. I'm liking what I'm seeing, honestly, out of both teams.
Yeah, honestly. Again, coming into this one, what, a 4 search and destroy losing spree for Seattle Surge? I think it was chance. Important bounce back here, and a tough team to do it against in the mode. You're already seeing that existing chemistry, Shotzi, Hook, and Illy. Optic with a 1-round lead so far. It's 1st to 6 here in Search and Destroy.
Dashi playing aggressive towards the middle of the map. Pred playing aggressive down low, though, again, wins that first blood against Took, and you've already got the control. He's enforced back. Illy does hit that snipe, by the way. We switched off at a tough time, but he's trying to keep things balanced. The 2 bailout players right now, Shotzi working himself on the flank, but keep in mind accuracies up top in the clutch spot situation.
Oh, the stick. Illy makes it a 2v2. 25 seconds. You have to set yourself up for the defuse. Now they're on top of it. Anyone there to check it? Here for Seattle Surge. Illy's got eyes on. Over Illy now. Does land the shot on accuracy. That could be it. Mac, he gets 1. Can't get the second kill. Illy's there to save it. What a beautiful bit of work from Illy. The kills are all there. Plenty of time to spare on the defuse as well. That was a 2v3 situation for Optic Texas.
And an interesting view as well. I mean, Illy plays it perfectly. Knows one player's down low. That's why he has the Vaznev out and is just shoulder peeking, because he's waiting for the Chow to come through those lower doorways. But at a certain point, whoever it was, I guess Shotzi that hops the bomb just makes the call. Look over me. You got to protect. Illy then pulls out the sniper to check the windows, because you know accuracy is going to show up. Nobody's there. He'll chow out the left side. Illy drops him. Knows where the first guy is going to be coming from. And I mean, that is an absurd clutch right there for Millie and Shotzi. And again, Illy straight up the bailout with the sniper rifle for Optic Texas.
4 in a row right now.
Oh, okay, that is an unfortunate trophy.
What an opener. Fred's going to make this round so much more comfortable right now for Seattle Surge. Can Illy disrupt that? And the peak on this, the timing might not be there. Mac might be the man to get it done. And he's got the bomb recovered. There's Mac once again. So good work. This is it, surely. A perfect round from Seattle Surge. A magnificent nade from Pred Sib. Is that snipe to take care of Dashi? Good shots out of Bruce, but surely a 4v1, it should be impossible.
I think Illy needed to shoot his own trophy there and just shame it for doing absolutely nothing for his teammates, because you watch 2 players explode and die to a grenade as that trophy's just sitting a couple inches like by his side. Maybe unfortunately placed or maybe perfectly placed nades on the front end enough so the trophies don't actually hit, but
here it is.
Either way, that is the breakdown of the strat. So close yet so far.
Incredible. What a throw. Little bit of COD magic, baby. Pred's got it. Seattle Surge, an important round to get themselves back into this. Only 1 separating them right now. Can they find the equalizer here, Seattle Surge?
Well, no aggression over towards the B side. You see Optic have actually stacked that. 3 players were able to pounce if that B plane was ever able to come through. Instead, you have Shotzi effectively by his lonesome, maybe dealing with quite a few of these Seattle players. And tough angles for everybody.
Yeah, an ankle was definitely spiked there. Oh, Shotzi. It's an exchange of gunfire. He's going for it. As the hit point advantage there over Mac. Doesn't let him get the regen, pressures him immediately. Good work. Hook's finding kills now as well. Here comes the aggression again from Shotzi. Toe-to-toe with accuracy wins a big fight. Now Pred in the 1v2. It's a fast round. It's not over yet. Pred wins a huge fight. A 1v1. Hook's coming around the corner. Didn't get spotted. He didn't. Hook wins it. The spree comes to a close. Map point, Optic Texas.
God, that was so close to being dead silence magic coming out of Pred. He popped it, made the play. Every one of his teammates falls, but he collects every single trade on the map. Nice little snake for the third one. And I think just unfortunate. Pred, I'm pretty sure, didn't spot Hook when he flew across the Xbox. I think his teammates had to call it out for him. But if Pred sees that first, Pred might win that and get the ace and sort of even up the odds. But again, a game of inches is Call of Duty, and Optic now have a much bigger lead, 5-3. Get that trophy out further. Thank you. And now go for the bomb plant.
It worked that time. Here comes the snipes from Illy. Can he get any more this round? It has been a sensational search and destroy from him. Pred, though, on the site. There's the kills up close and personal with Avaznev. Finds one. Mac with a nade. Shotzi, though, keeping the play alive. Here goes Shotzi. Another massive kill. It's a 2v1. All down to Shotzi.
He is flying too. Accuracy, though. I don't know if you read it. I don't know if you get the timing or if you get the gunny. 25 seconds left. He knows he's got to fly out and check this bomb, and you got to check it because Civ is on it. It's going to be close. It's Shotzi quick enough. You can see the diamond, but you didn't defuse. Civ locks it down.
No,
and keeps it there.
He defused it.
Yeah, we're fine. We got it. Unfortunate reload. Unfortunate
We're still alive. It's Seattle Surge. They bought themselves another round. That would have been something else, man. Out of shots. I think did he see him through the wall? He caught him.
Yeah,
the diamond.
If they're defusing the bomb, you see the diamond through the wall, but then Shotzi had to double cancel the reload basically, so it screwed up the timing. But he would have got that, being able to see through walls, if not for that.
Crazy. Nades up once again. Sniper's there as well. Can Optic Texas steal the round fast? That's the goal right now. You will see the bomb get planted now from Seattle Surge. Hoop timing. Sweet as ever. No one covering it. A big blunder from Surge.
At least you get the trade. You get Illy off the map. You're feeling a lot more comfortable no matter what. So 3 versus 3. Boom, stick down. And Civ maybe now has the opportunity to sort of take his time, play for picks. And if you're playing for picks, that's a good way to start. 14 kills, by the way, for Pred. Talk about the main reason Seattle's had success.
Oh, my. Luke, though, forward he drives the spear right now. The nuke making his way into the back lines here of Seattle Surge. They might be able to get the bomb down. Pred's got to get that done quickly. Accuracy none the wiser. Smoked it. Hook may have done it now. It's a 2v1.
And Hook is absolutely locked into this 2 versus 1 as well. And Pred is going to get spotted. Dash is going to see him through the truck. And that information is enough. Optic Texas get it done on Embassy. And everybody turning into a playmaker for Optic in that game. Illy with the snipes, you already know. Him and Shotzi clutching the 2v3s. Shotzi running rampages when he's by himself. And, I mean, Hook in that final round, Hook in the first round, absolutely making plays. And I think Dashy able to collect a couple 2 pieces as well in a few different rounds. Optic get the bounce back they needed in the S&D. And I would say the S&D woes continue from Seattle, but I think ultimately they played the map very well. I mean, you see how they were playing around Illy with the snipe, where they're having Mac dance on the AC units or the server units up top and baiting out snipe shots so Civ can try to connect. So I think the game plan and the idea was there for Seattle. They just got beat.
They got beat. A couple of mistakes here or there for them. Not watching that Mac plant in the final moments. So we'll add that to the stat pile. But a lovely bounce back there from Optic Texas after what was a struggle on Fortress Hardpoint, which they were up 132 to 48 when that comeback started. LSC low control, that'll be the next map we will deal with now, coming up after this quick commercial break. But so far, a spicy series indeed. Chance tons of fun being had here on the Call of Duty League, and I can't wait to see what else happens. First and foremost, so ladies and gents, it is time for a commercial break. When we come back, LSC low control.
boys. They go for another start. Raiden is going to get a kill there. Scum picks up two. They're coming around the back. Scumpy with a 3, and he shuts down Splice in one foul move.
He's trying to get
Cerberus is out.
He's trying to. He hasn't managed to.
Wow, wow, wow. It just shows how well, if you communicate and pinch together. Look at this scoreline. You know, more than anything, I think Splice.
Scumpy has just blown them out of the water. He's 24 and 8. Hits the flank, hits the 3, stays alive in the hills, keeps going.
That's not even funny.
How is he
doing it? He's cheating. He has to be cheating. It's 26 and 9 out of Scum. A minute and a half on the hill. And this is why people call him the best player on the planet. What a performance so far.
Doesn't make any sense right now what Scumpy's doing in this game.
They're gonna go. Just rotate, guys. Just rotate. Keep it up. Keep it up. All right. Good job. Nice. If you can get that time, that's huge. Shit, boy.
Scum and Optic Gaming, Hastro. It is mathematically impossible for Envy to move on. Optic Gaming will be advancing to our winners bracket semi-final. And now the question is, how many kills did Scum put up this game? He's got 33 seconds to rack up a few more, and he's not looking away from the screen. Yelling at his opponents, getting his team pumped up. What a game from him so far. Just a matter of time till it's all over. Envy doing their best, Groupie on an 8-kill spree at the end, but it's just too little too late.
Oh my God, and Scumpy's just adding more to the, he's just adding more on the total. It's gonna be dirty. It's gotta be at least a 40 bomb. 45 and 22. Scumpy went off that game, and he's so hyped. And there you go, the Optic fans are loving it.
Is he just trying to back him up, make it on the Blazes, Spring 6.
The curse has been broken. The dynasty has been cemented. They are the greatest roster in Call of Duty history. Optic Gaming are officially the Call of Duty World League champions.
I'm not crying. I'm not crying. You're crying. Let's get back into the series. We've got ourselves a CeeLo control just around the corner here. Chance Optic Texas. What a bounce back there in the search and destroy.
And this is the part of the series now where it's the biggest question mark for me. I think like the hard points, there's clear-cut good maps for both teams. Albagra, very much in favor of Seattle. They get the job done there. You get the hard point on Hotel. That is very much an Optic Texas favored map. Admittedly, new roster, so we never really know. But even for the S&D, Seattle now on a 6-map loss streak. So I think that's a bit of the expectation. Control, absolutely not a clue. And obviously for this squad of 4, it'll be our first look on it. I mean, right now the record technically for Optic Texas is 0-2 on LSCLO, but that is also your say it ain't so map. So is it really? And then on the flip side, 0-1 or 1-0, excuse me, for Seattle, but they've only played it once. So definitely an AR heavy map. Definitely a lot of long lines of sight, and definitely a map of like those moments where you can really jump on that B zone and try to get those stacks in. So that's what you're looking for. Keep an eye out for any of those 3 or 4 man wipes by an attacking team. That's where the business really gets started on LSCLO.
We are expecting stack heavy gameplay out of both teams coming up on this control. 2 zones, 30 lives to throw at it in each of these rounds. Dashy so far Not a bad look at the 0.83. Things to turn around in the respawns. Of course, that first time around, Fortress was a tough one for Optic Texas. Search and Destroy right back at it, though. In control, let's see how he fares. We can add to those stat lines so far. Interesting series ahead of us, Chance. I know a lot of the armchair critics. There's tons of watch parties taking place, and I'm sure everyone's got an opinion on how this roster will go down. Let's find out for ourselves here on Control.
And Dashy will be an interesting player to watch on this map as well, because sort of like thematically, like Illy would almost be the Sib counter, especially we saw that on a Bagger Fortress and playing a little bit faster. The two slowest players in the league in terms of like distance traveled over time, it is Dashy and accuracy. Right at the bottom of the speed chart and at the top, you know, Pred's getting beat to your body, just straight up opens things up with a 3-piece. That is a very comfortable way to start off your defensive round.
Sweet work on the defense for Seattle Surge. Now Hook is running amok on the inside of the back lines. If he can catch these players out, cause a little bit of damage, he might be able to get onto that B zone a little bit more comfortably. That's where Optic are right now. Starting to capture the zone very slowly but surely. Hook's spree continues. Good work now. Able to get right back on the point, stop the clock, and keep this going.
Yeah, not a perfect stack, though. It's only Dashy by himself, but it wins a one-on-one gunfight between him and Sib, and now Shotzi, the reinforcements are there. Optic are going to be trickling in this flood to try to get to this B zone, but I think at this point, they're just looking for that second tick before they get too far ahead of themselves. A lot of nades coming through, a lot of damage being done, a lot of attacks slowing this push down, and Duke's doing what he can. They got the second tick. They're keeping the pressure on, and eventually Seattle are able to clear house, get an extra couple of kills, and make sure there's nothing too electric coming through, but already decent stuff coming out of Optic.
And they're non-stop on the B. You're having to keep Seattle Surge on the edge of their seats this entire time. We have not let up the gas whatsoever. Almost halfway through to finishing the last segment. A big win for Millie. A big one for Millie. No more to be had there as the boys are going to back on up. Now some space to play towards A for Optic Texas. Good work out of them. Surge, though, still holding down his field side. Still locking down the defense. Over to A. Now we go.
Yeah, you see very concerned about the field side as well, playing things a little bit slow on that end, and now Mac forced to just fly into a pinch, and not easy to defend this, but reinforcements are here. Talk about a big gunfight win by Hook in that moment. That could have been a defensive round Seattle could have collected. But now, right now, Optic desperate to try to add the extra time to the clock. They need this A zone.
For that second segment as well. Great timing from accuracy there on the contest. Here comes the fight. Who's going to peek the corner? Nice nade. They know exactly there. The second segment is gone now. So both of these zones, they are on thin ice. 34 seconds remaining on this one. Hook is going to keep the capture alive. Great work here on offense. Optic Texas still making it work out. The round is not over just yet. And oh my goodness, you've cut the middle of the map wide open. You might be able to go towards B as well. And here we go. An additional minute on the clock.
And Hook's making big plays as well. Incredibly patient on the point. Now he gets to fly a little bit more and making tough gunfight wins as well. Pred simply can't find them. Haste that there's no red dots, and Hook is now beaming from range with the Vaznev. The front man for the team. Illy's picking up extras, and now you stop the clock again on this point, and the third tick's already halfway through.
Hook's been the man on LSilo so far. The ticks are almost done. The segments, the stack is there. It is over. The first round complete. Optic Texas take their time and their chances capture both zones.
And Hook has been in elite form. I mean, his stats after the Boston series were absolutely bonkers for the first time playing with Optic. And even in this round alone, making plays, like the incredible patience that he has when he's standing on the A zone, even when it's contested, doesn't overcommit, has the faith in his teammates to execute on the gunfights. And as soon as he gets the freedom to start making moves on the map, starts gunning people down. And I mean, he had to have had a life where he was live for a minute straight in that moment to go on the 4 spree. I mean, Hook absolutely putting on in that first round.
Disgusting work from him. Seattle Surge now on offense. Let's see how they go. A and B zone, just over a minute to work with, and plenty of lives, but they're starting to get bled out slowly but surely by the guns of Optic Texas. Here we go. Pred does not let the kill get away from him. Looking for presence here in mid-map. His teammates backing him up as well. Take control of this middle building. You got the pick of A or B. Looks like Pred's trying to cut the reinforcements out once again, going toe-to-toe with Hook.
Yeah, everybody on Optic Go sees him. He's been spotted on every single one of these crosses. A player saw him up top. Shotzi saw him going in both directions, but at the same time, he has drawn a lot of pressure on the top/field side of the map. I mean, it's really only Illy even attempting to defend this A zone, but I mean, to his credit, Illy is getting kills. So Pred is finally repositioned to get back in the mix, and it has been a very slow effort right now for Seattle as Optic, they've been holding it down.
Big tag frags. Lamar gets him second. Can he go up against Dashy now? Low HP. Here comes the nade. Forcing these players out of position. Still keeping it going here on the A zone is Seattle Surge. Big stack now. 2 players looking for the third on the way in. That's going to be a massive amount of progress. Less than 30 seconds remaining on the round. Got to hold this down. Lamar can't win it against Shotzi. That's a big win. The contest is there. It's almost complete. Max got to go big, and he does. Stays alive for a moment. Can he win any more fights? That would be huge for Surge.
I mean, good luck with that one. No, he just gets jumped on, and now I think for Seattle, it's a bit scattered, right? You got a couple players down by A, a couple players maybe leaning towards B, and if you're forced to flood on the B zone with 20 seconds left and you don't even have time to get trophies out, this is looking like Optic in a very strong spot, potentially to go up 2 rounds to none. You still have to win the gunfights, and Illy instantly delivers. Shotzi out here gunning players as well, and now just 15 left on the clock. You need heroics coming out of players on Seattle, but hey, Sib's trying to deliver.
Here's your hero. He's in the zone. He's capturing it now. The second segment, well, first segment gone. Big work. Now you got 1 down either side. You're still trailing Optic. Of course, you have to capture both these zones if you want defense around 5. We'll see how it goes. Crossfire there from Optic takes care of Sib. An open zone for now over towards A, but it's Hook, the man of the moment, finally brought down Shotzi. Here comes the late reinforcements. Accuracy wins it. You're keeping the capture going. 8.4 seconds on the clock, though. You have to stay alive. It's done. The clock is ticking once again. Anyone able to get on B? Yes, they are. We're spinning plates right now for Surge. It's soon to be done. Can they capture A?
They should be able to get the swarm. Yeah, Optic is going to end up chalking that one up, but keep in mind what Optic does have is a massive life advantage. 15-8. Seattle, you bought yourself the extra time. You need to slow the pace down. I mean, play it a little bit closer to a round of S&D, because again, you need a clean wipe. Accuracy there with a nice start. But there's not a lot of map control that Seattle have at all.
No, but again, in control, you get 3 kills. You're able to stack 2 to 3 players there on the point. You are going to capture that bad boy incredibly quickly. 35 seconds remaining here on the round. There's remaining 6 lives for Seattle Surge. They are bleeding out. It's down to 5.
They're just getting picked apart and chopped along the way, right? I mean, you had Shotzi posted up in a nice little corner for the protection. You get your TAC 56s, nice and aggressive, and Illy is a player that has options. Seattle trying to work around to the flank, but Shotzi's been posted up in this corner for such a long time. Dashy's responsible for the flank, and your final 3 lives of Seattle looking to do the impossible. But again, how are you going to get past a man like this? Shotzi should be able to just collect these easy kills and solidify the round. Optic 2-0 right now on LSCLO.
Seattle Surge just unable to break that last hold they had there. Great work again just to capture one of those zones. They now fully trail by 2 segments in the race towards defense round 5 if we have to get there. But for now, good looks out of Optic Texas. You win an offensive round, you win a defensive round. We have seen it a lot of times, though, in control. Reverse sweeps do happen. Once you get that win in yourselves, once the momentum kicks in, it is very, very possible for a team to just run away with a map. Seattle Surge, the comeback starts now.
And obviously we know the comebacks are possible, because I think what we saw in the initial Albagar Fortress hardpoint was a guy like Illy absolutely balling out. Well, he's doing the exact same thing here, but if they can turn it around once, they could try again, but that is not the start that they wanted to have. That is instead Optic just punching him in the face. I mean, Optic won the round of attack when Pred opened things up with a 3-piece. Now you've adjusted your break, and Optic in a much better spot now.
Hyper aggressive in the first few rounds. They were so all over Seattle Surge. They smothered them into obliteration, and now they're doing it again. It's a force brief for Dashy. Get that trophy out of my face. He's capping A alone.
And, I mean, look, you got pressure all over the map as well, because it might be a very slow A capture, but Hook in prime position to be annoying, get an extra couple sneaky kills. Illy's going to be calling out these players off spawn, and I mean, Seattle, they are being funneled into theoretically easy gunfights. Dashy knows where he has to look, wins the first, and at least the trades come through for the next. Hook's still the man alive behind enemy lines, and honestly, the B zone is open. This is the more difficult one to get, and this is where Optic now have the pressure.
2-man stack again. It's Shotzi nearly getting the cap done. Hook's looking to slow down the reinforcements, and slowing down he will. Can he get the kill? That'd have been huge. Big win from Mac. 3 kills now for Surge. It's 3 down for Optic. Last man alive on the point. Backed on up. This is a great opportunity for Surge. Push the front line forward. Take care of Hook and see if he can win out that next 50 seconds.
This honestly could have been a moment where things just spiraled out of control and would have been dire for Seattle, but now they put themselves in a good spot, and look at how the map is just turned on its head. Now you get Pred behind enemy lines doing what he loves to do best, and Optic right now has 3 arrows just to deal with him, and he has bought his team so much time. Where now accuracy can be worried about the right side of the map. Matt can just play kill collection. And now you're stuck in your spawn. 22 seconds left to go. You gotta fly towards A.
Incredible stuff. Pred buys you 20 seconds. Mac essentially buys you 20 more. And Accuracy's looking to get the next 15 seconds here if you can win this fight. Pred in the prime position now to pounce. There's Dashi. Smokes him. Next man up shouldn't be a problem. Great work, Seattle Surge. A couple of stellar individual plays. And the team has certainly sprung to life. It's 2-1 here in control.
And that is, in effect, a pretty big shutdown round as well. Only a tick comes through on both zones, so 2 combined. Not a lot of success. And again, if you're just paying attention to the minimap, I mean, especially when Hook is behind enemy lines, his teammates get the free run over towards that B zone. That's a minimap that looks like, oh, Optic are going to win this round, and literally just perfect gunfights. I think it was Sid that was able to pick up a big 2-piece as well. But everyone on Seattle executes. They get the map control, and I mean, a few players for Seattle, you know, the stats don't always look the best when you're playing from behind like Pred, but as soon as you get him in position, that's where Surge start to dominate and ended up taking over that round.
Again, I'm talking about momentum. Let's see if it keeps going. Shotzzy just out of the line of sight there, perfectly obscured there by the balcony. Sim's got no idea he's so close. What a spot to be in. Take note, Mosh Pit and future ranked players. Top side of LSC now safe and sound. Sib looking to catch these players out. Again, tension. As we slowly start the caption, Shotzzy. That is so annoying. Wow,
You know,
what a pain in the ass.
You do not need to see him to kill him. Shotzzy knows all. I mean, he's showing off that he can see through walls on the embassy, S&D as well, so might as well do it on the control. But looking for some sort of map control right now is Seattle. You touch the point for a second, you just get picked apart. The B zone has been partially left open, but Optic in position to be able to look at either zone that they need. A nice little spread on the map, and dear God, what a gunfight win by Mac.
As a flying double lariat right there, just put Shotzzy on his back, broke him in half. Still the time ticking. You got 25 seconds. You got to get going. Seattle Accuracy is way out.
Oh no!
Way out. He is far and away. 2-piece for him. His boys are on B, slowly getting this one done. 2-man stack. Accuracy is living for it here. We're talking about the slowest player in terms of space traveled in the league.
God.
He's done a ton here from the top of this hill. The king of the mountain right now, Accuracy. Does anyone have what it takes to rip those pixels? He's just keeps farming them, holding it down. This is the top of Mount Accuracy, and he is its king.
He has just dragged these players so far away. I think Shotzzy eventually got bored and just doubled back, because if you're Optic, you have to go to this A zone. Like, Accuracy is causing problems, yes, but you got to make sure you keep the pressure up. And Accuracy legit playing with MW2 spawn traps from back in the day, to the point where now he's rocking the Vast Net. Finally he dies, and finally Optic able to make it out to defend the A zone. I'm very surprised Seattle weren't able to convert that a little bit quicker, but they still have the pressure on.
He ran out of ammo. That was his great downfall, man. Somebody feed him. Incredible stuff. That spot has let his boys get into this one. Illy now trying to catch out somebody from the top side there of the map. There it is. Max going to be the first to go. That press straight back into this one. Illy again eats him alive. Good work out of Illy. Hook there the third. Defensively, they hold. An Accuracy pin. Trap brought down. 4 dead Seattle.
Yeah, and Illy looking to collect some of his flowers right now, because in terms of slang, he has been just on a different level coming into this split. And you got Pred trading out kills on Hook, but still that map control goes. Dashy's the man behind enemy lines. A nice swarm on the bottom of the map. I mean, Optic for the moment have all their bases covered, including Illy up top. Flanks on lock. And Hook can see this coming from a mile away.
Oh, but he can't finish it. And they might get the job done. It doesn't. Accuracy somehow.
Okay.
10 seconds remaining. Illy once again from atop the tower. He is the man to deal with right now. 8.8 seconds. You've got 1 player now 2 on the point, slowly capturing it. Seattle Surge, this is it to stay alive in the map. You've got to go absolutely wild. Here comes a hit from Optic. Trades in the kill feed. Accuracy versus Hook now on the close left. Hook wins a big one. Can't get the both though. Dashi! Oh my God! Lamar stays alive. The contest. The 1v1. The kills are done. And it should be over. 5 seconds now. Fly, Pred, fly. Anyone able to get in there? No, he went the wrong way. What are we seeing? Pred's in. Shotzzy gets it. Madness. Absolute madness on LSCLO control.
And madness in a way that who knows who the hell was gonna win that round at any given moment. Seattle have you in a spawn trap. Optic breakout. Optic have this set up around the zone. Seattle find a way. I mean, we're watching accuracy. Not only spawn trap lock it down, but getting drop shots with the Vaznev as well. But not good enough towards the end. Optic hold on in a nail biter of an El Cielo control right there, at least for that final round. But again, Illy is the guy in my mind that has stepped his game up tenfold, especially when it comes to the slang. 24 and 14 right there. He has been pure class, start of this split, leading in a major too. So Illy's a man that has risen to the occasion, obviously playing out of the Toronto Ultra facilities, I do believe. So credit to a few different teams involved, but 2-1 lead right now for Optic, playing incredibly well, even with the brand new roster.
Big old family here in the CDL. Everybody helps out everybody. Unless it's in game, in which case we're absolutely going to rip you. But there we go. Highlights across the board here, friends. What a spree from Hook. We saw some nice kill pieces there from Pred. But from Hook, man, I mean, talk about very, very strong positional play. Same from Shotzzy here when it comes to defending this B zone. This is a horror house. Like, it's pure evil. There's so many boxes, so many positions you can hide behind, and those players abusing and using those to the greatest of effect. Good stuff there from Optic Texas, clutching up in an incredibly tense round.
And even just to talk about the round that Optic lost, I think if Hook actually wins one of those awkward gunfights against Mac where you're like snaking off by like a grill that's on that back patio, I think Optic ended up just getting the 3-0 there. But even where they fall, they bounce back. Just an awkward situation of like, you're sending in reinforcements to kill accuracy up the hill, and he's just like picking you apart. Honestly, kind of miraculous that Optic held on to that one at all, because again, it's just one of those times you look at the minimap and you're just convinced that one team is going to have the edge, but you never know what's going to happen in Call of Duty, and I think Seattle are not prepared for what happened to them there. As Optic clutch up on the defense, deliver themselves the extra round, and more good news for Optic Texas. As far as the hard points go, 4-0 record on Hotel Hardpoint. That's where we're going next. That has been their bread and butter. So I think if you're an Optic fan, you are very happy about the way the series has developed, at least after that how Bagger finished.
Crazy. I had this at 3-2 in the old pick'ems. How are the pick'ems looking, chat? Hope you're all doing great so far in today's matches. Very interested to see how this one goes down. But yeah, another hard point now to go. And again, for Optic, a good thing indeed. Let's see what happens. I'm still kind of peeved. In my mind, we should still be in a CeeLo control right now. That was an absolute banger. I wanted to see that final round. But hey, you don't always get what you want, do you, chat? But now we're almost ready to get into the hard point charts. High-level thoughts again. Optic seem to be looking very strong indeed. Seattle Surge, is this the comeback? Can they get it done?
They can get it done, but again, it will be very difficult for them. I think Hotel, for both of these teams, they find most of their success on P2 and P3. I think Optic are one of the very best teams in the game on this map. On just rotations in general when it comes to Hotel, but what has become almost like a theme for these guys is they always like to win their rotation towards P2, and they're so efficient at just getting a player out into kitchen. Even last time we saw him play against Boston, I think Scump like maybe 2 times around, literally sitting in a corner in kitchen with 30 seconds left on the old hill just to try to set his team up for the rotation. But it's a similar sort of vibe for Seattle, where it's P2 and P3 where they had their most success. But I just think Optic thus far, again, 4-0 record. They're a little bit stronger on the holds. They're quite a bit better on the rotations. You see second compared to fifth. And obviously, if you have Seattle, who are second overall in the actual holds that they get, very important to beat them to the punch. But again, P2 and P3, those will be the money makers for both of these teams. That, in my mind, will be the likely difference maker of if either team just makes the mistake. Like, if you could just make sure that whoever gets P2 doesn't chain it, then you can have like a shootout on the rest of the hard points. But both of these teams capable, Optic especially, at connecting those 2 hills. And again, if you go on like a 100-point run, you can bounce back on a Bagger, but on Hotel, it could be devastating.
Good luck, have fun to both our teams as now we get into hardpoint map number 4 here of this series. Towards the middle of the map we go. Shotzzy first man in. Once the smoke clears, let that Vaznev sing, baby. There we go. First verse complete. Second verse still in progress.
wait for the chorus of the next two hills as well, but this is not an easy one to collect any sort of time on for either team for the moment. And you already see players like Illy just going towards the bottom of the map, meeting up with Sib just for like these rotational gunfights. So there's important stuff happening everywhere, but Sib takes him down on that one. And you talk about the rotational game. Right now, Seattle with the advantage, but with 15 seconds left on the actual hill, one, this could be decent time for Optic to get, and two, plenty of time to work yourself towards new. And unfortunately for Optic, Sib is just picking them apart on the back end.
He's just on the outside of the hotel, ripping heads. Illy's going to try to catch him out. Pred's got the coverage there. Great teamwork. Seattle Surge back over to Pred now. 1v1 against Hook. Cleans him up. That large lobby, that large, archwayed area is now entirely Seattle Surges. You've got a bit of a hit now from Shotzzy. Sib on the read, makes it a 5 spree. Anyone else wants to step up and have a go right now? The hand is hot indeed. Dashy got his back. Illy smoked as well. Nice bit of help there from Matt. Can't give it all to Sib, but he's on a 6. Here comes number 7. Smokes him as well. 8-1 from Sib.
I mean, look, we saw what Sib could do on the embassy when he's getting shot in the back and wins gunfight with snipers. Now you put him in a situation where he just has to L-trigger and look forward. The easiest thing in the world. That is why they are so strong on holds. And again, we talked about sort of the theme, getting a player into the kitchen. Fortunately for Pred, he is trapped. But if he can get one, that's good. If he can get more, that's even better. But he does get traded out quickly, and Sib's going to fall as well. So no funny business there. Optic locked down the rotation. Nothing too crazy. But again, that is the theme for these rotations. Someone like that trying to make the hero play. But Optic take care of business. While they got full 60 effectively on P2, they're looking to do the same over towards new.
Good clearance there. Optic Texas pushing these players back now. Pred right back in the kitchen. He's going to fly. Once again with the hops. Can he get the second kill? Nail, he does.
Oh
Massive work, man. He fries them. 9-3. The break is sweet. Seattle Surge. There's 35 seconds to be had here. And here's another strong looking hold.
I mean, he's just different. He makes it look so easy. There's no like cracking the door, throwing a stun, taking your time. He kicks that bad boy in and just pops pieces before you have a chance to like react. Like, Pred is just too fast of a player. And again, I mean, that's it right there. That's like the name of the game. P2 and P3. Pred's the guy that just made the play. Sib is the one that set them up long term. And those two right now with Mac back behind them, I mean, this is just an astronomical lead you have on Hotel where, I mean, maybe I'll eat my words, but I said it before. This is not a fun map to have to make a comeback on.
That's all right. It's currently brewing. Chance. We'll see if that stew comes to play. Both teams still battling for control here. Sib's on a 6 spree. 14-2. I mean, what is this stat line? There's kill number 7 in a row. Sib's still in control. He's got another kill. Shotzzy finally puts him down, but man alive. 10-4 for Pred. 16-3 from Sib. Seattle Surge, they are here on vacay, and they're enjoying themselves in Hotel.
I mean, one of the rare times we actually Sib fall in this map, Illy taking him down, but so far Sib is just making himself a highlight reel, and even when he falls, somebody like Mac is there to pick up the pieces and keep you stuck in the absolute blender. Accuracy belly down, able to fry, and Optic, they can find nothing on the map. I mean, nothing.
Not a kill for what feels like an eternity. Can Shotzzy finally pop this open? Max got him. Accuracy. When was the last time someone on Optic got a kill? Where? I don't know. It was an hour ago. Here comes Shotzzy. There it is. Gets at least one, but Max on a spree. Straight into the point. Dashy joins him because once you pop, you just can't stop. Into the point again. This could be a break. We're on for a fight now. The Seattle Surge have got a little bit of climbing to get back into this, but man, Optic, what a dry spell. Surge have completely drowned them out.
Yeah, and I don't know if this is a spawn from Accuracy or if he's been slow working this flank. I guess he does get dealt with it. Okay, Optic able to clean house. I was going to say, Seattle are actually set up perfectly for a pinch in that moment. Instead, they get the clean forward down. You hunt down Pred, and you keep that top side of the map under control. So Shotzzy right now effectively the lone man getting set up towards new, but I mean, he can play corners and be annoying all day. Shotzzy gets to roam. His teammates are just trying to get set up around this new point, and honestly, I mean, Optic making the perfect play to try to make sure you keep this hard point on lock.
We'll see if Optic can mount the comeback. In the meantime, let's go for a quick listening now on the other side of the board with the captain of the cruise missile, Seattle Surge.
He's back one wall. Hold on, guys. I can pinch run. I can at least two in the back one wall. Taking the open. At least taking the open. Yeah, she's kill him.
Illy's in the back, one shot. Time, one shot. On the left corner, one behind me, kitchen.
Dante, look to your right.
Tyler's in the back, yo. He's in the hot corner of time.
I'm flanking back. One shot square, long wall. Kyler, right side. Nice.
Time, backside, time, dead.
Nice.
Front bed, absolutely. In the corner. One more top out.
Left corner, one shot. That's it.
Nice.
Get that 20, that's good time.
Get that shit, that's big 20.
I'm trying P1. One just went long.
Okay, I just spawned bed.
One kitchen on me.
Top, balcony. Nice.
Start kitchen.
I spawned pond.
Okay, I'm holding the right.
I go two. They're spawning kitchen, I'm in pond.
back.
Yeah,
Spawning
kitchen. I'm in
behind
pond.
I'm playing the kitchen spawners. Behind me, kitchen dead. Brad.
They're all kitchen.
Brad, weak dashy last. He's out.
Nice. I'll wrap the
One shot, con. Two. One out deep. He's gonna be big arch. I'm gonna go big arch.
Con.
Strong comms, a little bit of desperation from either side there as Optic not willing to let a single second go. Into the next set of hard points, we have it chance. Seattle still with the lead.
Hey, I mean, 50 seconds left on P1, but you already have Pred, eyeing the spawns over towards P2. But for the moment, with the gunfight win by Shotzi against Pred, Optic at least on the right side of the map. And that is where the game started to spiral when Seattle just completely took over. And it's the same route for Sib. I mean, he is going deep on the bottom side of this map. So you see the game plan. And I think for Optic, if you're losing the right side, you're just looking to collect that hill time. Down by about 85 seconds for the moment. Set up to potentially get these final 20, but Seattle are not making this easy, especially as even accuracy flanks are coming through. I mean, Optic are just like getting put in a trap when they're trying to make this break.
An accuracy flank, I believe, is one of the many signs of the apocalypse. So strap in, ladies and gents. It's happening! 24 and 9 out of Sib, though. He's been the man of the map. It's not over yet. Another lobby's up. Oh, it's a trade. 2 apiece now as both teams still vying for control. Hard point, though, in the hands of Seattle Surge. 1 second at a time. They're going to get this one done. Can Optic get the break here, or will we see that game 5? Illy now making his way forward. The kills are there. Lamar back into the feed as accuracy has been a stunner here on Hotel. And massive shots out of Pred. Not able to finish at a range with the Vaznev into the hard point. We still go. And oh, baby, it's nearly over now for Surge.
Optic had the good spawn for a moment. They get picked apart, they break through, but then they just get wiped off the map, and now you're back to spawning on the left side and forced to funnel in towards the hill. And this is just such a devastating spot to be in. You want to fly it old, you want to rotate, you want to do 20 different things, and you are just getting slaughtered along the way. The nade might take a player down, but even for the scrap time, Seattle are going to be, 2 seconds away from winning the game. They're just going to need 1 single break on any of the next 6 hills, and Seattle are going to force the game 5.
Dashi can't watch 2 places at the same time, and he gets caught, unfortunately. Max there. Hard points up. Kitchen's here. Can Shotzi hold the line? Wind-up punch now from Seattle Surge. Sib has been so good at this one. Pred has been even better at the breaks, now flying forward. Timing good from Shotzi. Kills are there. Holding down the point. Optic is still in this.
Good luck with that. I mean, look who's coming through on the flank again. The apocalypse is nigh. Accuracy is in the back trying to get set up. But if his teammates don't win the gunfights on the front, it's not like you really open up the door for that pressure and you buy the time to hunt these players down. So, look, a long way to go for the comeback to actually happen. But so far, it is a good start.
Ooh, a good crossfire. Is the contest. This is big. Optic on the outside. The kitchens away. The kills are there. That should be it. It should be done. It's over. It's game 5. Here we go. Seattle Surge, don't let it get away from them. A brilliant lead garnered from the mid-game play, and there we go. A late closeout. Optic Texas, a little bit of work needs to be done there on Hotel Hardpoint, but for now, we see their search and destroy one more time. Can Seattle complete the series here?
I tell you though, the stats I want to see for this map are like the KDs of all the players on P2, and we're look at Sibs because on P2 he took over, and then on P3 how well Pred just did, because those 2 players on those 2 key hills in like those crucial moments completely lock things down and set your team up, right? Sib initially, I mean, 32 and 12, absolutely tippable. Leads the lobby in slang as well because he beat out Pred by 3, tippable even further. But the dude goes on like an 8 spree on the first P2 hill. And though even the fact that Optic won the rotation over towards Kitchen, well, now it's Pred's turn to shine, and he just kicks open the door, breaks through the hill basically by himself. And I mean, those 2 players just taking turns in the big moments to make the big plays. And I mean, that is why you're responsible for, I mean, 2 pretty dominant hard point wins. The first Hotel Hardpoint loss for Optic on the year, and I think that is very much a map where they truly felt the pain of not having Scump.
Hey, last time we saw him play on Hotel, it was Control against Boston. Scump was frying there, and hey, It's a little different thus far in a hard point. But now we have a quick commercial break before we get to this next matchup. Game 5, Optic Texas versus Seattle Surge. Let's find out who brought the ice today after this.
I'm here with Optic Gaming, back-to-back gold medalists. King Scumpy, I got a couple questions for you. Some individual, some team. Let's start with the team stuff. Karma, Crim6, get bronze a year ago. Formal wasn't here. How good does it feel to bring these guys a gold medal?
Well, I told Karma and Crim, you know, I had to carry them a little bit because I beat them last year, so I was a little bit mean to them. But no, everybody played so well. I'm so proud of the team. Everyone just did their role, and I'm so happy to win with them again.
It's amazing stuff. And then individually, man, where do we start? A year ago, you take gold. Season 1 MVP, Season 2 MVP, countless victories in between. Is this the best Call of Duty of your life?
Oh, yeah. This is the best team that I've ever had the pleasure of playing for sure.
Where is your cap? Is there a cap for this team? Are you just going to win forever?
That's the plan, hopefully.
All right, you hear it here. That is the plan from Optic Gaming. They have looked so strong. Back-to-back
Unbelievable first blood. Now the 3 remaining members of Optic have to now contend with the full might of FaZe. But Shotzi! What was that angle? The bomb doesn't get planted. Scumpy flies in. Shotzi on the outside. Abizi the last one up. And it's Dashi. In front of a sold-out crowd. On their home ground. The writing was on the green wall from the start. It feels a little bit like destiny.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. Seattle Surge, Optic Texas, Game 5. What else did you expect, COD fans? It had to go down to the wire. The debut of the brand new Optic Texas roster, and Seattle Surge on the downtrend. Tough scenes for them in Search and Destroy. Can they turn it around here in a magical Game 5 moment to win a very strong and I think very upsetting series for many? My pick'ems, though, would be singing, baby. Let's get it. Let's find out, Chance, what happens now in this Game 5.
It will be interesting because I think narratively, obviously, the hot takes are going to be utterly ridiculous for both of these teams. But I'd say more thematically, this is an incredibly important map for Seattle. Like, I think if you're Optic on the team, I know the fans will go crazy no matter what direction this one goes. But if you lose your first game as a brand new roster, you'll be like, hey, we had a lot of success against a team that just got second. We have to make improvements. Like, that's all fine. If Seattle go from placing second at the major to the point where if they lose this, they would lose 7 S&Ds in a row, completely falling off. They would be 0-3 so far throughout stage 2 and almost certainly staring down the barrel of a loser's bracket start at the major. So this is an incredibly important moment for Seattle to get the win, to get some success in Search and Destroy at all. So these guys definitely need to turn up.
Well, Optic fans do love a new direction, but for us, the direction we're heading is Boston, baby! Major 2, the tournament is just around the corner. It's what we're all playing for right now. Scan that QR code for more information. February 2nd to the 5th at the MGM Music Hall at Fenway, baby. We're going to be bringing the Call of Duty League to Boston. We're going to have a ton of fun. Hope to see you there, pals. In the meantime, though, Game 5. Let's get this one done. Let's get it rolling. Let's find out who wins these points.
And I think Civ is absolutely the player to watch, right? Because, again, snipers, no smokes. You know they're going to be present. Illy specifically has probably been the second most impactful sniper of this year. Loves to do it on every map. Albagara, no exception. Starting off with the opening salvo. A couple shots get rung through, but no kills collected just yet. Seattle, though, they're being a little bit aggressive over towards P1.
Yeah, aggression is the name of the game thus far on Fortress. Peek at your own your own concern there, mate. Fred, no, something's up. Just a minute to play with shots. He's still holding this angle. Here comes Pred. So sneaky, so quiet.
I mean, that's right on the line. You have to be able to see him, right? You have to be able to see him.
Maybe he can't. This is bizarre.
I don't think he can. There we go.
Finally, shots his first blood now. You're going to see the go button be hit. Optic in towards the A bomb site. They go. Should be able to plant this bad boy real quick. Max up, max down. Good work out. Dashi gets himself on the board as well. 4v2. 4v1. All on a Civ.
Yeah, that was a super awkward time to start to exercise in the middle of the map. So Dashi will take the freebie, and Civ will absolutely be by himself. No way you're going to clutch this one before. Don't even need to sell this story. Civ just looking for any errant kills you might be able to collect if Optic overcommit. But I don't know, sort of just an interesting first blood duel, right? With Shotzi literally aiming exactly at the player, and eventually Pred crawls a little bit too far, but patient play for the first round. Obviously, if you don't have any trophies, you don't have any dead silence, it's not easy to make a play. But Optic take their time and they get the job done.
Oof. One down. 5 to go for Optic Texas. We swap sides now. Let's see how things fare on the other side of the board for Seattle Surge. They'll be their turn to attack now here on Fortress.
Obviously working with a bit more options than Optic had, at least in the round one. You see trophies out and about, so you try to make moves, but again, Illy loves to snipe on Fortress. Specifically, they win 53% of the rounds when he's sniping, and the shot doesn't connect just yet, but only 38 when he doesn't, and the snipe ends up being the bait and hook there for the protection service. Illy right now, Mr. President, and he's got all the help he needs.
Shotzi tags. Oh, man. Oh, Mac. There's a steal. Locks it down. Not to be found, though. Optic Texas, another good round.
Again, 53% round win percentage on this map when Illy's sniping, in the 30s when he isn't. And even if he's not hitting the snipes, you see it's just like a bait. You're forced to play around it in some capacity. And when you try to fly out and chow the sniper, Hook again covering over his teammate, and make sure you get the second kill as well. But obviously, the first bloods are a huge deal as well. Optic so far, 2 for 2.
Waiting to see those snipes hit here on Fortress. Not as impactful as Embassy, of course, but we do love snipes here in the Call of Duty League. It's very fun. Bomb now in the hands of Illy, making his way over towards the A-bomb site again. You're going to see the typical setup now from the other side. Seattle Surge, that perfect line right down the middle of the map. Who's going to get first blood? Whoa, it was nearly Dashi. Well played, Fred.
Yeah, look at this line, by the way, that Seattle has, right? I don't think Fred's ever going to flank through P1. Dashi's got this on lock. It is all about, once you have some sort of information about players crossing to A, 3 players on Seattle ready to pounce, and number 1 and number 3, Civ and Mac are staring at this door, but Shotzi somehow can at least get one before he falls. Make this a 3v3.
License to be able to turn around very, very quickly, nearly gets out with his life. That would have been the ideal scenario there, but with the bomb planted here in this 3v3, a lot of damage exchanged. Dashy, the flank still remains safe. Now toe-to-toe with Mac, walks right in a hook, eats him alive. Pred, can he get it? He can. Turns it into a 1v2. Dead Silence still popping. He's got time to work with this. Can he find the kill zone? 1v1 against Hook. Here comes the battle. And Hook wins it. 2 huge kills on the round. Optic Texas, another in the bag.
And that is a perfectly executed round as well. You do get a little bit lucky that Shotzi somehow with his reaction time is able to get at least a kill, because again, 2 players were ready for the trades, but the big thing after that is Dashy over towards P1. He spotted Pred jumping into those tops map windows, and if you can keep Pred under control, if you can stay on top of the intel game and don't let any sort of funny business happen with the Dead Silence plays, you're good to go. So Dashy might not have won the gunfight, but at least got the information to set his teammates up. So again, well orchestrated from Optic, and maybe a well orchestrated B hit. They're trying to make the play. Accuracy and Mac, they get the first 2 bloods, and look at this over towards P1, but the trades come through, a 2 versus 2, and the map is partially flipped on its head.
It's very unfortunate. It was a trophy kill. 2v2 though. Hook's on that force breeze still, man, trying to keep this going. He's right in behind. Oh, shots are there. We're going towards the B-bomb site, and you might be able to double back and go towards A, because Optic, are they going to fly forward onto this one? Are they going to have guns up at the ready? We are going to see that bomb get planted. Accuracy, you've got a very important job ahead of you. That stun's going to land. Slow down Shotzi at the very least. Mac. Bomb squad keeps him alive. Here comes Shotzi, though. He somehow catches an ankle out. 2v1. Big wins if you can get him. No, it's over. It's going to be 4-0. The 2v2 is done. Zio, bring the ice.
That is kind of an unreal clutch as well, because those are sort of strange situations, and I watched a stun land in Shotzi's face, so Accuracy had to have called out like he's at that big archway door, and then somehow whoever planted the bomb, I don't know if it was a foot sticking out or they just caught on the cross, but if you knew where Shotzi was, that is the player you don't want to feed the kill to, but it doesn't matter. Shotzi gets it done, and I mean, that is a pretty tough round, because Seattle tried to make a play. They were trying to be creative, doing something a little bit different, and they got the first 2 kills of the round, and I know a trophy helped them out a little bit, but a technical 2v4 clutch right there from Optic. That is a dagger in your side.
Ooh. 4-0 here on Fortress in the game 5. Seattle Surge, they've come to play, but they have not quite brought the goods. Far from over. That's what the Hook fans want as well. 5-0 for him, yet to drop a life. A true stalemate here across Fortress Chance. We are waiting for an opening kill.
And keep in mind, Pred has already made it up top map, so you have to be worried about this man constantly. Dead Silence not in yet, though, so it's a bit of a belly crawl for the moment, but it's Dashy I think the player might look for. Or maybe forced to just get these trades, but you give away position and you get traded yourself. Macdo finds an extra to make this a 2 versus 2. That bomb not planted yet, and Hook, he goes flying. That's his first death, and Illy 0-1 with the snipe, gets the bomb down for free. What can he do?
If he can do this 1v2, this would be something. He's armed up. Vaznev and a sniper rifle to play with. Nothing to throw. No Dead Silence. The trophy's still a ways away. Here we go. 30 seconds on this one. We have played around the bomb site. Mac is on it. Might be able to jump on this straight away. Here comes the peak. There's the tags. He has to leave it. Mac doubles back onto the bomb. He's still going for the defuse. This could be massive. Illy, is he going to read it? Wait a minute. The damage is dealt. The round is done. Oh my word. I tell you what, Chance, if he pulled the snipe, that might have been a different round.
I'm not going to be the one to say it, but I was thinking the exact same thing. But I trust Illy infinitely more in these situations than I trust either one of us. But it looked like a prime opportunity to try to shoot that little pixel. But I mean, hey, a good attempt nonetheless. Certainly does a good deal of damage. But I think Accurate was soaking up a pretty good chunk of that. But Seattle finally able to get on the board. They clutch up in the 2 versus 1, and now they got to look for their first attacking round win, and Shotzi's got the angle. He's got the first tags, and he's got the stun, and he gets the kill just like that. A perfectly executed first blood.
Sid looking to get back into it. A lot of gunfire rattling out towards those archways. If you can get an angle on it. Oh, if he holds this, there's a Shotzi. Buys a little bit of time just to shoot him down there, keep him off that ledge, doesn't let him get into the top side. Seattle still holding this setup. There There is a sneaky conga line of crouch walking players making their way through cannons right now.
It's just so stressful as well because Optic aren't making any mistakes, man. They're keeping everything on lock. They got the intel to at least find out where the trophies are, but number 8, Illy, he's made it to the back. He's got some freebies right in front of him, and Mac might trade it, but he's got Optic Texas swarming and hunting him down. Optic and Search and Destroy, at least on this map, absolutely picking Seattle apart.
And Seattle, they have not found it. They've not found the special source on Albagra Fortress. Optic is one more round away from walking away with a Game 5 victory here. Of what a brilliant start for this new roster here in the CDL. Seattle Surge may be on the downward trend chance, but it has to be said they're still a dangerous roster. Anything can happen, but it's one more for Optic, and we're done.
It has to be said indeed. And already the first blood and the second in the follow-through. At least you get the trades, but all you did right there for Seattle was dodge a highlight reel. Hook's got the dead silence, flying out to make a play. You know, accuracy's in the back, and I was going to say, accuracy is isolated, but he wins the gunfight against Dashy. And just like that, aggression on aggression, Seattle might have just made the play.
Seattle might have made the play. Have they? Yep, they've got idea of where the bomb is down. They've got all angles covered. You can't hear Hook, though. Well, now you can. Daddy's finished. Bangs the door. Accuracy knows where he is. Sib's going to hold the side as well. You've definitely got Hook pinned in here. He's got a lot of time, though. He could make a bit of a wrap, but we'll see what happens. 45 on the clock.
Well, that bomb is down on spawn. Sib is staring right over it, and both of these players have TAC 56s, and they're going to be on head glitches. So if Hook wins this round, I'll do something crazy, but that is the perfect start. Now, accuracy still knows where this bomb is, but Hook is locked in.
We'll hold you to it, Chance. Stuns him. Semtex out. Bomb recovered. Damage dealt. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. It's not over yet. Seattle Surge. The Iceman himself. Unwavering nerve.
Oh, my God.
But the nuke cannot be underestimated in any situation whatsoever. Accuracy keeps it going for Seattle.
I mean, it's just one of those unpredictable gunfights. As soon as I see Hook hit a snake, I'm like, I don't know. Like, a headshot multiplier come through as well. Vaznev TAC 56 almost doesn't matter, but accuracy gets the job done. I mean, he had to pick up 3 in that round just to deliver, because keep in mind, they nearly got put on the highlight reel. And maybe we get to see if Pred can be as quick as Shotzi.
Dashy's got that door covered. Illy's completely safe for now. Timing has got to be everything. Love the door pop. Love this. If Illy backs up anymore, he's in trouble. Oh, no! He doesn't die. Pred manages to deal so much damage, he loses a Semtex as well. You've got players on the bomb site now. And Seattle Surge ever so close. Shots, he springs gets a massive kill. He's still ticking. He's still slithering. Finally taken care of. 1v3. Accuracy. Can you get it done on your lonesome to stay alive in the series? And the answer is most likely no. Here come Optic. Here come the Hungry Sharks. And that is the Game 5 victory. Optic Texas. An absolute bloodbath in Search and Destroy. A clinic in the opening hardpoint and a devastating run of the control. It's a dawn of a new era here in the CDL, and it is off to a good start.
And you have to be happy with that if you're an Optic fan, no matter what. I'm sure you were clenched after the comeback that happened on Fortress Map 1, but for a brand new team, I'm sure there's a lot to be learned in Hardpoint without question. But I mean, the S&D right there, that looked nearly flawless. I mean, everybody's out here making plays. We talk so much about Illy with the snipe. He was the least impactful player on the map by a mile, where everybody else on Optic literally just taking turns, making the big plays, putting yourselves in just incredibly annoying positions on the map. And I mean, Optic there looking fantastic. Solid stuff on the Asilo control as well. I mean, Illy's been ramping things up in the slaying category. And I mean, that again, Seattle, they were top 2 at your Major 1. They got 2nd place, and since then, they have certainly felt their fall from grace. Now 7 S&D losses in a row. And obviously, that's going to be incredibly costly. Another Game 5 loss there for Seattle. I think 1-4 in the Game 5s as well. And for those guys, an 0-3 start
It's not guaranteed because maybe tiebreakers, but almost certainly going to end up in the losers bracket, come to the new major. So Seattle in a very tough spot. And I think as far as the record goes, perfect.
Mwah! What a start. Great stuff from them indeed for Seattle. Back to the drawing board once again. Now, though, to a big old drawing board for us. It's the wonderful folks on the desk. Share with us. Impart your insight, pals. What a series it was.
Thanks, Miles and Chance. Great series here. If you're an Optic fan, it goes the 5 games you wanted to see. For Seattle Surge, a heartbreaking finish. And you can tell how frustrated the players were. Mac rage quits. You see Sib, camera down. Accuracy, camera down. This team was looking so clean in hard points, but their searches were abysmal in this series.
Yeah, I mean, it's super frustrating as a player, like when you're losing search and destroys like that, particularly when you're losing that Game 5 Fortress, a map that you've played so many times now that you can't seem to win. I wish I could sit here and just be like, they're doing X wrong, but it's multiple things throughout that. We saw Dash get through on just way too easy on a flank early on in that game. We're seeing Pred get blooded. Before, he was at least getting bloods on Fortress. This time, he was getting picked apart because there's so much VOD out there. The players know what you're going to be trying to do. I'd like to see them like swarm that bomb site when they're on defense early on, like try to make plays happen together as a unit. A lot of things to be worked on over there. I mean, that first search and destroy, there were some good opportunities, I'll be honest. Okay. Round 6, it just blew up, but that last one, man, it's painful to watch on the side of Seattle.
Allie, during the hard points, you were making some airplane noises. I don't know if those were meows. Something was going on, though. And you went to our editing team and you're like, get me that clip. What did you see? What do you want the fans to relive?
Well, so I wanted to relive that map 1. Of course, Seattle couldn't close out the series, but it was the game-winning moment for them. They were down so much. I mean, this was an over 100-point comeback, and it was this Fountain Hill. They did not have rotation. Optic were the players here early, and it was actually Hook that was going to be the opening kill that was at top maps, waiting for the first player to push in through gate side, and it was Sib with the TAC 56 in hand that just guns him out of it. This is almost a full 60 for the Seattle Surge and puts them in line to win this map 1. But unfortunately for Seattle Surge, I'm just looking at that Game 5 Fortress and I'm like, why are we here again? Why are we in this situation again? I feel like me, myself, and the fans of Seattle Surge and the community want to know why we keep going into map 5 Game 5 Fortresses.
Well,
maybe
it doesn't matter.
Picks and bans, maybe. As
There's no
Chance
way,
said,
like,
7
what
losses
is
in a
worse?
row. It's more than just that map,
it doesn't
right?
matter.
Looking at the big picture, though, Optic coming in here with just, what, 3 days notice? Scumper tires on Monday. So you have Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. You get blown out in the hard points, but you clutch up in games 2 and 5. Is this a new dangerous squad to look out for in Search and Destroy specifically, Anthony?
Yeah, you know, I was excited about this Optic team even with their last iteration of the roster in Search and Destroy. What we seen in that last match, they look great. And bringing Dashy back into the team, like Dashy is an unreal Search and Destroy player. And this is a great round, you know. In this one, we see Seattle, they get the first 2 kills. Pred gets through orange, and then they get bombed down in a great situation. But Illy and Shotzi, like, they just make the plays here. Illy goes, Shotzi hopped the bomb. He hops it. He trusts him. The anticipation's there. They find the guy, wrap around through hedges. They know the other one's got an SMG, probably going to be an orange or flanking around, and they wait for him to come through and challenge. So just big rounds. I think that's the round that sort of blew them up in that game, where Optic's like, okay, we're running away with this one.
Yeah, I do want to give a shout out on the Seattle side to Pred and Sib. If you looked at their game 4, 60 kills, 48 of those go untraded. The skill is there. They can run it back on land, but as the caster said, it's looking like they may have a lower bracket start. For a team that could start in the upper bracket, and a man who could be on the main stage bright and early in Boston, we got Bruce back in action. Dashy, welcome to the show. I was so worried when you got brought out of the lineup. We went over your numbers and we said, how does this happen? You're back on, and the team looks like they're frying, specifically in Search. What was this week like for you, and what did today's win mean to you specifically?
Yeah, it's definitely been a crazy week in my life for sure, but it's good to be back. I love competing, so just grind with the team every day. We're just trying to get better, and I'm glad we could pull with the W this series.
Were you worried about Seattle at all coming in? Did you have a specific player you were looking to shut down? What was the team's talk coming into this matchup?
We didn't really have a specific person to shut down, but we just played our game, just trusted it. I mean, we only have like a couple of days of reps, so not much, just kind of playing to our own like flow and rhythm, so glad it paid off.
Yeah, and congratulations with only having a couple of reps and getting arguably a pretty big win. Even though Seattle is really bad this stage, they still play second at the major. And when it comes to you guys in Hardpoint, obviously it wasn't the gameplay you probably would have hoped for. But again, is that just the team chemistry that's going to be gelling on later on for you guys?
I'll take some blame for that. I mean, my HP is a little rusty right now, but I'm glad that my teammates are disgusting and absolutely carried me in the map 3 so we could Neslo. So Shout out to my teammates.
Brandon, man, it's been a crazy couple of weeks, man. You know, you're off the team, now you're back on the team. Seth retired. What was it like when you got that call, bro? And they're like, we want you back on the team. Like, how'd it feel? And what are you gonna bring to the squad now that you weren't bringing before?
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely crazy when I heard the news for the first time that Seth was retiring. It's kind of, I don't know, you have so many emotions. Obviously, like, I feel for Seth because, I mean, I played with him for, 4 years?
Yeah.
But I'm obviously also excited to compete again because I don't know, it's like a little bit of, it's like a bittersweet, but I'm just glad that I got the opportunity again, and I'm just hoping to make the most of it.
Dashy, amazing stuff. It's so great to have you back on the show. For any of your fans that have been supporting you along the way, what do you want to say to them and the rest of the Green Wall?
Love you guys. Appreciate the support. And we're grinding every day. We're trying to get better for you guys. So hopefully you pull through.
All right, man. Well, go hop on Scump's watch party. I want to see you there sitting next to him on the couch. Over 75K watch it during this match. That is Dashy. Welcome back to the CDL, bro.
Appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
All right, that is Dashy. He is done for the night, but we have another match to go. We want to remind you, you can be supporting these teams and their players. Get your gear right now. Shop.callofdutyleague.com. And it's not just the gear you can wear out and about. You can also get it in-game. Allie, what are you rocking? Which skin these days?
I'm rocking the Toronto Ultra, actually, because Toronto Ultra gave me a code, and also look at that jersey. I love the Maple Leaf.
Dude, I'm rocking the same exact skin. You know, that skin's fire, dude. That purple stands out.
The in-game camo is available to everybody right now. If you grab it, some of the money goes back in the team's pockets. You'll love to see it. We're looking at it. You guys are all rocking the Ultra. Chat, let me know. What are you dropping in with in Warzone 2 tonight after the matches? It's going to be a fantastic day, and the watch parties continue around the world. The Flank's been live since the beginning, and we have a brand new king on Twitch today. Scump nearing 6,000 sub train. Ridiculous numbers. 12K subs on your first day of streaming back. We love to see it, Scump. Thank you all for tuning in. When we come back, we have an epic showdown. It's going to be Toronto Ultra taking on the LA Thieves, and there's a brand new fourth filling in. We'll tell you about them on the other side of this break.
So he's got to get the kill. Kujar's got to find Clayster. Clayster's going to look, and he gets the kill. And Optic Gaming wins it. Optic Gaming, your X Games gold medal champion.
What a performance here from Optic. They will take the first ever MLG X Games gold.
Wow, what a search moment. That was the best search game I've seen in such a long time. Team Caliber, an amazing play by them. They played tremendous. You guys have to give it up for Team Caliber too, who just played very well. And Neslo, what Neslo did there was nothing short of amazing to keep his team in the game.
What a performance by both of these squads. Team Caliber, the underdogs, make it all the way to the gold medal match, facing elimination. Neslo going huge time and time again. But in the end, Clayster will seal the deal with the final kill. Optic Gaming takes X Games gold.
And Nate Shot's first MLG championship. Clayster, Scump, and Proof have already won one before, but Nate
wants to get into a better position to be able to pick up these streaks.
And there it is, 7 streak now, but still 25 off. Scump erupting with a massive game here. Wrapping the edge, he gets the points. There's the full streaks. Another one in the corner, and that's going to be 9. 22 and 13 with the smile. Remaining. We're in the top 3. 1v1! 1v1! This guy's playing a COD Champs final. This is the most intense moment of his life. Scump for the win. Oh, that player's got a shield. Oh! He wins it! He wins it! Scump gets the dub! Oh my gosh, he's going crazy! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! He took down Aiden and Hush to win that.
Oh my god!
I love it.
Come in here! Come in here! Holy shit! Oh my god! Oh my god! The 1v1.
So what's the fun? Same crew, but this time we take everything.
And Dylan Allen has picked up 3 in a row, looking to take care of the entire squad, and he's done it. Here we go. Round number 2. It's all coming in. They haven't got the first thing yet. Kenny on the flank. Kenny on the flank. Kenny!
Pay me in respect, cause once I do it big, what's to follow is a check. I need 100 bags, nothing more, nothing less. And the ops feel away, cause I'm next, I'm a threat. Oh yeah, really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. It's a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. Gotta run up the next, point to the sky with the run up, I'm blessed. I'm young, rich and black, so you know I'm a threat.
Welcome back into the CDL as our online qualifiers for Boston Major 2 continue. We just saw Optic winning a Game 5 against Seattle Surge. Seattle now 1-6. But we're going into another matchup with another team that needs a W. LA Thieves, though, have to get through the squad that's just behind the Subliners at number 2 overall, the Toronto Ultra. And that's where I want to start today. Allie, Toronto, they've been consistent. We've talked about the era ending with Scump. This is a new era with guys like Scrap starting to shine. Standy's been there for a minute as well, and I see a lot of hype in the chat every time this team plays. Why are they now on everybody's radar, and what makes them dangerous to everyone else in the league?
I mean, they're good across all game modes, and they have arguably the Rookie of the Year in Scrappy on their roster. And this is not only a Rookie of the Year contender, but like somebody who in every series is popping off. You can always expect the same things out of Scrappy. You put him alongside a player like Standy, they play incredibly similar. This team is looking unstoppable.
And when you see Toronto, what do you think? Do they have a best game mode? What would you describe them?
When I look at this team, I see 4 different guys who can take over a game at any moment. I think this is a dynamic team across all game modes. I wouldn't pick one where I'm like, they're just dominant there. I guess Control to me is their game mode where they're excelling at the most. I love this roster though. I think Standy and Scrappy are 2 huge, massive playmakers, and we can't even count on a guy like Kleenex. Like, he's the guy who's gonna go in first. He's okay with doing literally anything on the map to make it easier for the rest of his team. I love this roster.
What I love from Toronto was in their last match, they had to do a replay. And at the end, Insight said, if you're gonna force a replay, you better win it. It was Toronto who won it both times. So they play with fire when they need to. On the other side, we have the LA Thieves. At the start of the year, we were talking about this is a squad that's definitely in the top upper echelon of our teams in the league. Sure. They were able to win back-to-back majors, world champions coming in. You got a Rookie of the Year back in the day of Kenny, but today Kenny is gone and Capsidol is in. So what should we know about this Thieves lineup, and how would this change bringing in your sub affect you if you're the team manager?
Yeah, I mean, well, first of all, it's hard to fill the void that is Kenny. I mean, we're talking about a guy who's been an MVP for a couple seasons. But, you know, with Capsidol, he's coming. He's a true SMG player. I think he's very good at Search and Destroy, a game mode that, you know, LA Thieves have been struggling at. We saw Capsidol last year in the first half of the season on the Boston Breach, and what he brought to that team was SMG slaying ability and Search and Destroy prowess. He goes out there, he gets bloods, he makes plays, and I'm excited to see that with the Thieves today.
Yeah, and Capsule is exactly what Boston Breach needed, but maybe what LA Thieves needs in this series. Now, I'm not saying that they need to sub out Kenny for good, but I know that when sometimes there are subs that happen during the middle of the league in the season, I know Kenny's watching. Maybe he can watch his teammates and watch something from the sidelines of what he can add when he does get plugged back into the roster. I think the big microscope right now is going to be what LA Thieves can do with missing Kenny against a team like the Toronto Ultra that looks so unstoppable in every game mode.
We already got one game 5 today. Are we going to get another one? Let us know in the chat right now. Put your channel points on the line because it's time to get this one started. Toronto versus LA Thieves. And we got our casters ready to go. Let's bring them in. It's Miles and Chance once again.
Once again, we are back to give you another brilliant series. Very, very interested to see how this one goes. Kenny, if you're watching at home, which I know you are, hope you're feeling better, mate. For Capsidol, though, pressure's on, exciting stuff. I liked what Ali said, Chance, about this is a really interesting opportunity for a team to sort of look at themselves a little differently. Kenny can see this now. What, you know, are we missing? Where should I be feeling maybe a hole the squad's doing well in or not? Very, very interested to see what comes out of this. But for now, Capsidol, good luck, mate. Have fun. It's good to see you back in the league.
I don't know how much you can really necessarily... Well, look, you want to learn something from this experience if you absolutely can. If maybe Capsule can show you a new look on the map, but I think it's more so you're just looking for a way to get a win. And if that is just giving a player a green light to play for kills, to try to fry as hard as possible and be selfish just for like the pop-off potential, something like that might be a necessity because, again, incredibly short notice against a difficult team. And for LA Thieves, they're 0-2 right now in this stage. So we talked about it for Seattle, you know, potentially like starting in the losers bracket come Major 2. LA Thieves are in the exact same spot, and when it rains, it pours. Missing Kenny is a massive issue because when they played against Toronto last time, especially on a map like this, it was like a 13-point game. Like nail biters between these two teams. You're playing with a sub on short notice against a team like Toronto. That is just, it's incredibly difficult. No two ways about it.
Well, we deal with difficult in different ways here in the COD League. Let's see what these boys are made of. Nice open here from Kleenex, gets himself close enough to that point, stops the accumulation of the scoreline there. But it's Envoy and Draza find them kills. Insight there takes care of another back and forth in the kills department. But the real battle taking place for P2 right now. That's the bottom side of the minimap.
Yeah, Mr. Craven's thinking about that idea of maybe on the slow approach. He's got Standy potentially coming to help him out down range, and Standy unfortunately actually gets really awkward timing, and now everybody sort of falls around him. So LA Thieves, sort of the best start possible, get a little bit of time on the hill, trying to keep things contained. And right now Toronto are sort of funneling themselves down the right side of the map. They want to take at least 2 directions to try to make this break. So Standy's working through mid.
He's the guy trying to get those opening kills. LA Thieves so far, nice opening, 18 seconds on the first hard point. Set up now for the second. Octane, big man upstairs, going to find those kills. Envoy cleans up mid. Now that is an open field. All four dead for Toronto Ultra. LA Thieves in full control.
This is great. As good as it gets. You got Capsule on a 3 spree as well. Gets the late flank through the middle of the map, or maybe doesn't even want to be late about it. Wants to be full speed ahead. Does get traded out, but the remaining players on Thieves keeping things contained. For the moment, Ultra, no open avenues of attack. Nowhere they can really find success, especially not with Octane up top. You think the trades are coming through, and they are. Envoy delivers with the extra. LA Thieves still holding strong.
They line up those Draza, and he wins a big one. Stanley unfortunately takes care of Scrap there with what could have been a concussion nade or maybe a frag that bounced off of him. But for now, that is going to hurt Toronto Ultra. This is a lot of time going the way of the LA Thieves. Cantina has been very kind to them indeed.
And plenty of time to set up on this rotation as well. So 3 players on LA Thieves, all making sure they're going the same direction, taking the same approach, and they're setting up for one good break. You get this. I mean, the lead is already crazy. It could only get worse.
Yeah, this is unbelievable. We've seen this happen on Mikado a few times. You start to chain these hills together, and it gets very, very tough to come back from. Here comes the early investment with the cruise missile all the way in. You better clean up those players in mid if you have to. There's a tiny little hole. Doesn't quite thread the needle. Getting through the top of the roof there. Kleenex going to hold this line down. Still Capsule makes it into the courtyard. So under the coverage of that streak, sadly though, the whole squad has been wiped out. Shoes on the other foot right now. Ultra.
Yeah, that was tough timing right there for Capsule. I mean, LA Thieves put themselves in a spot to block a few of the spawns and maybe buy themselves a little bit of time, but now they're falling just a little bit behind the game as Insight and Kleenex causing problems. Even on the rotation, Toronto looking to string these 2 hills together. The problem for Toronto is this is 3 players caught in just a massive pinch. Corners are going to get checked out and spotted, and all of a sudden, it's Kleenex last man standing, but quite a few players nearby for the trades.
There's a couple of tags in the Kleenex just to slow him down, and allows Octane to pick up the kill. 10-3 so far for the man with the tack. He is having a good time. Over to the barbershop now we go. Trophy's going to help out a lot. Love the pre-fire there. Perfect centering. Not able to hit those tags, though, but for now, he's going to hold those players back. Trophy system is working overtime. Here comes Scrap. Here comes Ultra. 1 down, 1 to go. And that's a good break there. Ultra, they're into the barbershop.
Capital able to do a little bit of damage. You think Draza might fly for the trades, or maybe they actually chow out into him and LA Thieves win that battle. If you sort of like let the openings for either team to push one side, it becomes an absolute trade fest. But Draza so far has been delivering. And 20 seconds is time worth fighting for. So you see more nades coming through on Envoy, but great centering, great reads, and great help by Draza. A wonderfully strung together hill by LA Thieves. And again, Toronto nearly beat them on that rotation, but Thieves get the job done. And now a scattered mini-map as they're trying to set themselves up towards new. Caps behind enemy lines, and Octane sort of nearby as well. So the LA thinking about some chain potential.
Yeah, thinking about it. Not able to quite get it just yet. Here comes the hit. Stanley's got the back corner covered. Octane wins that fight. His teammates are there to back him up. Okay, so Insight's up next. That's going to be the nade on the top floor. Flushes him out. Over to Draza. He gets
freebie.
blessed. Absolutely blessed from Insight there. Hardpoint still under the control of Toronto Ultra, but no one in it just yet. Now we've got the time ticking. This should be a big turnaround. Ultra looking to get back into this.
Yeah, who knew Insight could fly? And now look at the setup. Instead of pinches coming through, it's more so you have to flood from one side of the map. And Sandy's here, ready and waiting for it. Him and Scrap able to wipe everybody down. And Kleenex gets the final one. So no break attempts there right there for LA Thieves. And speaking about that rotation, Toronto so quick to get in position. Scrap already up top.
Stanley's got the stairwell covered. Scrap's got upstairs. This should be all good. Here comes Envoy. Taken care of on the case. No problem whatsoever. Holding these players at bay. You've still got a few more members of the LA Thieves now to deal with. Here comes the hit from Octane. Can't quite get it done on the outside. Time still going the way of Ultra.
Yeah, Octane, though, actually does a massive amount. Not only does Octane do that damage, he actually gets a kill with the pistol as well. And this time, Envoy ready for players to potentially jump over his head. And just like that, LA Thieves actually get the break. And I think a lot of that is off the back of Octane. Just getting those shots through the wall and then somehow finding a little bit extra. And an unfortunate team kill coming through. And this stairwell is always the dance of death for these players. As Thieves get the wipe, they hold strong and should be able to collect pretty much all of that final time.
Great work there out of the Thieves. It was a close game. It's starting to get a little bit squirrely. Let's have a listen in with one of the top teams in the league, Toronto Ultra.
He's weak. Close ladder, maybe. I'll see him. In ladder.
I jump heavy.
I don't see me in ladder. He's close right mid. Dead. We're good.
Nice.
Look at my mid. Trying to get back alley, by the way.
I'm trying to get P4. He's behind me, pallet.
Hold time.
So we
Yo,
got
2 pallets in a scam, bro. Gate. Yo, one's going gate.
He's laying down gate. He's laying down gate.
Back alley's open.
Gate dead.
Like, Cubby back alley.
Another one gate.
Cubby back alley. Cubby back alley.
Cubby got me. P4 truck in back alley. One guy holding, one guy P4 truck.
Wait, back alley now, Jimmy can stay down.
Stay down back alley.
From P4. I from P4.
I'm repitching back alley.
Back alley. From P4 right now, dead.
I'm going back alley.
Back alley dead. One more.
Nice. I'm hitting your P4.
Ladders maybe?
Yeah, P. Do I have my P?
I have P4.
Ladders now. Behind the LB.
I'm holding
Left side LB.
One more in ladder. Weak.
I'm showing the LB so weak.
Cubby dead.
Like, pallets again. One more in ladder. Two ladder.
Ladder dead.
Big one down. One down. It'll be Palace main. Maybe
Ladder.
Palace.
I'm one shot. I died.
I need help here.
Yeah.
Dead.
Nice. Keep finessing, Toby.
I'm in here. You guys got time.
Yo, they're hitting both sides. I spawned
Behind
out.
me, people. Showing you up, people. Forward back alley.
P4 one shot. Absolute from P4. There's 2 shots.
And there we go, tie game for a moment chance. Wonderful work there out of Ultra. The best comms, you know, you typically hear out of them. Very smooth, nothing really gets by. Great work.
And you gotta call him out, man. Main Slayer Capsule right now in this lobby. The first pro game he has had in quite a few months, and so far, absolutely, he has risen to the occasion. 20 kills to his name, and maybe Stanley chops him down there, but he is a massive factor in why Thieves are not only keeping the game close, they do have the lead, but for what might be the first time in a long time, Ultra so close to taking it, but no cigar. Thieves get the break. They don't have the bottom side spawns just yet, but plenty of time to fight for it.
Loads of time. Second set of hard points now upon us here at Mercado Las Almas into this crazy P2 setup we now go. Big workout of Octane there with the Vaznev still alive and kick in. Your boy's on a 4. He could catch a few more out here, but Toronto Ultra starting to take away the game just a little bit with that P1 control. A wild series of events now as we battle for P2 still. Lows going on in the kill feed back and forth. Even Stevens. We're setting ourselves up for the next one chance. It looks like Ultra's still in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and I think Insight maybe the final man standing right now for his team. Number 2 on the minimap for Toronto, but a good close spawn comes through. 2 players for Ultra spawn out. Kleenex spawns in. Octane makes it the power spot, but Insight, guess where he decides to crank things up? Goes on this 6 spree for the rotation to the Money Hill. So where Octane has the main AR trying to make plays, Insight does him one better. And now Thieves, for the first time pretty much this entire game, gonna be playing off the back foot.
They do what they can. Ultra starting to heat up. See what the LA Thieves are made of here. Again, their substitute Capsule, 23 and 21, putting in a huge amount of work. Scrap with a feed, though, all his. Insight on a 6 spree. Scrap on a 5. Whoa, it's done. Still holding the hard point down, 25 to go.
And you got interesting battles on the minimap as well, like over towards the flank. You got battles over towards New, and LA Thieves get the break for the scrap time. Kleenex trying to battle out towards New, but you had a moment where LA Thieves win the battle for the final 20 seconds, and so far are set up, at least for the rotation. You got to win these next set of gunfights, though. A great corner. Octane might be able to pick up 2, or if he gets traded out, he's done the damage. But maybe not good enough, man. Envoy, the last man standing. Ultra barely hanging on, and they get it done towards the end. The overwhelming force. Ultra, a nail biter to break through this hill.
Brilliant trades, good teamwork, lovely map awareness. That is what got Toronto Ultra through that tough time, and now Standy is making times even harder for the LA Thieves. A second here on the push. Draza cuts him down. On the approach now towards the hard point. His run is ended. Kleenex the next man up. Octane, perfect tactical usage unit in a hard point now. Over to Scrap, clean coverage. It is non-stop. Toronto Ultra, they are closer and closer to the win, but a perfect break from the LA Thieves.
Dude, this is a back and forth battle between these two squads getting after it, even though the Thieves have the sub. And Octane again, by the way, at the bottom side of the map, he's got to like pick up a 2-piece to try to help his team rotate. So we're going back to a very tight hill where the close spawns end up coming through for both teams. With LA Thieves, you get Cantina control, you're going to have a great time. And with Capsule, talk about a great start.
Capsule helps make that play work. Oh my good golly, Miss Molly into the hard point. Toronto Ultra, here comes the trophies. Here comes Capsule, the wind up hit. Octane's looking to be the first man in, dives forward, finds 1. Good hold, Ultra. Baby. 3 down.
I mean, just into the firing squad inside the hill, and Draza knows he has to pump the brakes and try to collect at least 1, so does his job. Now the tip of the spear, but this is all just to do damage. Thieves are trying to get close to start getting shots inside the actual hard point, but not easy. When Sandy's at the back alley, but Octane opens it up. The trades come through. Everybody's jumping. Everybody's flying, and this game is not done yet.
Not done yet. Oh my good God, what a break. Perfect timing. Capsule are now on the prowl, looking to find out for the next hard point. You want to set those players up, take care of them. Insight now going to invest for streaks. This is going to land. It's going to deal a decent amount of damage. Watching out for those roaming players. Draza stays alive. Hard point. The new one is up. Mid-map presence now certainly being felt. Here comes the play. You've given up the last of the scrap time. You're looking to get everything you possibly can out of this courtyard. In we go now. One final hard point here on the map, and it's Toronto Ultra in control. Kills from Draza. No more to be had. It's done. Throw in the towel. Ultra. What a bounce back.
Into the blender in those final moments. The solo chows in the end, but not a lot of time on the side of the LA Thieves, put in a difficult spot, but I would say that is a tippable performance out of LA. I know they held the L, but like Toronto Ultra, make no mistake, one of the best in the game right now to do it. You got a sub coming in on short notice, and you keep the game close like that. So I'd say that's impressive stuff overall, and great plays the whole way through. Capsule did his job and then some. Led the lobby in slang. Not a bad look at all. I mean, Octane was putting in some serious work as well, but at the end of the day, I think probably the biggest moment for me, the 6 spree that Insight goes on. If LA Thieves end up getting those spawns at the bottom side for the second set of rotations for P2, LA Thieves win that game. That's where Insight pops off, and he got 6 in a row, only had 19 total. Talk about timing the massacre at the right moment.
Yeah, good stuff. Again, kudos to the LA Thieves getting it so close against a very, very tough team in the form of Toronto Ultra right now. In the long, game or the grand scheme of things, not a bad look for the LA Thieves. Starting to get themselves into the swing of things here in MW2. Toronto Ultra, though, firmly one of the teams at the top side of our board. The standings so far from them, they have stunned the league time and time again. And here, another big victory from Mercado Las Almas. Quick look now at the highlights.
Really just a ton of nail biters on Mercado again. The last time these guys played was a 13-point game, so I suppose we're getting closer and closer maybe to the first tie we'll see this year, but it really was just great stuff by both teams. Great rotations, the occasional breaks coming through, but I felt like it was just a really scrappy game of almost no real full 60s, even where they were good holds. Like the breaks eventually came through. Both teams creating those moments where they're like winning battles for scrap and winning rotation at the same time. So that's just one for the coaches, that if you want to go back and break down every single hill, every single hard point is going to be filled with goods.
Goods indeed. Well, 250-241, the final score of map number 1, Mercado Las Almas, is now finished. Great work again from Toronto Ultra. Not a fantastic start out of them. They couldn't quite keep up the pace set there by the LA Thieves. But don't put your shoes on just yet, friends. We are staying on Mercado. Search and destroy after this. Control map number 3. Now, my pick'ems have got this one going the way of Ultra. The league tweeted that one out earlier today, but I must admit, I do have the LA Thieves taking a map, and you laughed at me. You were like, what's going on there, brother? And I'm like, hey, I'm here for the shenanigans. I'm here for it. I just can't wait to see which one it finally is. Of course, you can get involved in pick'ems as well. Pick'em.callofdutyleague.com. Get your picks in, points and prizes to be awarded. And again, if you've been a CDL fan for the last few years, you know it's a lot of fun. A little bit of extra spice here on the matches. But Chance, how are your picks going, mate?
I think perfect so far for the past 2 days, at least. I know for like Breaking Point does them as well, just to keep track of like everybody's. I think I had the lead. So stage 2 is treating me right. I picked Ultra to win this, and that was before I knew that there was going to be a substitute coming in the mix, and that obviously just bolsters my opinion even further. To talk about the maps that we're dealing with, though, if you want to add to reasons to pick Toronto, this is the first time we've seen LA Thieves on this map. It was almost their auto veto and search and destroy throughout the first stage that we've had. They haven't banned it yet in stage 2. So they've been letting Mercado through. This just happens to be the first time we've seen them play it. So I don't know if it's something they've talked over, if they weren't a fan early on and want to see it more in the mix, or if it's just a situation of, hey, we're playing with a sub, we might as well. Ultra have only played this map once as well. So more or less fresh looks for both teams right now.
We had I Hold Shift and Proper in the green room earlier today, getting ready for their matches this weekend, and they told us, watch out for Capsule on Mercado Search and Destroy. Let him roam, let him have a good time. A fiend, a demon on the map. Fist bumps are out, albeit at long range sometimes. We are ready to rock and roll now into game number 2. Here we go.
And I would imagine Capsule is going to be the player that more or less has the green light to sort of do whatever he wants and let the remaining players sort of play around him, because him and Kenny do not have like a 1-for-1 of similar play styles. So I think Capsule should have quite a bit of freedom. So if he's the man to look out for Mercado for map 2, he was the man to look out for on map 1 as well. So always got to pay a good deal of attention. And I mean, even Capsule, from what we saw through the Vanguard season, menace in Search and Destroy. An S&D kid, an S&D star, for sure.
Just keep going back to his highlight clip that Lando called so brilliantly in that Berlin, I think it was a control. Incredible start from him in his professional career. Looking at add a couple of moments now to the list. Here we go into the search. Capsule, the man of the moment. The old circle shoulder technique with throwing him. Spots out at least one, saw Kleenex.
Yeah, the classic wiggles we have here. You don't have to be too cracked. You just have to keep things nice and clean. But I was going to say, the middle of the map has basically been left open by Toronto. So they're happy to take these fights from the Cantina side of things. And Scrap will be the man that delivers. You get the first blood, plenty of time to work with, and Kleenex on or off the map. LA Thieves are forced to make the play. The flank, not even perfect. Everything is being watched. So much time, no need to plant, and all three players for LA Thieves right now completely isolated.
So isolated, but if they can find a kill, it changes things entirely. The bomb will be planted in a moment, potentially, or are Ultra going to now wait this out? You've got 30 seconds left on the game. It'd be ideal to get the bomb down. You've managed to buy quite a bit of time. LA Thieves. Capsule gets in. Oh my god. The map's turned on its head. 2v2. Time's still ticking. Capsule trying to stay alive. All on his own. Ooh. And the round is done. Once we got going there. Good work, Ultra.
And that almost is like just a standoff of LA Thieves are trying to get the timing perfect of we want to catch the guy when he's planting the bomb, because that's why Toronto were just waiting. They had the man advantage. If some guy gets caught when he's on the bomb, well, then it's really only a 3 versus 3 because the man doesn't have the gun in his hands. And LA Thieves did get the timing perfect, but Toronto Ultra just able to execute after the fact. So trades on point, set up nice and clean, and hey, get the first blood, win the round. Scrapping Insight, shutting it down.
There you go. Snipes up now for Insight. Won't be seeing a whole lot there through the middle of the map. Raza's first blood gets things going in a nice way. Okay, a couple more there. Everyone from the Thieves gets fed. Capsule now looking for his kill on the round to make things absolutely perfect. Pressure is now on. We're going for it, and that is the round. Brilliant work, LA Thieves.
Oh, LA Thieves respecting our time. No worries about the round. Don't want to dodge the sniper at all. Drossy just stuns him and flies straight in and gets the kill as quick as possible. So very speedy. Round number 2 where, I mean, I guess in a sense, you get the first blood, you win the round, but just a full-on collapse around that bomb site. Perfect execution. Everybody winning their ones. Nothing really to break down. Just a perfect round.
How many more perfect rounds have we got here in the tank for LA Thieves?
4.
Is that? I'll hold you to that.
And then a couple average ones.
One down. 3 to go. Envoy managed to get himself up the stairs, safe and sound. Kleenex, ooh, stunned. Cross is covered. And it's Envoy. This next that's gonna. Well, it doesn't. They have to back on up, though. Quick reposition. He's fighting these guys alone. This is a 1v4. Envoy has got him sweating. He has held them back. They have no idea it's only him. Here comes the reinforcements. Octane's going to be there silently. Forward he goes, gets into the kill feed. Oh, Ultra, if you only knew it was but one man, you could have played the trades, and now you're in so much trouble. They've had to cut it. Turn tail, make the way back, or maybe not. Will they go towards the A-bomb site? It's a 2v2, and what a funny round it is.
I mean, Miles, you're the historian. You're smarter than me. All warfare is based on deception. I don't know whose quote that is or if that's even correct, but Ultra thought they were fighting ghosts, like they were fighting 7 different envoys. So an interesting moment, to be sure. That just leaves us in a 2 versus 2. Stanley just got the intel, instantly calls it. If a dude crosses to the left, let's go plan on B as quick as possible. Or maybe see if you can clear him out. 20 seconds. They haven't hopped on this just yet. This will come down to the wire.
Draza knows something's up. Here he comes. He's like, look, I just know they could still do it, and I'm going to check it, and I'm going to get it. That's massive. 10 seconds remaining. The bomb's going to get planted. Capsule now, the man of the moment. Oh, baby. This is a 1v1. The timing is good. It's a straight 1v1, but Scrap guns him. Oh, he said something. Top left-hand side of your screen. Got to be feeling great after that one. Bomb down. Immediately bobs up. Lets him have it with attack 56.
I mean, for me, there is nothing more painful to look at a player in a 1v whatever situation in Search and Destroy and see that they have a trophy. If Capsule has dead silence in that moment, he can wrap, he can rotate, he can throw shoulders, he can try to make a play, but if he has a trophy, Scrap's gonna hear everything from a mile away. So Capsule just forced to fly in, go for the instant chow, and I could have sworn he had a trophy. Maybe he just switched to that silence. I think I had that correct, but either way, had a child straight away, and Scrap on the head, he guns him down.
Lordy, we are in this one. Capsule in, dies. Trades are there, though. The final battle. Insight wins a huge fight. And now Octane has got to bring his SPX to this 1v2 situation. He has got the bomb, though, and there's loads of time to get this done.
I think he also has an itchy nose. He nearly went to scratch there for a second, but has to be patient. Not a moment you can take a hand off the controller and a clutch moment. And it'll be a very slow approach.
Halfway towards dead silence as well. And if he can catch out Insight, I mean, that's one thing. He could theoretically just lie down, plant the bomb.
Well, I think that's the play call right now for Toronto. You have a man watching the middle of the map, and if Octane ever plants, Insight just instantly is going to kill him.
There you go.
Almost exactly like that. You don't even have to give up the plant. So a very strong setup there out of Toronto Ultra. Don't give anything away. Nice little clean round on defense as well. Insight 5-2. Enjoying himself, Mercado.
I mean, Insight, really, the gameplay there was just sort of sit behind that bush, wait to hear the opponent's footsteps, then pounce out and kill him when he's completely unsuspecting. God, what I would give for the ninja perk, I tell you, I'd shave the beard. I'm telling you. Well, I mean, my wife would leave me, but that's ninja.
A worthy sacrifice. Worthy sacrifice.
I mean, I'm a man of the people. Let's get it. 3-1, Toronto Ultra. Standy's yet to get a kill. Remember, he's still been cooking in this series. Here we go, right in towards the bomb site. Kleenex. It's a 1v3 for a Mo. Scrap's going to back him up. Let's see how it goes.
Well, Envoy this time isn't having to deal with the entire team, so he might flex himself on the flank just a little bit. Is Jaws and Kleenex, a little standoff around the corner.
Kleenex, thighs on him, man. Just popping that squat, not moving whatsoever. Just under a minute now to go. That's a win, man. That's a win. Straight out.
Oh, Envoy gets red too. Standy just guns him. I was going to say Envoy could have killed that round, but instead, now wide open for Ultra.
42. Here comes Capsule. Damn, son, Ultra. A very clean round. Everybody hydrate and get back into the next.
It's just too easy towards the end. I think that 2v2 round where Scrap ends up, clutching the 1v2, getting the kill over his teammate for the trades on bomb and winning against Capsule might just be the difference maker for the squad, because I think Ultra have not slowed down, not looked back at all. And I mean, Sandy might have been 0-4, but his team had a 3-1 lead, so he just wasn't needed to contribute. And the one gunfight he needed in that round was the gunfight that really could have opened the door for the Thieves, but Standy shuts it. 4-1 lead. Toronto Ultra on cruise control.
Smooth sailing so far. Looking to take the 2-0 here in the series. Lovely top shot there. You can see where all these lethals and tacticals land. And the splash damage on a lot of them is enough to, pass that information, but it's difficult to be precise. Nice openers from both sides. Trays finished. Caps it all. Oh, smooth. In and out he goes, though. Still trays on trades. Perfect work. 2v2.
Yeah, bomb down, but not in a super difficult situation. It's really just the fact that it's the ARs you're dealing with. So TAC 56s the whole way around. Envoy might be the only one with the Vastnev in hand. But I'd say Ultra, always a new setup with these two players alive. They're ready for anything.
And Insight has got a tough job right now. He's got to watch that tunnel, make sure they don't get onto the bomb. He's also has to watch mid, so if they cross over, Scrap might have seen something there because Insight's looking. Here comes the plant. Safely obscured there. Here comes the hit. Tags are in. Scrap's able to make the play now as well. Dives into it. 1v1. Scrap, can he get it done again? The 6 spree is still alive, and he's just got himself a cruise.
It's dead silence pop by both of these players as well. So if you're going to move, you want to do it quickly. That's as far as you can go. And now Envoy trying to keep you trapped. The AR versus the SMG.
Oh, and he's stunned up as well, just sitting, waiting for it. Scrap holds it down. Oh, again, a 7 spree. And look how confident he is. Loving it right now. Pure smiles. Another big 1v1 situation. Gets the defuse. Map point, Toronto Ultra.
That's not even the face of a man that's confident in Scrap. That's a man of a face that's disappointed. Felt like it wasn't even a fight. Shaking his head, being like, I didn't even have to try for it. You just, you didn't even shoot back. Popped up in the window, and before you can lay down, a couple bullets meet the brain of Envoy. And, I mean, Scrap, if nothing else, wins his ones.
Yeah, if one thing to take away from this map, Scrap wins his ones. Tremendous composure, maybe a little disappointed. God, there is a super villain arc in there somewhere, isn't there? Scrap, debut in the league. He's having a great time. Nades are up over towards the A bomb site. We're going to go again. It's a 4v3 over here by the A side of the map. Envoy's going to come on over. A lot of noise being made. Octane's got the middle of the map. Come on, crew! First clean kills going from CleanX. 3v2. It is not working out for the LA Thieves.
Yeah, just better trades and then better ones on. Not even close. Too quick, too clean of a round. LA Thieves had a single perfect round available, and that was all she wrote. Toronto Ultra, every single clutch they needed, they got. Every single dominant round when they needed, eventually they got as well. 2-0 up in the series, 2-0 record on Mercado Las Almas, S&D as well for Ultra and for Scrap. 2-0 in the 1v1s. Getting things done.
Yeah, great stuff. 2-0 against this weakened LA Thieves roster. Of course, Capsule doing what you can. Short notice, tough situation to be in. You got to give him the kudos there for the first hard point. But the Search and Destroy 6-1, a little more refined out of Toronto Ultra, especially Scrap. 11-1. What a performance from the youngster.
I might as well pad those stats just a little bit.
Pad them, baby.
Freebie when you get them, because that is going to bump up the KD by a decent margin. I mean, 1.57 kills per round. Pretty much as good as it gets there in Search and Destroy. So maybe not quite a flawless game, but if you go on a 9 spree, nothing you can be mad at all. Toronto, nail biter map 1. After that, they are feeling absolutely great, and they will be feeling even better knowing they're going into Hotel Control, one of their favorites to play in the game.
Crazy stuff, though. Hotel Control coming up now after the break, really. Well, we're going to take this quick commercial break to compose ourselves. You should go get yourself a drink, and I'm going to do what I can to see if I can get my pick'ems changed in the back end. On the other side of this one, game number 3, Hotel Control.
Elevate your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. That's right, we're back. It's map number 3 time here, and fight is once again watching all.
It took me so long to see it. I'm sorry. I forgot to look for it.
It shouldn't. From now on, it's bottom right-hand side of the screen. You're always going to see something good.
Genius.
He's a genius. Nothing but love. Toronto Ultra, they're up 2-0 here in the series as the LA Thieves are in dire straits right now. Kane's, of course, quite sick, and he's been tagged out. Capsule's coming in. He's doing the best he can, but Lord, let me tell you, Toronto Ultra, they are singing. This man especially. Jesus.
For what it's worth, Scrappy this year tied the S&D kill streak record with a 9 that he threw up. So obviously impressive work there. Also, I'm not going to snitch. I know who the genius is at the bottom right, but like just in case. But you know who you are.
We love you, Pac.
I'm a big fan. Big fan.
Let's get it into the point. We fly. The kills are there. We're already on to B. It's a slow and steady Cap, and that slow and steady is going to be nothing in a minute because it's about to become 3 players. Capsule, the man up by bar. I'm not sure if he's 21, but he's doing what he can to keep CleanX out of trouble. Here comes trouble, though. CleanX done. Nice work. Second segment cleaned up. Brilliant work on B, LA Thieves. GG.
Was laughing too hard. Didn't even see how they did it. I guess just bullied their way straight through because that is about as quick as you can really capture B. So LA Thieves already in a fantastic spot, and nice little bounce back because obviously they ate it on the Mercado S&D, but fighting back into control. 3 players on the flank, and it's CleanX that they'll be dealing with.
Here comes Envoy. His dead silence made a ton of noise. You saw number 4. Stanley was like, yeah, he's on the other side here. Yeah, smoked, no problem. Not a whole lot you can do. As the LA Thieves now been put to task, trying to make their way towards A. Only 1 player left here. Draz has got it. Okay. A's wide open. They're in a bit of an awkward pinch right now. Can Capsule clean out these players? This is a very, very tough spot to be in right now for the LA Thieves. That 1 player on the left flank done. Eyes forward. Here we go.
Well, it's tough at the start, but they've made it a lot easier, right? As soon as you clear out kitchen, you can get those close spawns. It is a very short walk towards this A point, and now you're just looking for the kills. They have pounced on the timing. They haven't actually set foot on it just yet because they know that Ultra are forced in. And now finally they can make the moves and actually start the snake battle in the dining hall.
I've had it with these snakes on this mother plane. Draz slithers. Gets it. Insight's there. Scrap in the feed as well. 16 lives left for Toronto Ultra here on the defense. Oh, man. Scrap wins his one. That's 3 in a row.
Yeah, nah, he is chowing that every day of the week. Scrap lives forward, and unfortunately for LA Thieves, that second take doesn't actually go through, so you still have a good chunk of time to work with, and they're trying to set themselves up on the flank, but Envoy gets deleted. As right now in an effective 3v4, gotta take your time. Octane finds an extra pick as well, and that Ultra player is gonna spawn out, so now for Thieves, you gotta go.
Gotta go. Run out of time. Still got a bit of a life count. Here comes the pinch. All angles covered, though. Scrap. Looking to get his second. His teammates are there to pick up a few more. The comms have been called out furiously. Now the hunt for Envoy is on, but the rest of the team making their way through the outside. Scrap, again, perfect map awareness. Knows they're going to come this way. Knows they're going to come on through. Less than 30 to play with now.
And he can hear him as well, so he's worried about both the doors, but he can handle 2 players even if they're not actually there. Cap eventually gets it, but how quick and clean and easy those trades are. 2 more players for Thieves nearby, and they got to win the big gunfights. Ultra, it looks like they're going to be set up to secure this 8 point. Bar some absurdity, but nope, that door is going to be closed. Stanny gonna throw on a little highlight to end this round.
No way, not one more. Go on, Stanny. You ran out of time. Beautiful work out of Toronto Ultra. Nice recovery after losing B so quickly. That was a great opener from the LA Thieves. Paid off. Nice kills either way, but let me tell you, not easy to get in towards A either. Toronto Ultra, great work.
Yeah, there's been a few teams. I think New York was probably the first, at least that I remember seeing doing it incredibly effectively, of losing the B zone first and just defending A. So a few teams are very efficient at that. Ultra obviously puts in the work as well. Thieves did create a moment where they should have been able to capture the A zone or at least put themselves in a good spot. But, I mean, Ultra just bounced back instantly. And again, Stanny technically started slow on a 6-breed right now and obviously has the cruise.
Yeah, cruise not tremendously impactful on Hotel, but it can be in the right hands. Envoy 3 spree.
Hello.
Lordy, when did that happen? Ra's getting the pressure on. Kleenex is there. Teamwork's good. On towards A. Only one man up now. Kleenex flying forward, man. Octane big win up close range. Insight's trying to keep these players peppered back. 25 lives here from Toronto Ultra early on. They've got a decent amount of kills going their way, but that is the first segment at A done. Nice work already on the offensive round.
Yeah, I think Envoy might have been feeling a little bit of the pain, not having a lot of fun with the Vaznev, and absolutely get things done with the Attack 56, at least off the rip. But now the time he's going his way, he switched back to the Vaznev and gets a 3-piece with either one, so he is having a field day. And maybe even stripping away some of these kills from Octane as Envoy, I mean, 5 spree in the meantime, having himself a hell of a round.
Damn. Scrap fighting forward. Capsule, you've got a kill in your hands. What do you do with it? Oh my god, Kleenex nearly turned that one into something special. Good work, Capsule. Keeping it going. 3 spree now, just taking care of these players. You've got a lot more pressure though towards B. Good work. It's a 4 spree out of Capsule. Top bedroom control, and that's where the magic happens.
Yeah, those are fantastic reads coming out of Cap as well for every single one of those gunfights. And now he gets to flex a little bit, maybe look for more as Droz is going to be responsible for 3. Snake's on point. I give him a 10 out of 10 and even stays alive and gets out of dodge for the moment. Ultra going to be forced to work this A zone, but keep in mind, they are down by 10 lives. The only way Ultra win this, they're going to have some perfectly timed coordination on both of these zones.
25 seconds left. Draza, what do you got? Jesus, it's tough work, man. It's not easy to get them kills. It's pretty much impossible. A's done. 1 minute 24 on the clock now to go. 13 lives left for Ultra to get the 2 remaining segments on B.
Yeah, you truly do just have to like pre-fire air and pray that they like snake their way into it. So not fun gunfights to win and not fun to try to clear out and get bedroom control. But Ultra bought themselves a decent bit of time to do it. You at least get 1 trade and Capsule maybe that next man in line. Now, massive gunfight wins by Envoy, and he gets the second as well. I was going to say, if he falls, then Capsule has to worry about every direction, but Envoy now that perfect support player in prime position to cause problems.
And have gone from support to main slayer to Big Daddy. Let's see how the LA Thieves sound. A quick listen in.
He never pushed cat. Guy could be right one on us.
Yeah, I'm looking at right. I have all the right.
Top bed is open.
Yeah, I'm looking for it.
I have top lights.
I'm in double.
There's 2 here.
I see him on lights.
He's in top bed and top lights.
Yeah, top lights. I have
Top lights. Top lights. One shot. Low bed as well.
I go in.
I'm holding cross.
Insight's there.
I'm holding
cross. I'm holding cross. Cap can pinch here. Cap can pinch here, guys.
Here you go. They should right here. I'm
missing
here.
Toby and Jamie. Toby and Jamie. Nice, good shit. Jamie's
top bed. Low lights too.
I'm dull cross though.
Top bed.
15 seconds.
Top bed. I'm one shot. Bed and low lights.
Hydro low lights. Hydro lights.
I'm absolute.
Oh, no, low bed.
On a first name basis right now, and that is not going to get you any closer to anything here as Jamie Insight Craven is holding down the bedroom, locking it up. There's a little bit of work to be done here. 2-man stack, maybe 3. Gotta get going, LA Thieves.
Yeah, 5v13, and they might honestly be able to do this. A couple trades coming through, but you still get pressure on the point. No respawn remaining, but Octane wins the big one. But no, it should be good enough. The tick is in. They didn't get to the point. And what a collapse in the round. Everything was so sweet, so sick, so perfect. And just like that, Ultra, they get a couple kills. They know Cap is going to be coming through the flank, and just no one for LA Thieves able to get inside. I thought as soon as Scrap fell that might be the moment for these 2 players to pounce, but I think Octane probably just too weak after that gunfight couldn't make a move, and the reinforcements were there. They were down 23-13, by the way, in lives with neither point captured, and they still got the win.
Ay, Dios mío. Match point, Toronto Ultra. Oh, God. Kleenex finds himself the first. A lot of pressure over towards A alleviated now as the LA Thieves, they're in. A couple of players now trying to get that job done. See if they can stack on up and just get rid of that now. Stanley's going to make a case for it, fighting forward. Always now the big gunfight goes his way. 19-13 overall. Time to turn this ship around, LA Thieves.
I think Toronto Ultra, they might be comfortable with defending the A zone, but they don't want to do it if they don't have to. A very different opening break. No early B zone captures coming through for LA Thieves, and a standard round being developed so far. Guys like Scrap thinking about a flank, just looking for kills, gets dealt with, and now Thieves, a lot of kills going their way. 4-life lead for the moment, putting on some pressure, and Envoy already sort of toying with the idea to jump on this B zone.
That's big. Okay, he's on. A still, they've given up on it for now. They're going to commit to B, see if they can clean this up ASAP. Looking at the Toronto Ultra defense now. A couple of players make their way through mid, clean out the kitchen side as well. Everything's going to be sweet, but how much production can you get done in that period of time? Now, that's the question for the Thieves.
Oh, Johnson just wins there. That was Capsule actually wins a big one on the flank, so everything just gets shut down. The only way this B zone capture was going to get stopped, and Capsule will make sure it doesn't happen. So a beautiful thing, you get that B zone. You already have 2 ticks over towards A in 2 minutes to work with. It's as good as it gets.
As good as it gets from Scrap. Nice shots there in the back line. Sweet coverage. Octane can't win his either. Brilliant teamwork out of Ultra. They keep the flank safe. Now, eyes forward. Ultra, one segment, they've got to defend it, and it's going to take 1 kill at a time to creep their way forward and battle onto it, but it's so hard when the gunfights look like that.
Oh, well, heck, at least you get them off the head of these. Look like miserable gunfights to have to work your way into, but again, for LA Thieves, 1 more tick to go on the easier zone to capture, and you have a 7-life lead. So many good things right now. Of course, those Scrap in a corner, always difficult to weed these players out.
We're trying. 14 lives now left on defense. Thieves are getting closer and closer. It's a 2-2 split. You play your cards right, they should be able to collapse onto this final segment and clean it up. Here comes Octane. Up over the top, a lot of noise being made. Insight trying to snake his way out of this one, and they should skin him alive. They do. Onto the point we've now gone. Standy, can he save it? Can Standy get it done? There's one. Hipfire gets the second player as well. Now 1v1, Kleenex wins it. That second kill from Standy, massive. A minute left.
Literally snaking air just to try to get that extra gunfight win. And again, life is all Toronto Ultra are looking for right now in this round, and they still have all they need, potentially. And honestly, the life count might not make a difference, as LA Thieves only enough time for maybe 2 more pushes.
Oh, if you're lucky.
Maybe.
Eyes on the clock. 35 seconds left. 10 lives remaining for Ultra on the defense. Can the LA Thieves win this war of attrition? Not yet. Desperately trying to make their way forward. That red corridor is not going to be a safe place. Octane manages to get in. The trades are there. The teamwork is on. 20 seconds.
I mean, honestly, just looking like they are straight up better. Toronto Ultra, even in bad spots, are just, I mean, clinical. Finding ways and defending the A zone again. Insight again. I don't know how he does it. Only has 12 kills, and 6 of them were in a row, but now it's about to flood towards the end. It's LA Thieves on the point, but it's all the kills to Insight and Standy. Insight getting it done. The Dagger Dan again.
It is complete. The series is done, and it is a clean run from Toronto Ultra. 3-0 in control. 3-0 in the series. Oh my goodness. They're talking so much trash. That's not very Canadian. It's not very nice of them, eh? But they're letting them know the LA Thieves, a very difficult hand has been dealt. And their cards are down, they have been read, and they have been measured. They have been beaten senseless, 3-0.
Miles, you got to watch more hockey. Canadians will absolutely talk trash. They do not back down from that. So just throwing that out there. But I think the funniest thing for me this series, it was probably Insight. I mean, he finished 14-12, but he was 12-12, and he like went on a 6 spree at some point. And it was the same thing on Mercado, where he was like 16-16 overall, but he goes on a 6 spree to lock things down for his team on a rotation over towards P2. So Insight picks and chooses his moments to strike, but when he does, it can be devastating. And everybody else in his team, just that consistent work they're putting through. Scrap, fantastic damage output. Standy, fantastic damage and slang output. And I mean, 2 different rounds right there for Ultra, where they're in an incredibly difficult position, and they find a way to deliver. I mean, a 5 versus 13, they win on offense, down 10 lives. It just doesn't make a difference. Ultra find a way.
Ultra find a way. What a series. That close opening Mercado hardpoint, a thing of the past. 6-1, 3-0. Toronto Ultra sprung to life and did not give them whatsoever anything to go there. LA Thieves, we'll see them come back later. Of course, we wish Kenny all the best. Hope he gets better soon. Capsule, nice to see him dip in and out, but sadly, not a great series for him. For most of the fans that are home, though, this is all just a prelude going towards Major 2. Boston, ladies and gents, we're going to be there February the 2nd to the 5th at the MGM Music Hall at Fenway. Scan the QR code, or if you're on your phone, put your phone down and go onto a computer or load up another tab. Get in there, pals. We can't wait to see all of you in Boston. Maybe Major 1 in Raleigh was absolutely incredible, and it's going to be even wilder in Boston. Speaking of some wild folks, let's throw it down to the desk. Guys, what do you think? The final match of the day is done.
Yeah, match of the day not going to 5, but I was impressed with Capitals game number 1. I want to give the young man a shout out, filling in with Kenny getting sick last minute. But let's talk about this Ultra team, because this is another impressive 3-0, despite playing a team that was playing with a substitute. Now, Ant, what kind of shocked you in this control? Because we've seen a number of control wins from Toronto, and this is something that we saw last time they played LA.
Yeah, I mean, outside of New York, they're the best hotel control team, without a doubt. I mean, it's just wild how they're able to fend off every single time. We saw them do it up against LA Thieves at the last major. It's incredible. These guys are so good. They have such great teamwork. We see the trading just left and right. Like, they're getting out of these crazy situations, down in lives on offense and defense, down in lives once again. And they only needed one tick for the side of LA Thieves towards the end there. Like, Toronto is just on another level. Now, granted, they're going up against Thieves who have a substitute, but that is impressive because offenses seem to be free for every other team on this map.
And to your point, it's mostly a lot of teamwork. Like when it came to defending A, it wasn't that any player was over pushing out, no player was over challenging. They all had it on lockdown and were in a position to trade each other should somebody lose that opening gunfight. Even though that was very rare for one of them to lose one of the opening gunfights, there was always a player there to pop a two-piece. We saw Insight do it multiple times. We saw Scrappy do it multiple times. And I think that what makes this team so good is nobody is ever doing too much. They're all making sure they're playing around each other and keeping their teamwork on par.
Looking at the total kills scored, it was a pretty even fight, but the final scoreboard, a 3-0, including 3 rounds to 0 in that game 3. But I think we need to take a moment and highlight one of the new stars in the league, right? We touched on him before the game kicked off. Scrappy's been a monster in his rookie season. He's a trash talker. He's not afraid of anyone. And tonight, he earns your Scuff play of the game with a record-setting kill streak of 9 in a row here on Mercado.
Yeah, and I mean, I knew it was just going to be a play. It was going to be a montage. He picks up so many kills. He gets the streak. He also has a pretty crazy 1v2, yeah, and this is that round. He picks up the trade there onto Insight, and then Envoy actually spots him out there at the hedges. The stun comes in up top, and he just waits for Envoy to give him the challenge. It's like the guy's a step ahead of the game. He knows what the opponent's going to give him, and he gets the kills. You can see him getting hyped, after these rounds. He brings so much energy to this squad.
Allie, we are just 2 weeks away from heading up to Boston. We're going to have our Scuff Team of the Major for Major 2. I'm picking Scrap. I've already named him. He's on my team. Who else are we filling this roster with? If you could pick 1 or 2 players, who would you go with?
You just took Scrappy from me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go a little crazy. I think I'm gonna pick Havoc.
Havoc?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna pick Havoc. I think he's really impressed me this season, and being on Florida, he's really solidified himself as an SMG. I think I'm gonna go Havoc.
And you got to fill the other 2 spots. We got Scrap, we got Havoc. Who else is going to the Scuff Major squad?
I'm going with Hydra. I mean, the guy's unbelievable. I still think he is the best SMG
We need an
in the
AR
world
desperately.
Right now, so I think Hydra's a beast.
We'll let chat pick the 4th, because right now we got to jump into an interview with the trash talker himself, Scrap, with another 3. Oh, the vibes are up. The team is clicking. Was this match tougher than you expected, though? Because LA Thieves announced, Kenny saying, I'm sick. They're going to be playing with a stand-in today.
Come on, fuck it. What is this? What do you think? You think I'm scared of the main team? Why would I be scared with a sub? Come on. What kind of question is that?
This is a weak one. I like your answer, though. Scrap, tell me about that S&D game, though. You set a kill spree record, 9 in a row. Were your teammates making the calls? Were these just you being in the right position? What led to that success?
I think it was basically just me being in the right position at the right time. I mean, geez, played S&D for 7 years. Hopefully I can get some kills on it. But yeah, I think it was just being in the right position. Teammates just setting me up for kills, and yeah, we go.
You know what, when it comes to the second split, I mean, you guys are looking unstoppable. There's really only so many questions I can ask, and if you can give us some insight, like sorry. If you give us some insight of what are the holes for the Toronto Ultra right now, like what is you guys' main focus?
I think it's the same thing as I've been saying, just cleaning up everything. I think we have a really good hold on just all the game modes right now. It's just fixing up these little setups that we have. Maybe some people are getting through. So just really just learning the game day by day, because I feel like in this game you learn something new every day with spawns and just something is new. So it's just getting better every day in everything.
Yeah, sort of to expand upon that, I want to pick your brain a little bit. How are you guys going to set yourselves apart? Because when we look at, some of the top teams, and you think of Atlanta FaZe, Optics now, form this new roster, they look like they're getting pretty solid. How are you guys going to set yourself apart, get to that next level, and actually take home a chip?
Yeah, I would say that we just need to just have our teamwork up to par. Just everyone be on the same page, because that's really what divides these teams, these top teams from each other. It's just how good they work with each other. Everyone has a skill at these top teams. Everyone knows that they can gun each other. It's just how it is. It's just, can they work together at all times of the map? Because you might have one hold where it's good, but the next 6 can be bad. So it's just being with each other, be with each other's side at all times of the map.
Scrap, final question for you. A lot of people talking this week saying it's an end of an era, but what I'm excited about is this is the start of a new era, and you are one of the many stars that are rising here at the CDL. If you were going to give a shout out to anyone else that you've been playing with over the last few years before making it to this big stage, who should we be looking out for?
All right, well, I mean, Hixie, he's one of them. I went with them all last year. He was a beast, and he still hasn't got a shot yet. You could say Mohawk. I teamed with Mohawk Elijah. He won 2 world championships and challengers, still haven't got his shot. Just yeah, my old teammates from last year, like, that aren't in the league, because they all were disgusting. And I know maybe people saw me last year, but I couldn't do all that without them, and I couldn't put more words and more whatever it's called for them, because they are all beasts.
More praise.
A humble hero, bro. Congratulations
Exactly.
on another W. This isn't your last interview. Front runner for Rookie of the Year right now. That's Scrap from Toronto.
Have a good one.
Take it easy.
Excellent stuff there, and we have a lot to recap from a phenomenal day. We got to start here with our first matchup. Toronto, not the only team walking away with a W. Toronto entered with the number 2 seed, but the number 1 seed was also in action when the New York Subliners took on the Florida Mutineers. We looked at all the stats. Allie, you called this one. It was going to be Subliners all the way through. Florida gave us a good game too, but other than that, Subliners look like they haven't missed a step.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, for Subliners, this is just expanding their map pool at this point. You know, coming hot off the Pro-Am, usually we maybe see those teams slow down. New York hasn't slowed down at all. It is Hail Hydra, 1.57 overall. One of the best SMGs in the game, if not the best SMG, according to Nameless. I have pred up contention for that. But the Florida Mutineers, to focus more on them, they need to start working out these respawn woes. They're talked about being maybe the 2-3-5 team, but that Hotel Map 3, that 3-0 has to hurt them moving forward.
Gotta win the controls. This map was so fun to watch, though, if you're a Mutineers fan. Havoc and Vehicle working incredible together. And Vehicle, one of the top S&D performances we saw at 15-2, but this is the game 3. This is where the Subliners send them home. Excuse me, game 4.
Yeah, I mean, Hydra's on another level. It just seems like the New York Subliners are getting better. Like the confidence, like winning that tournament against all odds after the start that they had, it was like a miracle. But, you know, these guys, they've expanded upon what they've done there, and their hardpoint looks ridiculous. The control, I mean, they're working together so well. P-Dog, my boy Priesta, was popping off, but there's another match that we got to talk about as well, folks.
And you'll see a familiar face back in the starting lineup. Dashy moving in as Scump steps down. We are wondering, what is this team going to look like after just 3 days of practice? Allie, I want to get your thoughts. We saw 5 games from him today.
Listen, I know it's been chaotic with Optic Texas, with Scumping in the roster and retiring, or Dashy being in and out, and who's going to be plugging in, Hook moving to the roster. The player that I feel like name hasn't been said enough is Illy right now, because there's so much chaos going on, but he has solidified himself as being disgusting with attack in hand. He's disgusting with the sniper and search and destroy. He has been so consistent in all of these series where his roster has been back and forth and not really been solidified. I am so excited to see what he does at the Boston Major.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they're like playing around him in a lot of situations in search and destroy, which makes it easier for them. And then in that series in particular, they played against Seattle Surge, where they struggled in hardpoint. Just some of the rotations got away from them. I'm not super concerned about it. I think the control, though, like you said, with Illy popping off with that AR, that's where they're going to find a lot of success now, especially with the new dynamic, because Bruce can go out there and slay, do whatever he needs to.
I just want to see more snipers from Illy. Another phenomenal performance when you give him the big boy toy. Illy, one of the front runners for Sniper of the Year, right there with Clayster. Speaking of Clay, you're
yo, what's good?
Shout out, though,
all right, y'all.
to everyone who is joining us.
Hey, real quick,
in the watch parties. We had
I want to give a.
for the first time ever, Scump
I want to give a nothing. I just appreciate y'all for dropping by. The 2 that hit the sub, I appreciate you. Good looks. I'm gonna have this again tomorrow. Probably gonna be streaming tonight. Don't know what time yet, but thank y'all for dropping by. I appreciate it. All right, I'm outies.